outdoor power equipment, and Lowe's knows nothing feels better than free. Buy one select Ego string trimmer, leaf blower, or mower kit. Get one select 56-volt battery free. That's up to a $299 value. Power through spring with Ego, the #1 rated brand in cordless outdoor power. Because Lowe's knows home improvement. Valid through 4/3 while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
Direct auto insurance is for uncompromisers. Like Matt. When his old car insurance got so expensive, do you think he walked until his sneakers wore out? No, because he found savings with Direct Auto so he could drive instead of compromise. With savings of up to 25% on state minimum coverage, you too can stop compromising and keep driving. Get a free quote at directauto.com or a store near you. Savings vary, terms apply. National General Group, Winston-Salem.
Adam Gold here from my friend Dr. Lori Travers and Travers LASIK, the Triangle's only LASIK specialist who can take you to 20/20 vision, and it's more affordable than you think. 0% financing for 24 months is available, and in the spring, giving you $1,000 off. That's right, $1,000 off in the spring. All you got to do is call 919-510-6830, 919-510-6830, Travers LASIK. See what you've been missing.
This hour on the Triangle Sports Leader is brought to you by the Ritchie Law Firm Injury Lawyers.
You can feel the madness.
Go to GotBrian.com. That's GotBrian.com.
WCMC HD1 Holly Springs. Take us with you on radio, web, app, Alexa, and YouTube. 99.9 The Fan, the Triangle Sports Leader.
I'm WRAL meteorologist Elizabeth Gardner. Today is a WRAL weather alert day. We have a level 2 risk for severe storms, isolated tornadoes, some wind damage, and hail all possible through the afternoon. We will see a high of 77. We begin to clear things out late this afternoon. By the evening commute, we'll see a low tonight of 45. And tomorrow's sunny but breezy and cool with a high of 62.
Weather update brought to you by Newcomb & Company, where your comfort is their business. Visit Newcomb & Company.com. 3 o'clock check of your money. Dow Jones is down 13 points to 39,157. Get a great deal this spring on a new Trane heating and cooling system. Trane systems are engineered to keep up with you. Visit TraneInfo.com to find your local independent Trane dealer and learn more. It's hard to stop a Trane. And guess what? You're invited. That's right. You're invited to Sanford's 150th birthday bash, Saturday, April 6th from 10:30 a.m. to 4 p.m. This is a free event happening at Sanford Fairgrounds. Get all the details at sanford150.com.
Love guarded by Keels. Gets a screen. Pulls up for three. Got it! Caleb from straight away.
Jones with one. Jones puts it up at the buzzer. Yes! He ties the game!
Joining with a long rebound, kicks ahead to Smith. 3-ball, right side.
Bang! Shotgun snap. Bryce Young, pressure off the backside. Throw to the end zone. Chark pulls it in with his fingertips.
And another chance, and the save's made by Anderson. And the fans will tell you, did you have a good night?
The Drive with Tim Donnelly on 99.9 The Fan.
The Drive with Tim Donnelly, 99.9 The Fan. I'm Tim Donnelly. Dennis Cox producing the show for as long as he can before he takes off to go to the Final Four.
Well, I don't know with all this rain going on. Who knows?
It's slowing down. The weather, that is, the rain.
Yes.
NC State not slowing down. At least they haven't been for the last 23 days. But in the NCAA tournament, you can. This is like something that I've picked up probably in the last 5 or 6 years. You can win a game in the tournament on Wednesday. You can't play it on Wednesday, but you can win it on Wednesday.
Explain.
How can well, okay, perfect example. I was listening to a podcast with Tom Izzo recently. Tom Izzo is known for his ability to take lower seeds and go on long NCAA tournament runs. Right, this is like a game of telephone. Like he heard it from. He learned something from Coach K. So this has gone from the Triangle to Lansing, Michigan, back to the Triangle when I heard it. Right, this is like a
full circle moment.
Exactly. What he learned is Coach K thought about winning weekends in the NCAA tournament, not winning games. Because he basically what Izzo was saying was certain programs, right, Winning a game in the NCAA tournament doesn't matter. It's all about winning championships. So what gives you the best chance of winning championships? You have to win the weekend and then look towards the next weekend. So what Izzo did, and he learned this from Coach K at Duke, obviously, is like on Wednesday, he had assistants looking at the two teams they might play in the second weekend or the second game of the weekend, because then they would have, if you win the first, you have a massive advantage in the second, which makes it more likely for you to play on. And that's just one example of how you treat the weekend can affect how your weekend actually is, right? How you treat the week can set up how much success you have on the weekend. So how can NC State win their game against Purdue or win the national championship today? That's how the best coaches that have the most success, that go on long runs, that's how they think about it. So on Wednesday, how can Kevin Keatts beat Purdue? I think this is an obvious one. Answer this question. What do you do if DJ Burns isn't unstoppable? If DJ Burns is unstoppable, if he is what we've seen the last 9 games, where you get it to him on the post, he's pretty much a go-to bucket. At the very least, it's going to be 13 of 20 for 28 points or whatever he ends up with. If he's that, you know what to do. You have that blueprint. All ACC tournament and NCAA tournament long, you've been playing out of DJ Burns on the post. You can go back to that. But guess what you haven't had to do yet? Play against Zach Edey, this guy for Purdue who's 7'4" and 300 pounds in his own right. There hasn't been somebody who, when DJ Burns leans on him, can just lean back and it's a stalemate, right? Normally you got to get into a deep squat and push back, and that sets him up for everything else. So if DJ Burns isn't unstoppable, I'm not saying he won't be, but I'm saying if he's not, you need a plan B. That's what you can decide today, right? That's what you could have decided yesterday. That's what you could have implemented in a walkthrough. Because up to this point, when DJ Burns has been, quote-unquote, stopped, it's been by double teams. And then it's the easiest counter in the world, right? Then you look at DJ Burns and say, be an elite passer, because you are. Go find the shooter. Find the open guy, right? Swing, one more pass. That's I don't want to say easy, but simple. Right, that's more difficult than it seems. That's why a bunch of big guys that get double teamed can't do what DJ Burns can do. But he has that ability. It's a simple fix. If Zach Edey and DJ Burns stalemate each other, what do you do next? Does it turn into a DJ Horn show? Do you put in or emphasize a bunch of things you've used this year where DJ Horn is set up for success? Is it Mo Diarra? Because you're saying if Zach Edey's focused on DJ Burns, that's their best post defender. Is it Mo Diarra, your other big guy, who, by the way, has been low-key scoring like 16, 18 points in most games recently? Or is it this? And this is the one that I think might be a decision they have to make now. Is the answer to DJ Burns not being unstoppable more DJ Burns? Because at the very least, could it tire out Edey?
Good.
Right? If you're just like, hey, Edey, they're stalemating each other. All right, we'll rope-a-dope him, right? Let him tire himself out trying to stop DJ Burns, even if he's being successful. In the second half, that their gargantuan monster might be tired. And if everything they do is built around him, there you go. I saw a great clip from Purdue's most recent game. Defender, it was from Tennessee, did everything right. He was fronting Zach Edey. Zach Edey was on offense. Purdue was on offense. He was fronting Zach Edey. And he had wide legs, right? Great stance, wide arms, up and out, just making him like, by the way, I just want to clarify before I say this. I am not a park ranger, and I do not actually know what you should do in the event of a bear attack. But there is a certain kind of bear where you're supposed to make yourself big.
Well, yeah. Make noise.
There are certain bears.
Around,
there are certain bears where you're supposed to play dead. There are certain bears where you're supposed to. I don't know.
Bear spray helps.
But yeah, exactly. The bear bells, everything. I'm not a park ranger. Do not quote. Don't be getting attacked by a bear and be like, hey. Tim Donnelly on the drive told me to get big. Suddenly you're looking at like a Kodiak polar bear combo, and you're like, might not work out well for you.
Might not.
But that's the position he was in. He was making himself as big as possible right in front of Zach Edey. Zach Edey couldn't get the ball. It was like a 25-second possession. It was awesome defense. You know what else it was? Wildly tiring for the defender that was doing that to Zach Edey. And you can't do that every possession because Zach Edey was just taking 300-plus pounds and leaning on the dude that was doing everything right. And you can't do that every possession. You could use that same logic for DJ Burns and say, Zach Edey might be playing great defense. But that's like, sprinting the first 200 on a 400-meter dash. You can run a record-breaking first 200 of great defense, but if you can't keep it up from a stamina standpoint, you're not going to be able to finish the race. Anybody that's ever watched an inexperienced 400-meter dash runner knows exactly what I'm talking about. That final home stretch, it's like you attach an anchor. So Kevin Keatts right now, yesterday, the day before, and his coaching staff and his veterans and his team, they are answering the questions that could decide if they win against Purdue on Saturday. And some of the staff, if you're believing in the Izzo path or the Coach K path, should actually be deciding what they would do against UConn and Alabama. Mm-hmm. That's how you can win now. They took off earlier today, right? They had their send-off.
Yep.
The plane ride, great time, right? Wherever the coaches sit, work on the what ifs. And I said the same thing earlier in the tournament. I don't know if they do. Do they where you were growing up? Did they do tornado drills?
Yes.
Okay. I don't know why I remember. This is one of those stupid burned memories in the back of my brain that I'm never going to be able to forget. I was in elementary school in New Jersey, and we were doing tornado drills, and the teacher was like, "Any questions?" This was get your hardback book, put it over your head, curl up into a little ball, get under your desk, all this sort of stuff. And he said, "Any questions?" Kid raised his hand. And the teacher had a cactus on her desk. Kid raised his hand. His name actually, ironically, Zach. And I don't know why I remember this. Raised his hand and said, "What happens if your cactus comes and hits us?" And she was like, "All right, we can't go through every what-if scenario. We're getting deep into the weeds here." And then she hit him with this. And maybe this is probably why I remember it. The teacher said, "You shouldn't even worry. Like, you wouldn't worry about a cactus on my desk. You might have to worry about a cactus on the high school teacher's desk down the street coming to hit us. Things are really going to be jumbled up if this happens." And then he raised his hand and said, "What if a cactus from the high school teacher's desk hits us?" And it was like, all right, what are we doing here?
I got nothing for you.
I was in like third grade going, we're too deep in the what if weeds here. It's exactly what I'm talking about, right? It's exactly the you can't go too deep in the what if weeds, but you want to answer the big ones, right? You want to know how to get under your desk with the book, even if you're not going down into what if my lunch comes out of my lunchbox and I get stabbed with the straw? Like, you can't go too deep into the what if weeds, but you need to know the big ones, and that's how you can win a game on Wednesday that isn't played until Friday. The Drive with Tim Donnelly, Saturday. I don't know why I said Friday. The Drive with Tim Donnelly, 99.9 The Fan. I want to tell you about one of my favorite stores in the area. I just recently took my wife and son there and trying to get my son kind of hooked on the watch game. He's got a little Mickey watch, and I want it to be something that we can share because I'm big into timepieces. Bailey's Fine Jewelry has taken its timepiece experience to the next level. Not only do they have a unique watch shop, Fox & Bailey, that showcases fine watches, men's jewelry, distinctive gifts, and really just the vibe of walking around there makes you feel confident, sophisticated. Now they are also an authorized retailer of Omega watches. Bailey's is excited to announce its brand new Omega shop inside their shop. Inside their Village District location, Bailey's invites you to enjoy the luxury of Omega and all its watches, all its iconic watches, I should say. Learn more at baileybox.com. The Speedmasters, the Seamasters, the Railmasters, the DeVilles, the Constellations. If you don't know what these models mean, you want to go check them out. They are visually striking, and just putting them on your wrists makes you feel more confident. The Drive with Tim Donnelly, 99.9 The Fan. We wanted to ask this question yesterday. We ran out of time, so I'm prioritizing it today. Is Sebastian Aho living up to the extension he signed this offseason for the Canes this year? We answer that next.
NC State, Purdue, Bama, UConn.
The first Final Four ticket is punched by the defending national champions UConn. And the Alabama Crimson Tide will roll into the Final Four.
The Final Four will be heard here. 99.9 The Fan, the Triangle Sports leader. Final Four coverage from Phoenix is built by Mungo Homes, building homes and dream teams for 70 years.
What are you doing?
I'm training for the new Ultimate Dash Scratch-Offs. I could get a chance to dash through a warehouse full of prizes.
That explains the shopping cart.
Plus, I could win up to $2 million in cash.
And that explains the tuxedo.
I'm chafing.
Feel the rush with new Ultimate Dash Scratch-Offs from the North Carolina Education Lottery. Must be 18 to play. Approximate overall odds of winning are 1 in 3.78. Problem gambling helpline 877-718-5543.
The best thing about pollen? It's temporary. Just like the Autobell Car Wash Pollen Pass. Enjoy 3 months of unlimited car washes. Get your pass today and save at any Autobell. And when the pollen ends, so does your plan.
People can tell when you Autobell.
At Bet365, we don't do ordinary. We believe that every sport should be epic. Every point, every game, every layup, every play. From the moments that are legendary to the ones that fly under the radar. Whether it's a three-pointer at the buzzer to tie the game or a player goes 2 for 2 at the free throw line. Whatever the sport, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365, official partner of the Charlotte Hornets. 21 plus only. Gambling problem? Call 1-877-718-5543 or visit morethanagame.nc.gov.
My kids call me Tom. So unnerving. Every day, the older one's like, "How you doing, Tom?" I go, "Hey, I'm not your fucking stepdad, all right?" I wish I was. It'd be a lot easier, but I'm not.
From his multiple Netflix specials, comedian Tom Segura brings his new tour, Come Together, to PNC Arena Raleigh, April 14th. Tickets on sale now at Ticketmaster.com or PNCArena.com.
Imagine waking up this time next week and being 100% debt-free. No credit cards, no car loan, no personal loan. Hey, it's Dennis Cox. Loan Pronto's Equity Express line of credit can make it happen. Homeowners are turning their home equity into cash almost instantly. With Loan Pronto's AI-based system, you can get approval in about 10 minutes with almost no documentation, no appraisal, and no hassle. You can get hundreds of thousands of dollars out of your home. Use that money to pay off all your other loans. The average homeowner saves over $850 a month doing this. Listen, your home value is way up. You can use that to wipe out all those credit cards, get some money for a home improvement. Literally hundreds of thousands are at your fingertips, and approval is just minutes away. Call 919-381-1760, 919-381-1760, loanpronto.com, 919-381-1760, NMLS 1661781, subject to lender approval, equal housing lender.
Your new Academy Sports and Outdoors store is now open in Knightdale with great brands at the best prices. In here, you'll always find the gear you need to do what you love out there. Get it all at your new Academy Sports and Outdoors store in Knightdale.
Planning for spring at Lowe's means big savings on outdoor power equipment, and Lowe's knows nothing feels better than free. Buy one select Ego string trimmer, leaf blower, or mower kit. Get one select 56-volt battery free. That's up to a $299 value. Power through spring with Ego, the #1 rated brand in cordless outdoor power. Because Lowe's knows home improvement. Valid through 4/3 while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
Getting your biggest tax refund from Jackson Hewitt can lead to some spirited reactions.
Jackson Hewitt!
Jackson Hewitt is so sure they'll get you your biggest refund that if they don't, you get your money back plus $100.
Jackson Hewitt!
Switch to Jackson Hewitt and we'll beat what you paid last year, even if you filed online. Ain't nothing to it. Switch to Jackson Hewitt and pay less for tax prep, guaranteed. Proof of prior year payment required when filing. New clients only at participating locations through April 7th. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com.
Now it's Aho. Gensel, high slot. That shot gets a rebound. They score! Sebastian Aho to the rebound. It's a power play goal for Carolina and a 2-0 lead in Montreal.
The Drive with Tim Donnelly, 99.9 The Fan. Starting April 8th, listen to 99.9 The Fan every afternoon during The Drive. That's the show you're listening to now. For your chance to see the Storm Surge in person, the 10K playoff payout is back. It has the entire office buzzing. Everybody's really excited about this.
I'm pumped.
There it is. You'll earn an opportunity to win hockey playoff tickets and, like last year, take your ultimate shot at $10,000. The 10K playoff payout. 10K playoff payout driven by the Carolina Ford dealers, built Ford proud. Learn more at buyfordnow.com. Speaking of hockey, we wanted to ask this yesterday. Is Sebastian Aho living up to the expectations, which are admittedly high for a player of his caliber, and the contract extension he signed? He's the most, and I've said this, this is like when you buy a red car and then you're driving home and it feels like every single car on the road is a red car. You're like, were they always this? What is going on here? I came to the conclusion that he was the most under-talked about, underrated superstar in the NHL a couple months ago. And then from that point on, there was just signs about it nonstop. He wasn't included in the All-Star Game skills challenge. I'm going, what? He's one of the most skilled guys in the league. Why? He's on one of the best teams in the league.
He won most accurate shooter just a couple of years ago.
Well, why not? Well, he's been famous and underrated. And then there's lists coming out, and he's not on the top tiers. And I'm going, this guy is the most underrated superstar in the league. So obviously, as I try to do, you double-check your hypothesis, right? Old scientific theory. You make a statement, and then you have to go test it. This offseason, he signed an 8-year, $78 million extension. That comes with expectations that are higher than when you're playing on your previous deal. And the extension actually doesn't kick in until next year, but he signed it this past offseason. Has he lived up to those expectations? I will give you the shortest possible answer. Yes. Now we'll dive into the longer answer. The Canes are tied on DraftKings Sportsbook as the betting favorite to win the Stanley Cup. The betting favorite, plus 650. They are the most likely to win according to the betting odds, right? You will win the least amount of money if you pick them to win, and they do. Sebastian Aho is the best player and has played like the best player. He is the team leader in points. He is the team leader in goals. He is the team leader in assists, and he's getting better as the season goes along. Dennis brought up these stats in our teams chat, whatever you want to call it. Last 9 games, 8 goals, 9 assists.
Yeah.
He's plus 12.
Okay.
3 points per game. He's been on the ice for a little over 20 minutes, average time on ice, 20 minutes and 38 seconds. 3 power play goals, not points per game.
Goals, yeah.
I'm reading it like it's a basketball stat. A lot of college basketball in my mind right now. PPG. 3 power play goals and 2 power play assists. That's pretty darn good. When you're averaging almost a goal, almost a goal per game, and you're averaging a full assist per game at the same darn time, he's living up to everything. And yet, still underrated, right? And you know what? I have to admit, let's raise our hands. Let's tap our chest on this one. Let's say my bad. That little run is coincided with the new guys coming in, and I do think we've given a lot of the credit to the new guys, which they deserve theirs. But I also think, all those assists Gensel is getting have a lot to do with the fact that he's playing with Aho.
Yeah,
right.
And all these goals that Jarvis is getting.
Sometimes we have to admit, and sometimes we have to recalibrate and recognize we're taking something for granted. Which is why I wanted to ask this question. I think we might be taking Aho a little bit for granted. And we're so excited about these other guys that we're forgetting that the best player is doing best player things.
Already has his career best in terms of points for a season. And there's still 7 games left.
I was going to say, and it's not like we're done here.
Yeah.
And if he's on his what does he have? He's 85 points?
85 points in 72 games.
He's averaging, we're looking at 1.8, 1.9 points per game over his last 9.
Something like that, yeah.
7 games left. If he stays on this torrid pace, which would be tough, but hey, let's play that game for hypothetical reasons.
Why not?
You're looking at like 97, 98 points.
He could push it to 100.
I think once you get into your 90s, you're looking around going, yeah, Rod, I know we're getting ready for a postseason run, but would an extra minute or two on the ice really hurt me? I'm in good shape. I've been working out all year. I'm just saying, Rod.
Rod will feel good.
And Rod might look at him and say, what are you, crazy? We're getting ready for a postseason run? And that's fair too, but I'm just saying, if he stays on this torrid pace that he's been on the last 9 games, it's not completely outside the realm of possibility that he's a 100-point scorer, which would be the first time in a long time the Canes would have that on their roster.
First time since 2006.
What else happened in 2006?
They won a Stanley Cup.
Look at that.
The last time they had a 40-goal scorer who was also 100 points was Eric Stahl in 2006.
I think, actually, do you know what it is?
What's that?
I think he's becoming an everything but player.
Hmm.
We've talked about this with Armando Bacot in college, R.J. Davis in college recently when it comes to their standing in UNC history. He's becoming an everything but player. There's no doubt in my mind sometime in the next 4 or 5 years he's going to be a 100-point scorer. I just see that happening, the way he's playing, the way he's developing as he continues to develop and improve. That's coming. It's the everything but is everything but a cup. The ESPN put him in the second tier of top centers. We were talking about this a few days ago. And I when I saw he was in the second tier, I wanted to go on the same rant I started with in this and go, this guy is so underrated. Who's putting him in the second tier? And then I read the description for the first tier, and it was all of these guys have led their team to a cup. And I went, fair. Okay, he better be in the next tier. And he was. And I went, all right, this one's okay. He's everything but that at the moment. So there's an opportunity here to check off that everything but, right? There's an opportunity here, and that's what players of his caliber are measured on from this point moving forward.
Career best in points, best plus-minus at plus 31, also best face-off percentage for a season in his career.
And he's on a team that's, at least according to one book, the betting favorite, tied for, the betting favorite to win the Stanley Cup. Everything but also means there's one goal. Actually, there's 40-plus goals, but there's one directive. There's one thing they're chasing, and that is the Stanley Cup. The Drive with Tim Donnelly, 99.9 The Fan.
Hey, Dennis Cox here for my friends over at Law Tigers. Big shout-out to everyone who signed up, nearly 37,000 of you who signed up to win the Custom Hurricanes 2023 Harley-Davidson Softail motorcycle. The Law Tigers, Tobacco Road Harley-Davidson, Shiny Side Paint, and your Carolina Hurricanes. Once again, they all teamed up to give the ultimate Canes fan a Custom Hurricanes 2023 Harley-Davidson Softail motorcycle. It's going to be given away between the first and second period this Friday at the game at PNC Arena. I'm excited to see who wins. There's going to be three finalists out there on the ice. One of those lucky people is going to be walking away or riding away on a brand new Harley Davidson. Again, Canes custom motorcycle. So big shout out to everyone who supported and signed up. Law Tigers, North Carolina's motorcycle lawyers. Law Tigers is a network of independent law firms who are members of the American Association of Motorcycle Injury Lawyers. Law Tigers is not a law firm.
The Drive with Tim Donnelly, 99.9 The Fan. Traditionally, this next segment for the last 3-4 months has been cons and cons. What are you most confident in and what you're most concerned about for all of the teams from the state of North Carolina in the ACC? Well, there's only one team left standing. So we have cons and cons, NC State versus Purdue. Just about NC State coming up next.
It's bow time. Something new just dropped at Bojangles. Take the bold taste of a crispy golden chicken supreme that's been seasoned to perfection, then add dill pickles, Carolina Gold barbecue sauce, and a toasted bun that's great on the go. What do you get? You get a Bo's Bird Dog. In fact, you can grab 2 of them for $5. So when you're on the go, headed to practice, or need a snack, grab a Bo's Bird Dog. Hurry in before they're gone. Available for a limited time. It's bow time.
There's no time like bow time, but sometimes it's go time. No time to stop. Introducing Bojangles' new Bird Dog, a seasoned to perfection Bojangles Chicken Supreme, dill pickles, Carolina Gold barbecue sauce, all on a toasted bun. great on the go. Try 2 bird dogs for just $5 or a 2 bird dog combo for just $8. Hurry, Bo's Bird Dogs are available for limited time only. When you're hungry for flavor and value, it's Bo time.
The moment we've been waiting for has arrived. Download the Caesars Sportsbook app today using code NewNCBG. Then place your first bet of $5 or more. Win or lose, you'll receive $150 in bonus bets. Open to new users in North Carolina who are 21 or older. Terms and conditions apply. See Caesars.com/promos or the promos tab in the app for full terms. Gambling problem? Call 1-877-718-5543 or visit morethanagamenc.gov. Tribal Casino Gaming Enterprise is a licensed operator by the North Carolina State Lottery Commission.
On March 14, 2024, WCMC-FM LLC and related entities, including the licensee of WCMC 99.9 FM, Holly Springs, North Carolina, filed applications with the Federal Communications Commission to transfer control of the station license. Members of the public wishing to view this application or obtain information about how to file comments and petitions can visit www.fcc.gov/station search and search in the list of WCMC's filed applications.
Nothing beats a Fairway Green line. Here's Kevin from Fairway Green. Time to get busy, right?
Yes, it's nice. We're starting to warm up, and time is running out to get that first application of pre-emergent crabgrass control down before that crabgrass starts to germinate. Both warm and cool season grasses need attention this time of the year. You want to make sure you're using the right products on your lawn this time of the year.
Nothing beats a Fairway Green lawn. Put them to work on yours now. Go to fairwaygreen.com to request a free online estimate or call 919-329-0095.
What could be better than living less than 15 minutes from downtown Raleigh, where you'll soon find an expansive greenway network with walking trails, a pool with a lazy river, and a dog park? How about choosing from a diverse portfolio of plans, including large homes with a 3-car garage, or Charleston-inspired homes with rear entry garages? At Georgia's Landing by Mungo Homes, you'll find an exceptional location with an even better lifestyle. Go to mungo.com today to learn more about Georgia's Landing near downtown Raleigh. Mungo.com.
QC Kinetics announces the arrival of National Medical Director Dr. Mitchell Scheinkup, an acclaimed orthopedic surgeon with 2 decades of experience and extensive research in regenerative medicine.
I was one of the first orthopedic surgeons to do it, and at the same time I integrated clinical research that's resulted in several publications that are really directing the future of regenerative medicine. I was drawn to QC Kinetics after I reviewed their protocols, and everything they were doing is consistent with my own approach.
Today, Dr. Scheinkup leads the entire team of medical professionals at QC Kinetics, taking this exciting medical breakthrough to a whole new level.
What we are doing at QC Kinetics is transforming lives.
Get lasting joint pain relief. Call QC Kinetics now for your free consultation.
This is the future of medicine.
Call QC Kinetics, 919-400-5473. That's 919-400-5473. In Cary, Clayton, Raleigh, and Wake Forest, 919-400-5473.
Did you know one of the best investments you can make? It's in yourself. At My Computer Career, in just a few months, you could start your new career in the high-demand, recession-resistant field of information technology. Isn't it time you invest in you and start a career in networking, cybersecurity, AI, or upskill to boost your current IT career? So, get the ROI you deserve at My Computer Career. No experience necessary. Start now at mycomputercareer.edu.
Financial aid is available for qualified students, including the GI Bill.
Mitchell Heating and Cooling. We do the job right every time.
Protect your heating and cooling system like my offensive line protects me. I'm Drake May, quarterback at UNC. Mitchell Heating and Cooling has been committed to your comfort for 50 years and counting. Call Mitchell Heating and Cooling today.
Contact us now at mitchellhvac.com or 919-556-5069. Train. It's hard to stop a train.
The best solutions every time.
Horn to the line, down the lane, feeds Burns underneath, puts it up, good, the foul! 2 more for Burns. He's got 28 points now.
The Drive with Tim Donnelly, 99.9 The Fan. The Final Four is this weekend. NC State is going. Both men's and women's. We're focused on the men's right now, but shout out to the women. As I said before the break, Cons and Cons is a segment we do here on The Drive where we name what we're most confident in, what we're most concerned about. And traditionally throughout the year, we do it with the 4 teams in the state of North Carolina in the ACC. So we'd do what are we most confident about in Wake Forest and what are we most concerned about in Duke, and then we'd answer them all for all 4 teams. Well, there's really no reason to talk about the other 3 right now because, well, simply.
They're all at home.
I was trying to say that like in a clever but not mean way.
Nah, just say what it is.
They're not playing anymore.
Yeah, they're not playing.
Whenever the full run of all 4 is done, we'll do like a cons and cons program wide for like the future of.
Mm-hmm.
But NC State's still playing, so we got to keep this one rolling. So we thought we'd do the NC State cons and cons for their Final Four matchup against Purdue.
But to play great defense, you need one thing above all else.
That starts with a W.
Confidence.
What are you most confident in? What are you most concerned about? Hey, I have good news and bad news. Which do you want first? You always take the bad news. Start with the concern, and I'll lead off. And it's the same question I asked at the beginning.
Okay.
I don't know how they're going to react if Zach Edey can defend DJ Burns. That's not to say they don't have a plan or they can't. We haven't. It's been so long since there's been a game where DJ Burns isn't cooking that I'm almost wondering if that would be like a shock to their system. Right? I talk about this exact. It's a hypothetical scenario, but it happens. The feeling of it happens in just about every basketball game. What do you do when the other team scores 3 straight buckets? When it's a 7-0 run, right? When the other team gets an and one, a transition bucket, and a 3. What do you do when the crowd is ready? Even if you were like up 6 and now you're just down 2, right? The crowd is ready to explode. The momentum is turning. How do you respond? You need that guy. And that's why teams need a go-to scorer, right? Your go-to scorer doesn't have to score 40 every game. What your go-to scorer has to do is demand the ball when the other team is on a 7-0 run and just end the run. Stop the metaphorical bleeding. The entire 9 games that the NC State is on, the 5 in the ACC tournament, the 4 in the NCAA tournament, it has felt like when they need that bucket, they go to the big fella. And he has delivered darn near every time. If Zach Edey, who in his own right is unique as heck, 7'4", 300+ pounds, pretty darn good athlete for his size. If he can take that away, who, what motion, what action, what play are they calling when they need to stop the bleeding? That's my concern. Dennis, what's yours?
My concern is defending Zach Edey. That's my big thing is because, like you said, he's 7'4", 300 pounds. Yeah, they got some big dudes down there in the block. Like Ben Middlebrooks is a big guy. He's not 7'4", 300. DJ Burns is not the strongest on the defensive end of the floor. Mo Diarra's got the length. He's, 6'10", 6'11 himself. I think he has the length, but he doesn't have, the physical stature. That's my concern. How do you defend that guy? Because if they need a bucket, you go down to the 7'4" dude and trust that he's going to back a dude down and get you a layup or a dunk. That's my big concern when it comes to NC State. It's defending that guy because let's say he is guarding DJ Burns. DJ Burns can post that dude up from 17 feet out and go skip passes cross court to wide open guys. If they want to pull him away from the basket, it actually might work in NC State's favor, but it's defending that guy. That's the big concern for me.
Can I? Would you allow me to add one addendum?
Sure.
Can you defend Zach Edey without fouling?
Great question.
Purdue is quite prolific. It is unlike what we've seen as far as some would say the refs are doing it. Some would say Zach Edey is the reason why. They draw so many more fouls than are called against them. And I've watched the same social media videos that every other college basketball nerd has watched, where Zach Edey is out of position to block a shot and he kind of does the and he doesn't even jump, and they're saying that's why he doesn't get called for fouls because he's smart. What I do know is he's the only guy that big that for some reason doesn't get the Shaq treatment, which the Shaq treatment is you get hit, but you're so big it doesn't affect you. The refs go, no harm, no foul, and they don't call it. Zach Edey draws a lot of fouls. He gets a lot of opposing bigs in foul trouble. So you have to be able to defend him for all the reasons that Dennis said, but you have to be able to defend him without falling into the trap that so many teams have fallen into, which is getting called for 28 fouls while Purdue gets called for 14.
He went to the free throw line against Tennessee in that 72-66 win. He went to the free throw line 22 times. Zach Edey did.
For some reason, he's the 7'4" guy that refs think draws fouls rather than just powers through them.
He scored 40 of their 72 points.
Oh, yeah. I mean, if you watch the game, it felt like he scored 70 of their 72 points.
This postseason, just the NCAA tournament alone, 30 points, 23, 27, 40.
And rebounds like 16, 13, and 18. I know he's averaging 16, I think. It is absurd.
He hasn't scored less than 20 points since February 4th against Wisconsin.
That'll do it.
Yeah.
That's how you end up in the Final Four with one of the best players in the country, which he is. Confidence. That's our concerns. This is cons and cons, though. You have to answer both. If that's what you're concerned about, Dennis, you lead us off this time. What are you confident in?
This is going to sound weird, but we've talked about we can't figure out why this NC State team is still just getting it done, right? After watching them all season, we're still trying to figure it out. We've watched since game 1 till now. If we haven't figured it out yet this season, who else is going to figure it out?
That's a good point.
That's the thing. Like, that's my confidence when it comes to them. It's like they just keep finding a way to get it done. Simple as that. They're finding a way to get it done. And you can tell every single game they're playing with that chip on their shoulder, desperation that they've been playing with for the last 3+ weeks, it feels like. To me, that's the confidence. They just willing themselves to victory, however you want to define it. Simple as that.
It is a good point.
I think a lot of that's DJ Horn, too.
I've watched every minute of the NC State basketball season, whether live or recorded the next day. I host a podcast about it, so I've been invested the entire season. By the way, check it out, Pack Therapy, the podcast. We have new episodes rolling out pretty much every day this week. I can't fully explain it. I have a lot of reasons why they're playing better now, but I can't fully explain why the team that lost their last 4 regular season games suddenly clicked without saying words like they suddenly clicked and like without saying things that I know are true, but the explanations behind them aren't easy to come by, I should say. So, if I've been doing that for months, think Purdue can figure it out in 5 days? Maybe, but I think the odds are stacked against them.
Well, you say, the old term Marvel, we have a Hulk.
Yeah.
Well, they have a Zach Edey. Yeah. Who's their Hulk?
Both are true.
Yep.
My confidence is NC State's selflessness.
Mm-hmm.
I genuinely, as much as DJ Burns is kind of a star, and he is famous celebrity, he's on every show, he's, the legend of him grows. I do get the feeling they don't care who is playing the best. That person is going to be the one featured. And I go back to the Texas Tech game, right? DJ Burns was the star of the ACC tournament, right? He was the face of NC State. He was all of that. The very first NCAA tournament game, he was the 3rd leading scoring big. Like, I'm not even saying he was the 3rd leading scorer of the post players on NC State. That doesn't happen on many teams, right? And he was okay with it, and he was celebrating it, and he still had his moments. And the same is true elsewhere, right? Like, Michael O'Connell hit the biggest shot of their season. Michael O'Connell's what, their 5th best scorer? 4th? And you could, depending on the day, probably anywhere from 4th to 7th.
Yeah.
He hit the biggest shot. Mm-hmm. We've seen Jaden Taylor hit the dagger in overtime against Oakland. He's a bench player that was coming off an ankle injury not that long ago. And they fed him because he was open. Casey Morsell has hit big shots and dunked on people. It does feel like a very selfless team. This is not one of those, Cinderella runs where it turns out that Davidson had one of the best basketball players in the history of the game on their team, and they just found a way to get him the ball. Oh, look at this. Butler made a run to another Final Four. Oh, yeah, they have Gordon Hayward, a 2-time NBA All-Star. It's like, oh, look at VCU. How are they pulling this off? Or Wichita State. We'll go Wichita State. How Wichita State pull it off? Well, they have Fred VanVleet. He's a guy making $40 million a year to play basketball right now. NC State, it's like, oh, how are they pulling this off? I'm not sure I see that one guy that they keep funneling the ball to, other than DJ Burns for different reasons. But big shots are hit in different situations by a bunch of different players. The Drive with Tim Donnelly, 99.9 The Fan. That's Cons and Cons. By the way, I have this clip here in our rundown. I just want to play it so everybody hears it. Here's Kevin Keats earlier today with Adam Gold, or earlier this week, I should say, with Adam Gold when he was asked what stood out amongst the NC State fans.
We have students on our campus that have never experienced this. And, I was walking around campus yesterday, and they were so excited about what our team's doing, so excited about what our ladies are doing, and they just never experienced that. Most of our students can only experience that through what their parents may have told them or maybe even their grandparents, and I think that's the biggest thing. That makes me happy.
Nobody that's a student has experienced this. Unless they are like adults continuing education or going back and getting a degree.
Transfer from some other school.
1983 was a really long time ago.
Mm-hmm.
You have to be in your, I would say, probably late 40s to remember the 83 run and be a student. I don't think that's quite realistic. NC State, ready? This is my transition here. Get ready. NC State is the center of the sports world right now. So let's look to the other side of the sports facility. Very quickly here. Payton Wilson.
Your guy.
Up until DJ Burns did what he's doing, Payton Wilson was the guy that had saved an NC State team and rescued it from the brink of disaster. And he is still that. It's just maybe a lesser version, right? There's a difference between rallying a team to 5 wins in order to play in the Pop-Tart Bowl and rallying a team from 10th place in the ACC to the last 4 standing in the country. It's a different beast. But NC State had a guy to rally around even before DJ Burns, and that's Payton Wilson. And as we discussed earlier this week, there have been some mock drafts coming out for the NFL. We're 22 days now away from the NFL draft. And Payton Wilson is he's climbing higher than I expected him to on these mock drafts. Field Yates, ESPN, has him going 50th to the Eagles. I will admit this is both predictable and unpredictable. I believe the Eagles are exactly the type of team I thought that would draft Payton Wilson. But 50th is higher than I thought anyone would want to draft Payton Wilson. For 2 reasons. Actually, let's discuss this real quick. He is going to go to a contender, okay? Because I believe contenders are looking for guys that can help them the moment they step in the facility. And there aren't many of those that aren't going to be drafted at the top of the draft. Payton Wilson is going to be knocked down because his age and his injury history. You want to talk about watching every minute? I've watched every minute probably multiple times of Payton Wilson's season. There's nothing on film on game day that would knock him down at all. But his age and his injury history are things that will give teams pause. If you are drafting in the 2nd round or even the 3rd, or if you're one of the contenders that don't have a high pick, those are so much better reasons for somebody to fall if you're looking for an immediate impact than the reasons everybody else falls. Everybody else falls because they don't have part of the checklist and you're hoping they'll develop it. Oh, he might not be fast enough. Oh, his recognition might not be good enough. Oh, his instincts or like whatever they're falling for, if they're fully healthy and young, are things that you hope that they can fix over time, right? With our coaches, 2 years from now, 3 years from now, they can be depended upon. Payton Wilson, it's like the moment he gets here, we can depend on him. It's just a matter of how long he holds up.
That's the biggest red flag.
So if you're trying to win this year, you're thinking like, as long as he makes it 1 year, he might be able to help us win a championship. So the fact that, I expected him to be late second, probably mid to early third. That's what I expected him to be in the draft. The fact that they're mocking him as high as 50th, some even higher, mid-second, tells me one thing. Do you think his health checks are coming out wildly clean? Do you think Field Yates, as an ESPN insider, is getting calls saying, yeah, we looked at his knees. There's nothing that scares us there. Because he is a player that lives on his tape. There are certain players, and by the way, he ran bananas at the combine, but we knew that. No one's like, oh, wow, Payton Wilson's fast. It's like if you watched his film, you were completely aware that he is a very fast linebacker.
Oh, you mean the multiple times he chased down wide receivers in the open field to tackle them? Oh, that wasn't indicative enough? Okay.
He was the fastest of everybody that ran on his day at the combine. I actually think he plays faster than his 40 time. So he stands on his tape, which usually guys that stand on their tape fall down the draft as you get closer. He's getting better. I think maybe that stuff is some of the concerns that we know he has, teams are more comfortable with than we thought. Now, the other side is the contenderness of it. He needs to go somewhere where they need him right now. Because he is older, right? He's the contenders are going to draft him because he can help them right now. He wants to go to a contender because by the nature of being 24, right, by the nature of being a guy that used all of his eligibility in college, and because of that, he is somebody that, he doesn't have 15 years to get on a winner. He wants to go win right now. I think the Eagles would be a lovely spot for him. I know that there's this fever dream, this fantasy dream that he's going to end up in Carolina, right? There's even the Carolina, the Panthers team site has done articles about him. I believe right now, if you walked up to him in the you saw him, I don't know, at the grocery store, and you went up and said, "Hey, are you Payton Wilson?" He'll probably respond with, "Yes, and I would like to be just like Luke Kuechly." In every single interview, he brings up Luke Kuechly because he's a North Carolina kid. Obviously, Kuechly was with the Panthers doing his thing during his formative years. He's just a massive Luke Kuechly fan, and by the way, why not? I'm not knocking that at all.
You can do worse.
Yeah, you model your game after somebody. It's a good one. Mm-hmm. But there is this kind of fever dream that he ends up in Carolina. I'm not sure that's actually the best fit because with his knees, with his injury history, with his age, maybe his career is 7 or 8 years, ironically. Kuechly. If he bows out at about the same age as Kuechly, being kind of his idol, I'm not sure you would get the most out of him. However, if he goes to the Eagles, the Chiefs, the Bills, the Ravens, the Niners, whoever, they're going to use his entire kind of career span as a elite contributor to an elite team. But yes, just remember, before the basketball team, there was a pretty good turnaround on that campus, and it was the football team. And before there was DJ Burns, the leader of that elite turnaround was Payton Wilson. The Drive with Tim Donnelly, 99.9 The Fan. This is perfect because it plays into exactly what we're going to talk about here.
Okay.
We have just a few minutes before the break. I want to talk about the most underrated contributor to the NC State basketball run. Let's squeeze him in at the end of the end of the hour, which is perfect for, hey, this guy is under-talked about, underrated, and not getting his due. Casey Morsell. The stars of this run are the stars of the NC State run to the Final Four. The team doesn't decide that. The production doesn't decide that. The public decides that. DJ Burns and DJ Horn show up at an Applebee's, and fans are climbing trees to get a peek at them like they're the Beatles. They are lining up in the parking lot and around the block.
Literally, that's a factual statement. Not making that up.
Nothing I said there was an exaggeration.
Not making that up.
The only maybe like the Beatles. That's the only thing there that was a little bit of an exaggeration, but only a little bit. DJ Burns is getting talked about by Nikola Jokic. Here's DJ Burns on how that felt.
Oh, man, I think it's the coolest thing in the world. You can go up to my coaches, right now and ask them who do I think is the best big in the league right now. And sorry, Embiid, but I'm going with Jokic. That's just how I've been since I've seen him play. I think that we have more of a similar playing style than myself and Embiid, and that's what really drew me to him out of the two.
So while DJ Burns and DJ Horn are getting their like boy band experience at Applebee's, and DJ Burns is getting talked about by Nikola Jokic. Casey Morsell is just an underrated, massive part of the run. It's a leadership thing. It's a sensing the moment thing. My favorite play, and I like to find the ones that are the tiny little, like the side favorite plays. Obviously, big dunks, game winners. My favorite play, I saw Casey Morsell matched up with Kyle Filipowski in the post. Duke had the ball. Elite Eight game. Kyle Filipowski is 7 feet tall, 250 pounds. Casey Morsell is 6'3" and 201 pounds. And I don't know if it was a rotation. I don't know if it was a switch. But I was watching. I'm like, oh gosh, Morsell's guarding Filipowski in the post. And it's not like Morsell blocked his shot. It's not like he, ripped the ball away and got a turnover. He just denied the ball, and Filipowski didn't get it. And it looked like when I first noticed it, I was like, this is going to be a catastrophe. And then it ended up just being a run-of-the-mill play. Casey Morsell clapped a few times. He knew, got away from that one. I was in a bad spot there. He knew he did a great job in a bad situation. And then guess what happened? Play continued and almost no one noticed. And I went, that's such a massive play that is going to be completely swept under the rug. Because if you get a 7-footer being guarded by a 6-footer and it ends in a dunk and it ends in a poster and it ends in a and one, that could be a completely shifting play. Instead, no one even knew it happened. And that's a lot of effort. That's a lot of technique. That's a lot of very, very solid play from a veteran leader. And he knew it, by the way, right? He knew that wasn't going to end up on SportsCenter. He knew that play wasn't going to get him interviewed by Scott Van Pelt like DJ Burns is getting interviewed by. But he just set the tone that it doesn't matter about the fame. The right play is the right play. You work as hard as you possibly can no matter what situation you're in. And that's why it was my favorite play. And yes, we had to do that with like 3 minutes left in the hour, which is perfect for an underrated player. It's how we had to do it. The Drive with Tim Donnelly, 99.9 The Fan. I want to tell you about my friends Window Nation. It's March. Weather is changing. Sorry, it's April. Weather is changing. See, things are changing, and I'm getting all caught up. But basically, right now, it is finally, whatever month it is, time to end those frigid drafts coming in and out of your windows, whether you're aware of it or not. Right, the Window Nation come out, do the demonstration in your house. They'll show you how much of the heating and cooling that you're paying for inside your house is escaping right through your windows. Right, it's like magic, right through your windows. They'll show you, and then they'll also explain to you that that's like coins just being sent out of your window. Quarters, $50, the big ones, just going right out of your window on your energy bill. And then they'll show you how Window Nation and their windows can put in a more strict barrier there and protect your money. Right now, buy 2 windows, get 2 free, plus 0 down, 0 interest, and no payments for 24 months. They can install your new windows in 1 day or less. Window Nation's windows also come with a lifetime warranty. That's right, I said lifetime. It's easy. Get a free, no-obligation quote now. Call 866-90-NATION. That's 866-90-NATION. Or visit windownation.com to schedule. That's windownation.com to schedule now. Football at 4 coming up next, including the most frustrating quote I've seen from a former Panther in a very, very long time. I'll give you that quote coming up next.
Bring on the madness.
Final score, 76-64. The Wolfpack beats Duke. You can light up the bell tower red. The Pack is back in the national semifinals for the first time since 1983. NC State beats Duke for the second time in the month of March, this time for a trip to the Final Four. Incredible.
College basketball tournament action on 99.9 The Fan is powered by Carolina Ale House, Fairway Green, and Bailey's Fine Jewelry.
A torn ACL, stress fracture, aching back, a hip that's had it, life on hold, and all you want is to get it back. Enter Wake Orthopedics. Our fellowship-trained orthopedists do it all. General, sports, pediatric, joint replacement, fractures, spine, prevention, advanced diagnostics, progressive treatments, minimally invasive procedures, surgeries, and more. Visit wakemed.org/wakeortho and get back your life.
Imagine waking up this time next week and being 100% debt-free. No credit cards, no car loan, no personal loan. Hey, it's Dennis Cox. Loan Pronto's Equity Express line of credit can make it happen. Homeowners are turning their home equity into cash almost instantly. With Loan Pronto's AI-based system, you can get approval in about 10 minutes with almost no documentation, no appraisal, and no hassle. You can get hundreds of thousands of dollars out of your home. Use that money to pay off all your other loans. The average homeowner saves over $850 a month doing this. Listen, your home value is way up. You can use that to wipe out all those credit cards, get some money for a home improvement. Literally hundreds of thousands are at your fingertips, and approval is just minutes away. Call 919-381-1760, 919-381-1760, loanpronto.com, 919-381-1760, NMLS 1661781, subject to lender approval, equal housing lender.
Sanja loves to bake, but her feet, they were throbbing. Then one day, I found a solution. Arch supports from the Good Feet store. Have foot pain? Good Feet could help.
You too can live the life you love with Arch supports from the Good Feet store.
Our state's future begins with our students. That's why the North Carolina Education Lottery has contributed over $10 billion to education. Through scholarships, school construction, support staff, and pre-K programs, lottery dollars move our state forward, helping students become the best versions of themselves. Visit movingncstudentsforward.com and share how your student or school community has benefited for a chance to earn $2,000 for your story. Must be 18 to play. Problem gambling helpline 877-718-5543.
The wait is over. DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of NASCAR, is now live in North Carolina. Now you can legally bet on all your favorite sports anytime, anywhere, right in North Carolina with DraftKings. For a limited time, new customers who sign up with promo code TIMD, T-I-M-D, no spaces, and bet $5, they'll receive $200 instantly in bonus bets. DraftKings has the best features, including same-game parlays, player props, and more, with fast and easy payouts right at your fingertips. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now using code TIMD and bet $5 to get $200 instantly in bonus bets only on DraftKings Sportsbook with code TIMD. The crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 877-185-543 or visit morethanagame.nc.gov. 21 plus, North Carolina only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Deposit and eligibility restrictions apply. Terms at DraftKings.com/sportsbook/NC. NASCAR is not a sponsor of this promotion and used under license.
Timmy, everybody. Great job. Next up, we have Samantha.
10 times better performance can make a big difference. Castrol Edge Motor Oil gives your engine 10 times better high-temperature performance. Castrol Edge, better oil for maximum performance. Now through April 23rd, get a $15 gift card when you buy 5 or more quarts of Edge or Edge High Mileage Full Synthetic, only at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Claim based on Sequence 3 H-Test versus API SP test limits.
This hour on the Triangle Sports Leader is brought to you by the Ritchie Law Firm Injury Lawyers.
You can feel the madness!
Go to GotBrian.com. That's GotBrian.com.
WCMC HD1 Holly Springs. Take us with you on radio, web, app, Alexa, and YouTube. 99.9 The Fan, the Triangle Sports Leader.
I'm WRAL meteorologist Elizabeth Gardner. It is a WRAL weather alert day. We have the potential for ongoing thunderstorms through the middle of the afternoon with a chance for wind damage, isolated tornadoes, and hail. It's a level 2 risk across our area for the rest of the day. 77 for our high temperature. We'll clear out by the evening commute. Lows drop into the mid-40s tonight. Tomorrow will be sunny but breezy and cool with highs in the low 60s.
Weather update brought to you by Newcomb & Company, where your comfort is their business. Visit newcombandcompany.com. 4 o'clock check of your money. Dow Jones down 43 points to 39,127. You're invited to Sanford's 150th birthday bash, Saturday, April 6th from 10:30 a.m. to 4 p.m. This is a free event at Sanford Fairgrounds. Get all the details at Sanford150.com. Again, Sanford150.com.
Let's move the chains. Time for football at 4.
The Drive with Tim Donnelly, 99.9 The Fan. There was a quote from a former Panther in a Pro Football Talk article that shows me just how far Dan Morgan and Dave Canales have to drag the Carolina Panthers away from everything that took place last season, how they have to rid themselves of the problems of the past. It comes from Hayden Hurst. Okay, Hayden Hurst signed elsewhere. He was an offseason signing last year for the Panthers, got a pretty penny, and then they moved on from him this offseason despite almost no cap savings in the move. Now, just to give you a insight, Hayden Hurst about midseason suffered a concussion. He did not play again the rest of the year. There were some reports of post-concussion amnesia. There were some very, very serious deals, and you always give everybody the benefit of the doubt when it comes to those sort of things, right? Head trauma, you protect yourself the way you want to protect yourself. Hayden Hurst said this, because when you suffer like a long-standing concussion, there's going to be questions about like, well, your future, how confident are you? Are you cleared? What's this? It's the other. He was asked, and this is the quote that he said. I will read it to you, and then I will get mad. I had the concussion, and for a week after, it was a little touch and go, but I went to the Mayo Clinic down in Jacksonville, got a second opinion, got a full, clear bill of health. The only reason I sat out as long as I did was just from the front office. There was really no point. They were 2-15 or 2-13 at the time, so there was really no point in rushing back. End of quote. I hate this with a fiery passion. I hate that more than anything I've heard about the Panthers from a season ago. I hate that so much for a bunch of reasons. The most obvious being there was a sentiment that there was no point. He implies it comes from the front office. Do you know what's the funniest part about this? Some of you may be hearing this and saying, wait a minute, you talk about tanking. You can tank in the NFL. You can intentionally bottom out in the NFL, but you tank with decisions and movements that do not touch the players and coaches' thought process. You can tank by putting together a roster that can't win, but the roster that you put together better be trying as hard as they possibly can to win, even if they don't, even if they can't. The thought that there are games that take place when you only get 17 of them a year that do not matter, that there is no point to, you need those thoughts so far away from your sideline and your locker room that it is absurd. You can't let a player that is going to be on the sideline or in the locker room, or even if he's not, even if he's just talking to guys that are on the sideline or in the locker room, think that there isn't a point in trying to win games and being out there for your guys and being available when you can. It is a cancerous, metaphorically, obviously, locker room if there is anybody with any contribution to it that thinks, oh, well, what's the point?
It's one thing if the front office and the coaches said, hey, just I know you're clear, but to protect you further, just to make sure you heal further, we're going to hold you out. That's one thing. But to say, who cares?
To say I have a clear bill of health. He said a full, clear bill of health.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if the player wants to say, I'm worried, I want to get a third opinion. Sure. It's head trauma. Like I said, benefit of the doubt. That's why I never said a darn thing about Hayden Hurst not playing. Matter of fact, I defended him when people were calling him other things. I'm looking at this now and saying, ooh, can't say that. And do you know what's even worse? I'm going to read the last sentence again. They were 2-15 or 2-13 at the time. So there was really no point in rushing back. You're on the team, right? Imagine a player that they didn't play well today, and they were on the field. He played in a bunch of games. They were 2-15. There's so much bad coming out of that locker room. So Dan Morgan and Dave Canales, when Dave Canales said, what was it, at the Combine, one of my benefits, one of my advantages is I don't have an emotional connection to any of these guys. That was cold-blooded. I get it now. Oh, they got $50,000 in cap savings this year for cutting Hayden Hurst. Oh, I get it now. If a front office member ever looked at me and said, you're completely clear, or the doctor's your own second opinion that you went and got from the Mayo Clinic says you have a full clear bill of health, but we don't see any point in bringing you back, I'm fighting that tooth and nail. I am, as the player, saying nothing. I don't think you understand. I had options in free agency. I chose to come here. I wanted to play with this quarterback. I wanted to play with this team. I need to get out there and make sure I'm carrying my weight because we put in all that work in training camp, and they're depending on me. You can't let that happen. The only reason I sat out as long as I did was just from the front office, there was really no point. Anybody that was privy to those conversations, pack your bags. I hope Dan Morgan was kept silent. I hope he was on the other side of the building. Anyone that was aware of those conversations that didn't throw something against the wall, see ya. Whether actually or metaphorically, right? You don't sometimes throw something against the wall. You don't actually have to break a phone. But you better have yelled. There better have been a what are we doing here? There better have been do you actually like to compete or not? We don't have they didn't have their first round pick, by the way. So I guess you could argue if they had their first round pick, it's like, hey, we're in the running for the number 1 overall pick here. You might help us too much. You got to sit this one out.
Yeah, exactly.
But they didn't even have their pick. I was saying on the air, you can go find it on our podcast. I was saying they don't have a reason to tank. I thought they were going to sneak out 2 or 3 wins in the last 4 or 5 games because there would be teams with significantly less motivation than them, or even teams motivated not to win, and they didn't have that. Turns out they were tanking for Chicago. They were telling veterans, what's the point? Stay out of this one. So Chicago could have the number 1 pick. Wildly, wildly frustrating thing to hear.
Yeah, and you say, what's the point? Well, there is a point.
Winning culture.
It's winning culture. It's also, again, establishing what it is that you want to be as a franchise.
Helping your young guys know what success looks like. Helping your young guys know what it feels like to win in the league. Passing along what to do well. I mean, I'm not saying you got to play him every snap, but somebody out there could learn something from a veteran that's played with Joe Burrow, from a veteran that's played with Lamar and Flacco. Wildly frustrating. He was on the Falcons, too, right? He played with Matt Ryan. Pass along some information. Be there on the sideline on game day with a helmet on. All right, I'm going to real quickly here try to take in the and take a breath.
All right, yeah, breathe there,
Because Dennis is about to go to the Final Four, and I don't want to leave on an angry note here.
Okay.
So you're our eyes and ears out there, bud.
Yeah.
Which means this, everybody, he's going to be in locker rooms. You're going to be talking to players, coaches at the podiums. Anything you want to know, The Fan Rookie on Twitter, he'll see what he can do.
Hit me up. And if you're going out there, also hit me up.
Also hit him up. He'll be tracking down interviews. You'll hear him. Obviously, we'll be checking with him the rest of the week, but you literally have a plane to catch now.
Yeah. Take off here in about 2 hours or so.
So Dennis is going to take off. Have a safe flight. Graham's going to step in, who you all know very well. Graham Hill will be stepping in. So, Dennis, get the heck out of here. We'll talk to you tomorrow.
Okay, bye.
There you go. Tim Donnelly here for The Drive with Tim Donnelly on 99.9 The Fan, and for my friends over at Capital Financial Advisory Group. Come see Coach Pete's giant 8-foot whiteboards so you can physically see your financial plan come to life with a process designed to remove the complexities and confusion that, well, quite frankly, oftentimes comes with retirement planning. Coach breaks it all down in 3 easy colors: red, yellow, and green. We know what those mean, right? Stop. Caution. Go. If you're like me, I used to be able to Coach could describe a play. We're going to run a smash concept to the right. We're going to have a man beater on the left, meaning a man coverage beater on the left, and you could describe everything to me. Or you could just walk up to the whiteboard, draw it once, and I was like, boom, got it. Why didn't you do that from the beginning? Same is true when it comes to your retirement planning. You can sit there and talk about these funds and those decisions and this rate and this cost and this, or you could just have Coach Pete walk up to the whiteboard, color code it, make it super easy, and go, boom, now I understand everything. Now I'm in control of my retirement. Give them a call. They'll do all of that for you. It's a $1,000 consultation process that takes the worry out of retirement planning so you can enjoy peace of mind about your financial future. That's it. Call 800-691-3215. That's 800-691-3215. Make sure they know I sent you, Tim from 99.9 The Fan. Or if you're a texter more than a caller, text Tim to 600-700. That's TIM to 600-700. We'll be back with more. Graham will take over in the producer's chair, and we'll hit it and quit it coming up next.
Bama, UConn, NC State, Purdue.
Tour is the Final Four.
And the Wolfpack back to college basketball's promised land.
The Final Four will be heard here. 99.9 The Fan, the Triangle sports leader. Final Four coverage from Phoenix is built by Mungo Homes, building homes and dream teams for 70 years.
It's the first day of the first grade, and she found a new best friend. It's a laid-back Sunday afternoon you wish would never end.
The homemade taste of Bluebell and good friends gathered round. The good old days are being made right now.
St. Louis brought the world gooey butter cake. Now Bluebell brings us gooey butter cake ice cream. A cake batter ice cream with a luscious cream cheese swirl and gooey butter cake pieces. It's the gateway to the best in pints and half gallons.
The good old days are being made right now.
The good old days are being made right now.
Look for Bluebell ice cream at all Walgreens and all Lowe's food stores.
Mowing the lawn. Sure, you can do it all yourself, but why? At Autobell Car Wash, our team cleans your whole car from the inside out in 15 minutes or less. We do the work, so you don't have to.
People can tell when you Autobell.
He's one of those kids that only laughs at real anger. I don't know if you've ever met one of those peaches, but see, most 2- and 3-year-olds, they laugh at manufactured anger. You can go up to a kid that age and just go, rawr, and they're like, and this kid's like, I want to see your blood pressure spike, man.
From his multiple Netflix specials, comedian Tom Segura brings his new tour, Come Together, to PNC Arena Raleigh, April 14th. Tickets on sale now at Ticketmaster.com.
The always ready for breakfast deal.
Going to bed already? Yep. Breakfast at Mickey D's tomorrow. So, sooner I go to bed, sooner it'll be morning. Sooner I'll be at Mickey D's.
This is actually brilliant.
You can come too. Turn out that light.
There's a deal for every breakfast strategist at McDonald's.
For a limited time, you can buy a bacon, egg, and cheese biscuit or sausage, egg, and cheese McGriddles for only $2.50. Price and participation may vary. Cannot be combined with any other offer or combo meal.
What are you doing?
I'm training for the new Ultimate Dash Scratch-Offs. I could get a chance to dash through a warehouse full of prizes.
That explains the shopping cart.
Plus, I could win up to $2 million in cash.
And that explains the tuxedo.
I'm chafing.
Feel the rush with new Ultimate Dash Scratch-Offs from the North Carolina Education Lottery. Must be 18 to play. Approximate overall odds of winning are 1 in 3.78. Problem gambling helpline 877-718-5543.
At the V Foundation, V is for victory over cancer. V is for victory over giving up.
Don't give up. Don't ever give up.
Join our team in the fight against cancer at V.org.
Thanks for calling Discover. This is Gabby.
Hey, Gabby. It's Jennifer Coolidge. Hi. I'm so glad I reached you at 2 a.m.
Oh, of course. Anyone with a Discover card can call and talk to a real person 24/7. Now, how can I help?
Yeah, I used my Discover card to buy these yellow pleather pajamas, and I'm just not sure I'm pulling them off.
24/7 U.S.-based customer service. It pays to Discover. Limitations apply. Learn more at discover.com/creditcard.
Getting ready to take on spring? Make your first move with the reliable performance and power of Steel battery tools. From hedge trimmers and mowers to string trimmers and more, save on select Steel battery tools. Right now, save $50 on the FSA 57 battery trimmer set. Real Steel. Find yours at steeldealers.com. With AK-10 battery and AL101 charger. Offer valid for a limited time only while supplies last. See participating dealer for details.
The Drive with Tim Donnelly. 99.9 The Fan. Starting April 8th, everybody, before we get to hit it and quit it, starting April 8th, listen to 99.9 The Fan, the station you're listening to right now, every afternoon. This April 8th is next Monday, by the way. This upcoming Monday. Now that we're aware when April 8th is. Listen to The Fan every afternoon during the drive for your chance to see the Storm Surge in person. The 10K playoff payout is back. You'll earn an opportunity to win hockey playoff tickets and, like last year, take your ultimate shot at $10,000. The 10K playoff payout, driven by the Carolina Ford dealers, built Ford proud. Learn more at buyfordnow.com. Now, hit it and quit it, one of our favorite segments of the week, really. We line up some of the biggest stories that impact us right here in the state of North Carolina and the Triangle. We rapid fire, hit them, and quit them. We have Graham stepping in for Dennis, so he'll be joining me for the segment, but I'll get us started. Let's hit this. Stefon Diggs was traded to the Houston Texans today. There are a lot of angles on this one. The Bills are taking on a huge dead cap hit and actually adding to their cap. They're not saving money, they're adding money to their cap hit this year, which means they really wanted to get rid of Stefon Diggs. The Houston Texans are all in on this year with Joe Mixon and Stefon Diggs building off of C.J. Stroud's year last year. But how does it affect the Carolina Panthers? Like this. Now that Stefon Diggs is gone and Gabe Davis is gone, he's playing for Jacksonville, Buffalo needs a wide receiver. I know they brought in Curtis Samuel. They don't have a number one. You might say Dalton Kincaid, their tight end. That's not a number one wide receiver. They picked 28th. With everything going on with Rashee Rice right now, I don't know if you paid attention. There's some legal issues there. He was the number one wide receiver for the Chiefs down the stretch. With everything going on there, I believe the Chiefs need to draft a wide receiver. They draft 32nd. The Panthers have their first pick at 33. It's bad for them that all of these teams that are picking just a handful of picks before them are starting to have massive needs at the position the Panthers want the best player to fall to them at 33. There's nothing worse than having a player you love at a position you absolutely need get taken one pick before you. But what about this? There are, say, 3 players you love at a position you absolutely need, and there's only 4 picks before you, and all 3 are gone by the time it gets to you. It could be an absolute gut punch for Carolina.
You're like John Travolta in Pulp Fiction, just standing around looking like, all right, where do we go from here?
So close. And oh, by the way, those players go to the Bills and the Chiefs? That could be absolutely brutal. Let's quit that. Let's hit this.
I hit it so good.
I feel like we have to do this since we have Graham here. Graham occasionally, I don't know if everybody's aware of this, he occasionally is called upon to be the PA announcer at ECU baseball games. There was a big baseball game here in the Triangle yesterday. ECU beat North Carolina State, a couple of top 25 teams by a whole bunch. I mean, really, can North Carolina State athletics catch any breaks right now?
Right, nothing just seems to be going their way.
Just nothing is going their way.
The spring game might be getting rained out this Saturday.
Obviously joking there. Please, North Carolina State fans, don't go crazy on my Twitter. I look at this in 2 different ways. One is great for ECU, right? Big win early in the season. They're going to be looking for as many of those wins as they can as they build up their resume. But also, it's a Tuesday game in April, right? It's not even a part of a series. It's a midweek game in April, early April at that. I'm not going to write any Shakespearean sonnets about it, but it is good for ECU. Anything to add, Graham?
No longer doing public address announcing for ECU.
Look at that. Didn't know that.
Yeah, well, not a lot of people do. But
learn something new every day.
We won't go into the details as to why, but congratulations to the Pirates on their win.
There we go.
Last night. I'll just say that.
We'll quit that and we'll hit the next one quickly.
You blew it!
Scott Morrow practiced with the Canes yesterday. Now, this was breaking news on the show yesterday. And by the way, shout out to the Durham Bulls. We did our show yesterday from Durham Bulls Athletic Park. It was opening night. It was a great time out there. Thank you for having us. The hospitality was very much appreciated. But while we were out there, Scott Morrow signed an entry-level 3-year deal with the Canes. You can go back and find the deep dives we did into that, but I'll give you the cliff notes here quickly. Scott Morrow, his UMass career, collegiate hockey career, ended just seemingly moments before he signed this entry-level deal. But the real reason why it's news is he's seen as a very pro-ready prospect, right? He had been extremely productive at UMass. He has the body, right? He'd really put on the weight and things since he had been drafted, I believe, back in 2021. So he appears pro-ready, and there are quite a few players at his position, defensemen, who are expiring contracts this upcoming year. So you would think getting him signed quickly would set him up to maybe take a role next year if those guys are too expensive to bring back. The more interesting part is, and this is what Dennis brought up, is would he, if there were an injury in the postseason, which is always a possibility, you never ask for them, you never root for them, you never predict them.
They're going to happen, though.
Nobody is 100% healthy in April in the NHL. If there is an injury to one of their defensemen, could there be a possibility that Morrow, this brand new signed, fresh out of college prospect, might be called into the active lineup ahead of somebody like Tony DeAngelo, who appears to have fallen out of favor despite having a much more extensive experience in the NHL. And then he's practicing with the team like that day. Let's hear from him. Scott Morrow was on with the Adam Gold Show immediately before this one here on 99.9 The Fan. Here's what he had to say about his first practice with the team.
It was definitely a little bit different than what I'm used to, but it was a lot of fun. Definitely a lot higher skill level out there. You've got to be aware when you're defending and stuff, but it was a lot of fun, and I'm glad to have gotten the first one out of the way.
Rod Brindamore did not balk when speaking to the media today about potentially getting him into a game. Scott Morrow getting him into a game. I'm starting more and more to think that if there's an injury, we might see a guy make his NHL debut or his second or third appearance in like a second-round NHL playoff series.
Just getting thrown right into the deep end of the pool when you're trying to learn how to swim.
Just like, good luck, you're paired with Brett Pesce.
Yeah.
Something that, and oh, by the way, you're playing against the Rangers or something. Like, oh, you're playing against the Panthers. Something absolutely absurd like that. And I think it's becoming more and more of a possibility. For part of the reason how everyone's speaking about Scott Morrow and the fact that he got a 3-year deal, but also because of kind of the writing on the wall for DeAngelo. DeAngelo, due to injuries, was forced into the active lineup, I don't know, a couple weeks ago, played 4 minutes. That's not a ton for a team that's trying to stay rested and fresh going into a postseason run. So with that writing on the wall and with the positive words about Morrow, he might be a guy who has kind of, big minutes with a postseason series on the line, despite the fact that he was playing for UMass 2 weeks ago.
Well, let's face it, the playoffs can get physical. We all know this. And as you mentioned, you never want to wish an injury upon anybody, but you just have to be prepared for it to happen. And for Scott Morrow, he has to be prepared for it to be maybe his first NHL debut, as you mentioned, in Game 2 of the first round against the Philadelphia Flyers, something of that nature.
How absurd would that be? How exciting? Like, can you imagine?
How exciting would it be? How nerve-wracking would it be?
Imagine being like his parents. You're like, oh, he's living his dream. This is fun. Oh, no.
Up against the boards,
An entire franchise is depending on him, and these grown men are trying to smack him around.
Well, not even that. Just think about taking your first hit as an NHL player in a game like the Stanley Cup playoffs.
It's. I'm going to look up real quickly here the UMass hockey schedule. I want to see who he was playing most recently.
Okay.
Because there's Dartmouth.
Minnesota
was an exhibition. UMass Lowell, Cornell, Clarkson, Merrimack.
Oh, they're good.
They're all very good college hockey teams. But
the Ice Pack isn't up there?
I'm
kidding, of course.
Providence, right? It's like you could play against Providence or you could play against, the Florida Panthers.
One of the two.
It could be that soon, right? It's. Do you remember Tyson Bagent, the undrafted rookie that started for the quarterback that started for the Bears? If you look at like the last 12 teams he started against, and I don't remember the exact teams, but it's like the Colorado School for the Mines.
Came from Division II, right?
Came from Division II, played for Shepherd. Like the Colorado School for the Mines, and then the next game he started was against like the Minnesota Vikings. It went from that to that. This isn't quite that, but anything from college to the pro is a big jump. Let's quit that. Let's hit this. Steve Clifford. Almost called him Steve Clifford.
Excuse you?
Steve Clifford stepping down from the Hornets head coaching position at the end of the season. He announced that today they are going to transition him into a front office role with the team. Why do this? Why announce it now? He told his assistant coaches. He told his players. I'll tell you why. Because this decision on who's going to coach the Hornets next year is a massive one. You can now take your time, by the way, right? You're allowed to start interviewing because it's already out there. Everybody's aware of the situation. You can take your time looking for the guy you want to grow with Brandon Miller, LaMelo Ball. This next hire is the hire.
Yeah.
If you miss here, if you bring in the wrong guy, if you bring in someone not ready, if you bring in someone too green, it'll be very tough to recover with that core before they move on. It used to be you draft a guy like Brandon Miller. Brandon Miller, by the way, looks like he's going to be a really good one. It used to be you draft a guy like Brandon Miller and you have, all right, we got 12 years to get it right? We're just going to keep giving him bigger contracts. That's not the way it works anymore. You have like 2.5 years to get it right before they start saying, I'm out of here, or I'm going to leverage this into a trade, or I'm going to throw a fit, or I'm going to James Harden all over myself, or I'm going to demand that you sign my best friend from another team. Like as soon as they make an all-star game, which LaMelo hasn't and Brandon Miller hasn't, the clock is ticking on you to figure it out. So this next hire for the Hornets is wildly important, and that's why Steve Clifford might think like it's a good time to start interviewing and make sure we have our time. You don't want to rush that decision. Heck, maybe even bring some players. I don't know if they're to that point in their career yet, but at least let them pretend like they're a part of the hiring process, and they can't have the final say, but maybe. You want to keep them happy.
Ball. Join in front office meetings.
Everyone wants a seat at the table. Maybe you could say, what do you think? You don't have to listen to what they're saying, but hey, what do you think? Might make them like – it's what everyone hates about the NBA is the players have so darn much power.
Yeah.
And
too much power at times.
A lot of times. Especially kind of the fringe all-stars rather than like, LeBron and Steph are going to have whatever LeBron and Steph have. But the fringe all-stars, when they're demanding, coach approval, it gets kind of crazy. But you might be able to at least make him think he's at the table. Let's quit that. Let's hit this.
I am not a perfect man.
There's a lot of movement in the college basketball transfer portal. A lot of movement. We're seeing JMU's leading scorer just committed to Louisville, so he'll be playing in the ACC. A whole bunch of people thought he would follow his coach to Vanderbilt. That didn't happen. But there's two I want to focus on because I think they're big players from other divisions, other conferences that could end up in the ACC, similar to the player ending up at Louisville. And we might have to talk about them next year. One of them, Bronny James. Bronny James at USC had a I would say underwhelming year, but he was a freshman. I'm not insulting him at all, but his coach, Andy Enfield at USC, left USC to take over an ACC program, SMU. What does SMU have? Money. If you're looking for a buzzworthy, bankable, drawing star, meaning filling seats, Bronny James would be that, and they'd have the NIL to do it if that's what he's looking for. And then he would be in the ACC, meaning he would be coming around the triangle playing, and it would be a circus.
Oh, man. Yeah.
Bronny James, and you may say, oh, what do you average, 4 points? Maybe. You can argue he shouldn't be a big deal. You can't argue he's not a big deal. Oh, the only reason he's famous is because of his dad.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep. And guess what? He is famous.
That's exactly right.
That is factual. So he could be coming to the ACC. The other is a guy who really impressed me. His name is Trey Townsend, and he's in the portal out of Oakland. Not Oakland, California. Oakland, the school that took NC State to overtime in the second round of the NCAA tournament. If you watch that game,
he was a baller.
Oakland had two guys. They had number 3 and number 4. Number 3 was Jack Golke, the shooter. His eligibility is done. He's somewhere recording a commercial for TurboTax, as is seemingly everyone that
or
made
a Morsell Sports podcast.
True. He's been kind of all over the place. Trey Townsend, though, was probably the better player. He was the one getting buckets. He was the one banging down low. He was the one playing really, really well. He was the conference player of the year. Jack Golke kind of stole the headlines with a 10 three-point make performance against Kentucky and then some late clutch threes against NC State. But Trey Townsend, I believe, is the better player. He's in the transfer portal. How do you not make that call if you're NC State? State builds off of transfers. This year, DJ Burns, former transfer. DJ Horn, transfer. Casey Morsell, former transfer. Michael O'Connell, transfer. Mo Diarra, transfer. Ben Middlebrooks, transfer. Jaden Taylor, transfer.
Some of the managers, transfers.
Transfer. Like, they build off of transfers. This happens in pro sports a lot, where like a free agent will sign a deal that seems like way more money than they're worth. Like, I'm just going to pick a random NFL team. Say somebody signs with the Vikings, and it's for like $5 million more per year than you thought they'd make. It's like, wow, that's weird. And then you look it up, and it's like, in their career, they average, say, 50 receiving yards per game. But in the 5 games they played against the Vikings in their career, they averaged like 120. And it's like, oh, the Vikings just saw the absolute best of him, and we're like, of course we want that guy on our. He kills us. Trey Townsend kind of gave NC State the business at times. Of course they're going to want him, right? In a similar way. I just think he could end up in the ACC because what else did he learn in that game? He can play with those guys, right? Yeah. He's confident if he has options. If there's an ACC school calling and an SEC school calling and a Pac-12 school calling, he knows he can kind of run with the ACC Wolves because he played really well against the Wolfpack. So that's one of their transfer portal options, just a couple names to watch that have some buzz for some different reasons. Let's quit that. Let's hit this.
Well, I mean, are you a smart guy?
The NC State women getting ready to face South Carolina later this week. Final 4 matchup. I'm going to do my best to bring it up a few times, each show, make sure everybody's aware of it. South Carolina, I want to emphasize this, is no joke. Okay? But I also want to emphasize this. Did you think you were going to play a pushover in the Final 4? I'm hearing a lot of hype about how good Dawn Staley's team is and how dominant they've been all year, haven't lost a game, all of those things. But, yeah, like I don't want to say you want to face the best team because any competitors, like I want to win, right? Whatever I got to do that. But if you're in the Final 4, you want the full experience, right? Let's hear from Wes Moore, the head coach of NC State, on how great Dawn Staley's team is.
This is her best team, in my opinion. Even though they've had some great teams, they've won a national championship, but they can shoot the ball better than they've ever been able to. And when you've got Cardozo on the block and you can shoot from the perimeter, the defense has to pick their poisons.
They are very good. You know who else is very good? NC State.
Yep. Sanaya Rivers.
Very
Zaya
good. James, very good.
This is not the David Goliath matchup that people should be making it out to be.
But I'm fine if they want to use that as motivation.
Oh yeah, bulletin board material.
If you want to paint it as David, you know what's like the irony of David versus Goliath? David won.
Yeah.
Right? You don't want to describe yourself as the Goliath because Goliath is overconfident and Goliath loses. The way I look at this is State's going to have to play really well to win. The way I'm going to look at this is South Carolina's going to have to play really well to win. Now, if they both give their A+++ game, I believe it's going to be tough for State to overcome it, but it's rare that anybody plays their A. Like, everybody makes mistakes. Everybody leaves gaps. Everybody leaves the door open at some point. State has to be ready to run through the door to take advantage of their opportunities when presented by South Carolina. Let's quit that. Let's hit this.
Why not?
The McDonald's All-American game was last night. There were 2 players committed to Duke, 2 players committed to UNC. So while NC State basketball fans have their attention focused on
elsewhere,
UNC and Duke at least had a distraction, right? They at least had some. At least they don't have anyone in the McDonald's All-American game, as if that's something, right? It's like, yeah, sure, they're playing in the Final Four. They don't have any recruits in the McDonald's All-American game. Cooper Flagg, number 1 recruit in the country, going to Duke. 8 points, 6 rebounds, 3 assists. Some people are disappointed by that. You might argue.
What were you expecting, a 31-point performance?
You might argue that Isaiah Evans, another Duke commit, 0 points, 4 rebounds, 1 assist. Maybe a little bit more concerning. Ian Jackson committed to UNC, 21 points, 1 rebound, 2 assists.
Okay.
UNC's probably dancing.
Yep.
However, Drake Powell, another UNC commit, 0 points, 4 rebounds, 1 assist.
Interesting.
Yeah, so they're a Duke commit and a UNC commit in the same game had identical 0.4 rebound, 1 assist nights.
Can't wait for those 4 guys to be matched up amongst each other next season.
Oh, absolutely. And you know what? I still think they're all really good players. I've said this about these All-Star games in the past. The McDonald's All-American game, there's an Iverson All-Star game, the Jordan Brand Classic, all of these All-Star games that have come and gone throughout the years, they are a celebration of great high school careers, not a measure of how good the players are, right? It's the hay is in the barn. I don't judge players by how well they play with players that they, in many cases, met like 4 days before. I don't judge players based on how well they play for a coach that coaches them for a week rather than a season. I don't judge players on how they play when everyone out there is looking to show off for themselves, right? Sometimes the best play you can make is a pass. But in those games, a lot of times, why would I pass and make him look good, right? I'm trying to get mine. I do not judge players based on how they look in all-star games. I don't mind if you want to judge somebody based on watching their film in like the Peach Jam Classic, EYBL, or their high school season long. You judge players based on how good they are, not how they are in the All-Star game. But it is fun. It was fun for me just now to read some stats and watch Duke fans and UNC fans go, oh, no. Only to then go, actually, I don't really care. Dennis is on the road, but he did leave us with something for you to hear.
Dennis Cox here for my friends over at Underdog Sportsbook. As we all know, it's a big week this week. There's a lot going on in the sports world, including this upcoming weekend. If you want to get in on the action, you got to go to Underdog Sportsbook because their sportsbook app, it's a simple, fresh experience, straightforward language for you, the fan, that you can understand, and a design that's as clean as it is appealing. That's the one thing I love about Underdog Sportsbook. I open up the app. I know exactly where to go. I know exactly what I'm looking at. So you got the big college basketball coming up, NBA, Major League Baseball, you name it. Underdog Sportsbook has got it there for you. Download the Underdog Sportsbook app on iOS or Android. Sign up with the promo code Dennis and use your first bet mulligan, which returns up to $1,000 as bonus funds if your first bet loses. That's Underdog Sportsbook, promo code Dennis. Must be 21 plus and present in North Carolina. Gambling problem? Call 1-877-718-5543 or visit morethanagame.nc.gov or call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms, conditions, and restrictions apply and can be found in the Underdog Sportsbook app.
The Drive with Tim Donnelly, 99.9 The Fan, will be back with a preview of Graham, who's producing the show, and my conversation with Gary Hahn, the voice of the Wolfpack. He is on one of the more special runs a broadcaster could be on alongside the NC State Wolfpack. We dive into that. We give you just a taste, some of the stories that Gary gave us. The rest you'll have to wait till tomorrow when the podcast drops, because this is all part of our Pack Therapy podcast. Gary Hahn, voice of the Wolfpack, that conversation coming up.
This is Gordon Miller for Miller Lending and Cary. 2023 has been a year to forget for those looking to buy or refinance their home. With rates at the highest level in 16 years, homeowners have been faced with the reality that their timing could not have been worse. The exact same scenario I first dealt with back in 1987 when I stumbled across a way to use a no closing cost loan as a workaround. With no cost of any kind, my borrowers simply closed at the current rates, but as soon as rates fell, I closed them again. 2 closings, 0 costs, and I never looked back. Now fast forward 37 years and Miller Lending continues to help you avoid the pain of bad timing and higher closing costs. So knowing all that, I have one question. With the likelihood of lower rates in 2024, why would you choose to pay upwards of $10,000 to close on rates we haven't seen since 2007? So before you throw away thousands of dollars in needless fees, pick up the phone and call Miller Lending for your no-cost loan today. In Cary, 919-447-3377, or simply apply online at millerlending.com. Miller Lending is an equal housing lender, NMLS number 2502146.
Soundstation and Security, your automotive and audio experts. Car audio, car video, home theater, wheels and tires, and so much more. Plus, did you know Soundstation and Security offers full service for your vehicle? Alignments, inspection, oil changes, window tinting, and custom exhaust. And with a variety of financing options, Soundstation and Security can help you get what you need today. 2 locations, downtown Smithfield and on Glenwood Avenue in Raleigh. Soundstation and Security. Visit myhotsound.com.
A happy place comes in many colors. Whatever your color, bring happiness home with CertaPro Painters and make your happy place your home. CertaPro Painters. That's painting happy. During our spring sales event, get 10% off any home painting project $2,500 or more when you schedule before April 30th. Get started today at CertaPro.com. Each CertaPro Painter's business is independently owned and operated. Home improvement contractor registration numbers are available at CertaPro.com.
Direct Auto Insurance is for uncompromisers. The people who refuse to make trade-offs in life. Like Kelly, when her old car insurance got so expensive that she couldn't afford to drive anymore, do you think she started carrying her groceries for miles? No. But she did find Direct Auto's savings that allowed her to drive instead of compromise. With savings of up to 25%, you too can stop compromising and keep driving. Get a quote today at directauto.com. Savings based on applied discounts and will vary. Terms apply. How you buy can affect price. National General Group, Winston Salem.
Tim Donnelly here for my friends at Zero Res. April showers bring Mayflowers. Well, how about this? Sitting on your couch in March brings crumbs and stains and spills on your carpet in April. That's where Zero Res comes in. Get your carpets cleaned. Not only is indoor air quality an issue year-round, but especially now that allergens and pollens are coming out of hibernation to invade your home. Get them all, the dust, the dander, everything out of your house using Zero Res. Get 3 rooms of your carpet Zero Resified starting at just $105. And if you get your air ducts cleaned, they'll clean your dryer vent for free. That's a $165 value. Call my friends at Zero Res right now. 919-995-0000 or go online at zeroresnc.com and say you want the 99.9 The Fan special. Zero Res. Spell it backwards or forwards. It spells the same, and your house will smell clean.
Did you know one of the best investments you can make? It's in yourself. At My Computer Career, in just a few months, you could start your new career in the high-demand, recession-resistant field of information technology. Isn't it time you invest in you and start a career in networking, cybersecurity, AI, or upskill to boost your current IT career? So, get the ROI you deserve at My Computer Career. No experience necessary. Start now at mycomputercareer.edu.
Financial aid is available for qualified students, including the GI Bill.
The Drive with Tim Donnelly, 99.9 The Fan. Earlier today, Graham and I were able to jump on the phone with Gary Hahn, the voice of the NC State Wolfpack, to talk about this run that the NC State basketball team has been on, but also his unique situation where his retirement was announced months ago, and with every win, his retirement gets pushed back 1 more game for the last 9 games. This is all part of our Pack Therapy podcast. We're going to give you a little taste of it now, just some of the stories that Gary passed along to us. The rest will become available on the Pack Therapy podcast when the episode drops tomorrow. Here's our conversation with Gary Hahn from earlier today. You've been in the game for a while, and if we go back to when you were 6 years old, you've seen, every different kind of player. Have you seen anything like the phenomenon that is DJ Burns over the last 20 days?
Yeah, just once. Only one other time, and that was when I was at the University of Louisville. and I was the analyst and the engineer for the 1979-1980 University of Louisville basketball team that won the national championship. They had this team, NC State team doesn't have it, but they had a mega leader in the name of Daryl Griffith. And then they had some wonderful talent around him, Derek Smith, Wiley Brown, Roger Berkman, Jerry Eves, and I could go on and on. But these guys ended up winning it all, and that was the most together group of people that I've ever seen. And if Daryl Griffith told you to do something, you would go over there and stand on your head and spit quarters, everybody would have done it. But, that's the kind of leader he was, and he was a tremendous player, went on to play many, many years in the NBA. And he was a Skywalker. I mean, other than David Thompson, I've never seen anybody be able to elevate like Daryl Griffith. But that team had togetherness. These guys loved each other. They would do anything for each other. They were connected. This team is the closest I've seen to that. Now, this NC State team doesn't have a mega leader, but it's got a whole bunch of veterans. And these guys have played basketball for a long time. They're hungry. And all of a sudden, at the end of the year, things weren't going very good. But they weren't that bad. I mean, they lost 4 straight games going into the ACC tournament, but they were competitive in all of them. And what you'd find was that there was a stretch of about 5 minutes or 7 minutes in the game. It either came in the first half. Most of the time it came in the second half in the last 10 minutes, where a couple of things would happen. There'd either be a bunch of breakdowns defensively, or there'd be a period where NC State just couldn't put the ball in the basket. And that's all it takes when you're playing. I'll tell you, when you're playing ACC games, there's a fine line between winning and losing, and that's all it takes. And these guys weren't that bad. So the amazing thing is how quickly they turned it around. Coach Keats told them, this is what you got to do. You guys told me before the season started you wanted to win the ACC championship. Well, you're going to have to win 5 games to do it. And if you do these things, this is what will happen. And all of a sudden, guards weren't blowing by NC State defensively. The ball screen defense was better. You got complementary scoring. Some guys stepped up big time like Michael O'Connell and Mo Diarra. But to Mo's defense, I mean, he was already playing pretty well even during those 4 games. But you've got to have guys step up. Ben Middlebrooks, I mean, you can go on and on and on. Everybody just stepped up, and if they weren't contributing offensively, like a Jaden Taylor, he had 28 at Pitt in the last regular season game, but he hadn't given NC State much offensively, and he had an ankle issue during the ACC tournament. But he's done great things on defense. He's a great on-ball defender, and he's embraced that role, and that's what you got to have, and that's how NC State turned it around. But I still marvel at how quickly they were able to do it.
What about the off-the-court stuff? Was that Louisville team or anything like DJ Burns? I saw he and DJ Horn were at Applebee's, and not only did they pack out the Applebee's, the parking lot, the line wrapped around however long, it looked like there was a parade in town, and it was fans wanted to see and interact with them. Have you seen the I don't know, like it felt like David Cassidy from back in the day or something. Like, have they hit the celebrity before in anything you've seen?
No, even the 1980 Louisville team. Now, when it came back to Louisville, I mean, it was a big deal. Mm-hmm. They packed Freedom Hall, and there were parades and all of that sort of stuff. But no, nothing like this. In fact, I just found this out. I got up at 6 a.m. to do some yard work because a big tree limb had fallen down in my yard while I was gone. I had to get rid of that. And so I was out there, and a neighbor came out. Did you see what happened? I only live about a mile away from that Applebee's, and she was telling me about DJ Burns was there, and there was a big crowd that was circling the restaurant. And I said, no, I didn't know about that because I've been too busy getting ready for 3 different teams here in the Final Four to call a ball game. But that just blew my mind. But this is a good group of guys. I mean, it really is. These are some really neat personalities, some character people. And DJ Burns, while he's very, very physical on the court and is a tremendous competitor off the court, he's just a big furball. I mean, he's just the nicest, softest, most humble, engaging, sweet kind of guy that you'd ever want to meet.
Gary, through going to NC State media availability this past football season, obviously I see you do your one-on-one pregame interviews with Dave Dorn. It reminds me that you work really closely with these coaches, both professionally and personally. I'm curious, what does Kevin Keatts mean to you as a friend, as a colleague, and also do you have any unique stories that you would mind sharing with us about Kevin Keatts just as a person as you've gotten to know him throughout your career and his career here at NC State?
Well, I can tell you, Kevin Keatts is the same guy during a 4-game losing streak, and he's the same guy now during a 9-game winning streak. That's the amazing thing about Kevin Keatts. I think he's got some deep inner faith that everything is going to work out for him and everything is going to work out for what he's trying to do. And, there've been a couple of rough years, but, he's bounced back. And he's the same guy. And I have a lot of respect for that. And just to give you some idea about Coach Keatts as a person, when my mom died and I was trying to get a car out of Clemson and get back to Raleigh, he was talking to me on the telephone. Mm-hmm. And, he cares. He cares about people. And he said, you keep me updated on what's going on. So I did, and we texted back and forth during the 8 days. But the weekend of the last regular season game, the family plot is up there about 35 miles northwest of Pittsburgh. And my mom wanted to be buried. She didn't want to be cremated. So basically I flew up on Thursday on my own. I conducted her graveside service on Friday. I took the rent-a-car back to the airport, went met the team bus when they landed at the Pittsburgh airport in the charter terminal, and rode the bus down into Pittsburgh, did the game the next night, flew back with the team. My fiance also went with me. She was right there by the bedside when my mom died, and he made that all possible. He made it so that she could fly back with me. And there aren't too many coaches I don't think that would do that, but he did, and that just shows you the kind of person he is. And it was definitely a different kind of weekend that weekend, but I'll always be grateful to him for working that all out, because if Rhonda and I would have had regular airfare both ways from Pittsburgh to Raleigh, I think it was going to end up costing us something like $1,200, and that was just ridiculous. So he made that happen, and that's I think a pretty good example of what you get with Kevin Keatts.
Well, I know we said as much on air, and the station did a bunch when all of that took place. But having you here, I would like to pass along the condolences and thoughts and prayers on the passing of your mom, and because she's popped up a few times in the conversation, and it's obvious, how much she meant to you. So we want to make sure we take the time to do that.
Well, I had my mom for almost 72 years. Not a lot of people can say that. My mom was pushing 95 years old when the Lord took her home. And, I still have periods of where I'll just break down and start crying here at the house. But it's getting better, and it'll continue to get better as I go along. But I think, I truly believe that God orchestrates everything. He holds everything together, and everything happens on His timetable. And I just thank Him for the blessing that this run to the Final Four has been, because it's helped me it's been a distraction for me away from my mom, and it's been a wonderful distraction, because when you're calling games on radio and all the prep you have to do to get ready for it, it takes up a lot of time, and that's about all you can think about. You're focused on all of that, and I think that's been good for me.
Well, we'll play into that distraction a bit here and ask the next one. Obviously, with your prep, Zach Edey has to come up in it occasionally. You've been pouring over the numbers. What is a key to making that guy not look like the All-American that he is on Saturday?
Well, I think the first thing you got to do is you got to make sure if he catches it, you try to limit his touches with great ball pressure. But he's going to touch the ball. There's just no way around that. But if he touches it, he better touch it outside the lane, because if he touches it in deep, it's all over. I mean, it's either going to be a layup or a dunk. or if he misses a shot, he's going to tip it back in or dunk it back in. So you've got to be able to do that. So the ball pressure defensively has to be very good, and you've got to be physical with him, which I think DJ Burns will be, but you've got to be physical with him without fouling. And, again, you got to make sure you kind of root him out so that he doesn't catch it deep, because I've been watching games. I've watched about 4 of them. I've got this thing basketball is giving me called Synergy Video Express. I get to kind of get in on it with them, and I can pull down any game after it's played. It doesn't matter if it's NBA game, women, men, you name it. I can pull it down. So I pulled some Purdue games down and been watching, and the teams that have let Edey catch it deep, they don't win. And there, of course, there haven't been many losses for Purdue anyway. They've only lost 4 games, but they're the only theme I could find in the 4 was just poor shooting. 28% from the field in the 4 losses, and then they haven't been to the foul line as much. Normally they get to the foul line about 25 times a game, and so if you could limit their guard without fouling, keep them off the free throw line, keep Edey outside the lane, and make him work for what he gets. I think that's the best scenario for NC State. But if you try to double him, which I'm sure the Pac will try to do at times, Wisconsin a few times triple teamed him, and they ended up beating Purdue in the Big Ten tournament 76-75. But since then, Purdue's won 4 straight. But if you double Edey, the problem that you have is that you've got dead-eye three-point shooters all around the perimeter, because Purdue shoots 41% as a team, and that's second best in America. And so, Edey's no dummy. He can pass, and he's gonna get the open man. So that's it's sort of a pick your poison type thing, and we'll see what vile NC State decides to grab on Saturday.
Dennis Cox here for my friends over at the Law Tigers. Big shout out to everyone that signed up to win the Custom Hurricanes 2023 Harley-Davidson Softail motorcycle. Again, Law Tigers, Tobacco Road Harley-Davidson, Shiny Side Paint, and your Carolina Hurricanes all teamed up to give the ultimate Canes fan a Custom Hurricanes motorcycle. And it's going to be given away this Friday between the first and second period at PNC Arena. I cannot wait to see who wins. Law Tigers, North Carolina's motorcycle lawyers. Law Tigers is a network of independent law firms who are members of the American Association of Motorcycle Injury Lawyers. Law Tigers is not a law firm.
Evan, Canty, and Michelle are unsportsmanlike.
9 straight elimination games that they've won, and yet they keep going about their business very workmanlike, and they have this childlike enthusiasm when they're doing it. Like, this is a fun basketball team to watch. They're the most fun team to watch in the men's tournament. The way that they play basketball, especially their intensity on the defensive end, I mean, how could you not root for NC State at this point?
Mornings from 6 to 9 on 99.9 The Fan, the Triangle Sports Leader.
It's bow time. Something new just dropped at Bojangles. Take the bold taste of a crispy golden chicken supreme that's been seasoned to perfection, then add dill pickles, Carolina Gold barbecue sauce, and a toasted bun that's great on the go. What do you get? You get a Bo's Bird Dog. In fact, you can grab 2 of them for $5. So when you're on the go, headed to practice, or need a snack, grab a Bo's Bird Dog. Hurry in before they're gone. Available for a limited time. It's bow time.
There's no time like bow time, but sometimes it's go time. No time to stop. Introducing Bojangles' new Bird Dog, a seasoned to perfection Bojangles Chicken Supreme, dill pickles, Carolina Gold barbecue sauce, all on a toasted bun. Great on the go. Try 2 Bird Dogs for just $5 or a 2 Bird Dog combo for just $8. Hurry, Bo's Bird Dogs are available for limited time only. When you're hungry for flavor and value, it's bow time.
The moment we've been waiting for has arrived. Download the Caesars Sportsbook app today using code NewNCBG. Then place your first bet of $5 or more. Win or lose, you'll receive $150 in bonus bets. Open to new users in North Carolina who are 21 or older. Terms and conditions apply. See Caesars.com/promos or the promos tab in the app for full terms. Gambling problem? Call 1-877-718-5543 or visit morethanagamenc.gov. Tribal Casino Gaming Enterprise is a licensed operator by the North Carolina State Lottery Commission.
At WakeMed MyCare 365, we deliver convenience others only talk about. Every day of the year. Primary care and urgent care under one roof. Multiple locations, virtual visits, walk-in or schedule an appointment online. From annual physicals and routine care to sinus infection, strep, or the flu, we couldn't be more convenient. Learn more about our kind of care and our kind of convenience at wakemed.org.
What are you doing?
I'm training for the new Ultimate Dash Scratch-Offs. I could get a chance to dash through a warehouse full of prizes.
That explains the shopping cart.
Plus, I could win up to $2 million in cash.
And that explains the tuxedo.
I'm chafing.
Feel the rush with new Ultimate Dash Scratch-Offs from the North Carolina Education Lottery. Must be 18 to play. Approximate overall odds of winning are 1 in 3.78. Problem gambling helpline 877-718-5543.
Imagine waking up this time next week and being 100% debt-free. No credit cards, no car loan, no personal loan. Hey, it's Dennis Cox. Loan Pronto's Equity Express line of credit can make it happen. Homeowners are turning their home equity into cash almost instantly. With Loan Pronto's AI-based system, you can get approval in about 10 minutes with almost no documentation, no appraisal, and no hassle. You can get hundreds of thousands of dollars out of your home. Use that money to pay off all your other loans. The average homeowner saves over $850 a month doing this. Listen, your home value is way up. You can use that to wipe out all those credit cards, get some money for a home improvement. Literally hundreds of thousands are at your fingertips, and approval is just minutes away. Call 919-381-1760, 919-381-1760, loanpronto.com, 919-381-1760, NMLS 1661781, subject to lender approval, equal housing lender.
What is dedication?
People ask, how your children learn how to ride a bike, and you didn't. I just created an environment where they taught themselves, and all I had to do was be there.
That's dedication. Visit fatherhood.gov to hear more. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
This hour on the Triangle Sports Leader is brought to you by the Ritchie Law Firm Injury Lawyers.
You can feel the madness!
Go to GotBryan.com. That's GotBryan.com.
WCMC HD1 Holly Springs. Take us with you on radio, web, app, Alexa, and YouTube. 99.9 The Fan, the Triangle Sports Leader.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm WRAL meteorologist Mike Mays. Our cold front is pushing through, moving the rain out of the way, bringing in cooler air. Becomes mostly clear, cooler tonight, breezy 47. Morning sunshine tomorrow, clouds in the afternoon with some light rain, windy 62.
Weather update brought to you by Newcomb & Company, where your comfort is their business. Visit newcombandcompany.com. 5 o'clock check of your money. The Dow Jones closes down today at 43 points at 39,127. Market update brought to you by the Good Feet Store. Ready to step into a healthy and active lifestyle? Come to the Good Feet Store and experience the difference. Discover how a simple step can lead to a life of pain-free responsibilities. Visit Sanford's 150th birthday bash Saturday, April 6, 10:30 a.m. to 4. This is a free event happening at Sanford Fairgrounds. Get all the details at sanford150.com.
It's 5 o'clock. Time to serve up the biggest sports stories of the day. Here comes your starting five.
The Drive with Tim Donnelly, 99.9 The Fan. We are a couple minutes late, but it is time for the starting five, starting with number 5. Stefon Diggs was traded to the Houston Texans earlier today. That is a ground-shaking trade for April 3rd, 22 days before the draft. It did feel like the Bills were quite motivated to move on from Stefon Diggs. And I think part of that might be so they could have their draft plan in place. What I mean by that is they want to get all of their ducks in a row on which wide receiver they're going to take with the 28th pick, which means that is another wide receiver that will be wiped off the board right before the Panthers pick at number 33 overall and number 39 overall. But I'll throw this out there also. The Bills are in a different place than the Panthers are. There are not quite as many holes that they need to fill. So don't be surprised if a player like Brian Thomas Jr., a player like Addy Mitchell out of Texas, Brian Thomas Jr. out of LSU, if they fall just 5 or 6 picks beyond where most have them projected, if the Bills don't pounce on that and trade up. The Panthers, right, because if the Bills are 28th The Chiefs need a wide receiver as well. They're picking 32nd. The Panthers are 33rd. There might be some logic to, why don't you trade up to the mid-20s to jump both of them and get a better wide receiver? Panthers can't do that because they need more picks. They have more holes in their roster they need to answer to. They don't just need a wide receiver. They also need a tight end, and they also need offensive line, a center, and they also need edge rushers, and they also need a corner, and they also need. So part of the disadvantage of being a team with so many needs and so few draft picks is when you get into those kind of tug of wars with other team, we'll jump you, no, you jump us, you're going to lose. So the Chiefs are probably going to take a receiver. The Bills are probably going to take a receiver. 3 or 4 or 5 other teams might take a receiver before they even get to your pick. Is it frustrating? Yeah. But you put yourself in this situation. Now you have to answer for it. Also, when it comes to the Bryce Young versus C.J. Stroud debates that are going to happen over the next 5 years, now we can, like already last year, it looked like the Texans had a better supporting cast around their quarterback. But you could argue C.J. Stroud was making that supporting cast look good, right? Devin Singletary at running back, he's not anything to write home about. Nico Collins wasn't the best wide receiver in the world. He was solid. And then Tank Dell was a mid-round rookie, and Dalton Schultz was a Cowboys cast-off, and they looked really good. Now, next year, we can say it. The Texans have a much better supporting cast than the Carolina Panthers. Joe Mixon added to that mix. Nico Collins, Tank Dell having kind of vaulted up with their play last year, and Stefon Diggs added to the mix. Now we have to grade on a curve. C.J. Stroud can look better and still get he has a much better team around him boost. Let's just take it all into account. That's number 5. Let's get to number 4.
We are the 4 horsemen. Woo!
The head coach of the Charlotte Hornets, Steve Clifford, it was revealed earlier today in an announcement that he is stepping down from being the head coach of the Hornets at the end of this season. He will be transitioning into a front office role, so it is not a goodbye. It is a see you in a different office.
See you soon.
It's I'll see you, but maybe not on road trips. I'll read the tweet. I saw it first. ESPN sources, Steve Clifford is stepping down as the Charlotte Hornets coach at the end of the season and working to finalize a front office role with the franchise. Clifford informed his assistants and players on Wednesday morning. This is little to do, I believe, with Steve Clifford and more to do with getting the next guy right or getting the next coach right. Brandon Miller, LaMelo Ball, you have a nice little core, right? Mark Williams out of Duke. Yeah, there's a few guys you like there that you have this nice little young core that might be something, but you need the coach that is going to be the right guy to take it to the next level. There's, the history of sports is littered with Mark Jacksons, right? Mark Jackson was the coach of the Warriors, who got the ball kind of rolling in the right direction and then was replaced by Steve Kerr, and the Warriors went supernova and became a dynasty. Steve Clifford is banking that he is Mark Jackson in this scenario, and he's going to move up to the front office and try to enjoy the Steve Kerr coming in next and taking this young core into the contendership. By contendership, by the way, is what I tried to say there. If you make this announcement now, you can start interviewing now. You don't have to hide it. You don't have to do backdoor deals. You don't have to call up assistants like, you did not hear from us, but would you be interested in coaching the Charlotte Hornets? You can now do everything out in the open and make sure you take your time to overturn every stone and get the right person.
The reset ultimately starts now for the Charlotte Hornets. It's been starting with the new ownership in different ways.
Yep. And it just truly is. You have to get this right. And I said this earlier. You don't get a bunch of chances at the restart. You kind of get one with this core. If this coach isn't the right coach, but LaMelo Ball makes another couple All-Star games, if this next coach you hire isn't the right coach, but Brandon Miller gets to his first All-Star game, they're out of town as soon as you can say, the Charlotte Hornets, right? They're out of town quickly. So This next hire is wildly important for the future of this core, or else you really will be restarting again and picking in the lottery again and looking for the next guy that might be the guy to take you out of the dungeon again. That's number 4. Let's get to number 3.
1, 2, 3.
The transfer portal is running rampant in college basketball right now. We talked about what state must do as far as using this run to build buzz and then capitalize on that buzz by convincing players to come in. They had a whole bunch of transfers this year. Pretty much every one of their contributors has been a transfer this year. If that's not a great recruiting pitch in the transfer portal, I don't know what it is. We give massive roles to transfers, and then we go to the Final Four. Would you like to come?
Okay, sign me up.
Yeah.
And y'all got ice cream after victories?
And we make T-shirts with ice cream after victories also. But it's not just state that needs to be paying attention to this. We talked about it with Duke. Duke needs veterans, right? And there's 2 ways to get veterans. Either they could talk very nicely to Filipowski and to Jared McCain and to some of these guys that appear on the way out and say, please come back. Or they could hit the transfer portal, right? They have the number 1 ranked recruiting class in the country. 2 of those guys played in the McDonald's All-American game last night. We'll talk about it in a second. But they're also in the transfer portal. They're talking to guys from mid-majors that have been in college basketball for 4 years already and might have 1 more year to go be a veteran for Duke. North Carolina, what did you learn from last season to this season if you're UNC, right? You put the right transfers around the core that you have, you might be able to make something happen, right? You take R.J. Davis and Armando Bacot, you surround them with Cormac Ryan, Harrison Ingram. You surround them with the right transfers and a well-placed freshman, Elliot Cadeau.
Yep.
And you are a number 1 seed after missing the tournament the previous year. Who's that core you're building around? Can you get R.J. Davis to come back? Can you get Harrison Ingram to come back? Elliot Cadeau, can you keep him out of the portal? If you have that core, what transfers are you going around to get? All of that to say this. It's the way of the world, right? It's the way of the world. You're not changing it. You can resist or you can take advantage of it. I've said this before. I'll say it again. It's just like when the NBA put in the one-and-done rule. You can sit there and yell, I don't want one-and-dones. My team recruits 4-year players. And watch Kentucky and Duke and these other schools win national championships until you get on board. Or you can embrace it, which is eventually what everybody did. Same thing is true. You can sit there and go, I don't like transfers. I don't like it. While other teams ride, like NC State rides the transfer portal to a Final Four. Or you can get on board, right? And find the right transfers for your program. A few I mentioned earlier that are exciting or interesting for kind of different reasons. Bronny James is in the transfer portal out of USC.
Bronny James to NC State.
Why not? Make a call.
I mean, by default, you would think NC State already has the biggest advantage out of any school just as far as, hey, transfers. As Creed would say, with arms wide open. Come on in. All right, let's run it back.
And on top of that, they're going to be replacing a lot of production. DJ Burns can't come back. Casey Morsell can't come back. I don't believe DJ Horn can come back. All of those shots are going to have to go to somebody, right? All the shots they take in a game, somebody's going to take those shots next year. You got to make the call. You got to make the call. If you're Duke, why not have Coach K make the call, right? Coach K coached LeBron in the Olympics. Maybe you call LeBron straight and say, hey, would you mind if I gave your son a call?
That one actually might not be as far-fetched.
I don't think any of them are far-fetched. LeBron James Jr., Bronny James, his coach at USC, left USC to go to SMU. That's an ACC team now. Does Andy Enfield say, hey, come play in the ACC with me? And then are we talking about triangle teams trying to find a way to stop Bronny James? The other name I want to bring up is Trey Townsend. You may remember him from Oakland, the school that the mid-major school that took NC State so far, gave him the toughest run in the NCAA tournament. Took him to overtime in the second round. At times, he was the best player on the floor.
Yeah.
He was really, really good in that matchup. Not enough to win the game, but enough to force overtime. And he was a big reason why.
One of Oakland's leading scorers for the majority of their season.
Conference Player of the Year. So if you're State, make a call and be like, hey.
Remember us?
You had a really good game against us. We are very much impressed. We would like you to come play for us. If you can't beat them, join them.
We already have an NIL deal set up with the Triangle Town Center.
There we go. Hey, there.
Triangle Town Center.
We'll work on it. We're just spitballing here. We're just brainstorming. No bad ideas. No bad ideas.
Well, nowadays, you have to come up with a little pitch like that.
Oh, yeah.
In college basketball, which is crazy to think about.
That's number 3. Number 3 is a way that the Triangle teams could add talent to their roster. Number 2 was all about Triangle teams already have talent coming to their roster. The McDonald's All-American game was last night. The McDonald's All-American game, the dunk contest, the home run derby. When I was like 13 years old, these events were my Super Bowls. They were like, I was so into the McDonald's All-American game when I was a kid. Watching LeBron in the dunk contest.
Yep.
Goodness gracious.
Vince Carter.
Sebastian Telfair. Vince Carter going to the Hall of Fame, by the way. The history of it, the fact that like Magic Johnson was a McDonald's All-American. I was so into the McDonald's All-American game. I watched parts of it last night. Can't say I watched it all. Cooper Flagg, Duke. Isaiah Evans, Duke. Underwhelming games, both committed to Duke. Flagg had 8 points, 6 rebounds, 3 assists. But he did just enough to get the crowd into it. Step back 3. He had a block where somebody sitting in the first round caught it, which is always exciting. He had a fast break dunk, but he had 8.6 rebounds, 3 assists. Some people wanted more from him.
Oh.
Isaiah Evans, Duke, 0 points, 4 rebounds, 1 assist.
Ugh.
Ian Jackson, UNC, 21 points.
Hey.
1 rebound, 2 assists. Drake Powell committed to UNC, 0 points, 4 rebounds, 1 assist. I did this earlier. I read the stats. They're kind of fun. I don't think they mean anything at all. I mean, I guess you'd rather have your player score 21 like Ian Jackson or have a complete game kind of like Cooper Flagg had. But the McDonald's All-American game, all of the high school All-American games, I see them as more of a celebration of the high school career you had, a celebration of the All-American career you had at that level. It's to get together, get some cool gear, hang out with the other elite players, take some pictures, sign some autographs, and then get ready for the real test of your ability, which is the beginning of your college career.
Yeah, when would you rather have your true 4-star, 5-star freshmen drop 21 points? The McDonald's All-Star game or for these Carolina players against Duke, for Cooper Flagg and Isaiah Evans against Carolina?
And there's an element of like there's no way that situation is set up to take advantage of your skills, right? Like you have a week to put together a game plan. Right, it's who's going to show the effort, who's going to be too cool for school, who's
pretty much a game of pickup.
It's a celebration of your career, and enjoy it. Try to get a couple highlights, get a new profile picture for your Twitter, like get a sweet Instagram post
ready with the Duke emoji or the Ram emoji, something like that.
Flagg and Evans and then Jackson and Powell can post together and be like, we coming.
The brotherhood.
You can do all of that. It is super fun. I'm just not going to make any justifications or evaluations or really care at all about the actual basketball. More importantly, just like everything, stay healthy, right? Don't get hurt in an all-star game. That's number 2. Let's get to number 1. NC State men's basketball had their send-off today.
I missed it.
Yeah, it happens. They're going to Phoenix to play in the Final Four. Here's DJ Burns on the support this team has gotten.
Honestly, for us, it hasn't changed. We've been consistent throughout, but we're glad that everyone else is joining now. And as far as the State fans, sorry for the wait. We wanted to bring that back to them because, they've been going, through for a little bit, and we just wanted to make sure that we bring the culture back around.
The support. Yay!
Applebee's.
Why not us? Why not us? Why not us? Do you know what the challenge is now? Forgetting about Applebee's, right? The challenge is like once you get on the road, it's going to be the coolest experience probably of their definitely their college basketball careers, maybe of their basketball careers. And you kind of have to forget about the wild ride and just get back to the business trip and playing basketball. Thousands of people at Applebee's is fun, and it's going to feel like a dream like 6 months from now.
Wait till there's 1,000 people in the, what is it? Is it still the All-State? No, State Farm?
Out there in Phoenix?
Whatever it out
I
there
have
is.
no clue.
Paul will know.
There's like the thousands of people at Applebee's is going to feel like, remember that time where me and DJ, because it was DJ and DJ, DJ Horn, DJ Burns, went to Applebee's and people were like lining up around the block to hang out with us. That's always going to be a memory, but beating Purdue would be more fun, right? And I'm not saying you can't do both. I'm glad that they enjoyed the week that this was. I'm glad that they had events. I'm glad that the bunch of the team had NIL deals. I'm glad that they did all of that. But you have to make sure, to use a coaching term that every coach has ever said, the main thing stays the main thing. Or you have to make sure that you win, W-I-N, what's important now. You have to make sure that you stay focused on the basketball. And like, these events are designed to distract you, right? There's going to be celebrities sitting courtside. There's going to be every person that you know hitting you up for tickets. There's going to be, like, I can talk about it on a much smaller scale, okay? I want to emphasize much smaller scale because haters will come out and say, oh, that's not the same at all. I played in a national championship game of FCS football. Okay, I was at the University of Delaware. We went to the national championship. Were we ahead 19-0 at halftime? Yeah, we were. Did we win? No, we didn't. We could talk about it, but we don't need to do that right now. We don't want to talk about what happened in the second half. We don't want to talk about a bad spot by the refs. However, what I can say is the week in the lead up, we were in Texas. It was playing in Frisco. Oh, they had events where we had barbecues and Texas barbecue, and they had like everyone walking around in cowboy hats, and it was a thing, and they did everything to knock us off our routine. And we did everything we could to stay on routine. And maybe we were 1 or 2 points short of staying on routine. It was everything was to make it different. And the fact of the matter is, you know what makes you play your best, right? By this point, NC State, you know what you need to do to be prepared on game day. And my guess is, going to raving fan events isn't what you need. Was it fun? Heck yeah. Should you have done it? I absolutely believe so. Something like this only happens once. You don't want to be the guy that didn't do it because you were like, I had to sit in the training room. But there is a point where you have to make sure you do everything you need to do to be ready. And that point is probably right about now, right? Getting on the plane, being on the plane, being in the team hotel with just you and your team, with your coaches, with your trainers. Every alum that gives a bunch of money is going to want to come take a picture with you. Take the picture, say nice things, have a quick conversation, and I'm sorry, I got to get back to film. Learn to say, I'm sorry, I got to get back to. Learn to say no. Learn to say, sorry, I can't. Learn to say, I don't have any more tickets. Learn to say, I got to focus on the game. The support is great. The support is awesome. Now I have to go make good on what got us here.
No, it's too late to come on the Pat Therapy podcast.
Exactly. And as much as I want them to be on the Pat Therapy podcast, yeah, I'm sorry I can't, go on my high school buddies, like not only the podcasts of people like us and the media that cover them for a living, but yeah, sorry, middle school teacher, I can't zoom into your class and give them thoughts on chasing their dreams. Like, as much as I want to, after the Final Four, I'm all for it. You know what I mean? It's little things like that. Prioritize getting ready for a game. The Drive with Tim Donnelly, 99.9 The Fan. Want to tell you about my friends over at DraftKings, my partners over at DraftKings. The wait is over. DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of NASCAR, is now live in North Carolina, and you can legally bet on all your favorite sports anytime, anywhere, right here in North Carolina with DraftKings. For a limited time, new customers who sign up with promo code TIMD, that's TIMD, no spaces, and bet $5 will receive $250 instantly in bonus bets. DraftKings has the best features, including same-game parlays, player props, and more, with fast and easy payouts right at your fingertips. Baseball's going on, right? That means strikeouts, over-unders, 6.5 strikeouts for the starter. That means home run props. That means who's going to score first props. There's a lot of different ways to bet on baseball. You should check them out, find the ones you like, if that's something you're into. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now using code TIMD, T-I-M-D, and bet $5 to get $250 instantly in bonus bets only on DraftKings Sportsbook with code TIMD, TIMD with no spaces. The crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 877-185-543 or visit morethanagame.nc.gov. 21 plus, North Carolina only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Deposit and eligibility restrictions apply. Terms at DraftKings.com/sportsbook/NC. NASCAR is not a sponsor of this promotion and used under license. We're going to take a break. When we come back, we need some numbers game contestants. The prize today, a $25 gift card to Salt and Lime in Cary. Salt and Lime. Experience the coastal cuisine of Baja, California. Always great food using fresh ingredients daily. Fun for the whole family. Visit both Raleigh locations, Falls of Noose Road and Grove Barton. Also, online at saltandlimecabo.com. A $25 gift card will go to one of you, but you have to win the numbers game to do so. To win the numbers game, you have to call in. The number, 919-860-5326. That's 919-860-5326. Call in now to play the numbers game. It's coming up next.
Bring on the madness.
Final score, 76-64. The Wolfpack beats Duke. You can light up the bell tower red. The Pack is back in the national semifinals for the first time since 1983. NC State beats Duke for the second time in the month of March, this time for a trip to the Final Four. Incredible.
College basketball tournament action on 99.9 The Fan is powered by Carolina Ale House, Fairway Green, and Bailey's Fine Jewelry.
April is here. Time to call Window Nation. Right now, buy 2 windows and get 2 free. Plus, save even more with no interest or payments for 24 months. Don't miss out. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com to schedule your free in-home estimate.
The future of medicine is here at QC Kinetics. QC is the nation's leader in the most exciting revolution in pain management we've seen in decades, regenerative medicine. If you are tired of achy joints, if your joint pain is keeping you from doing what you love, you need to call QC Kinetics now. Surgery, steroids, drugs, these are no longer your best options. Regenerative medicine at QC Kinetics is transforming lives with innovative treatments that deliver lasting results. We're talking natural biologics, using your body's own power to repair and restore damaged tissue. QC Kinetics is under the leadership of National Medical Director Dr. Mitchell Sheencup. Dr. Sheencup is a pioneer in this field with 20 years of clinical work, tons of research, teaching, and publishing. He wants to get you relief with a needle, not a knife. Call QC Kinetics now to learn more about some exciting options. This is a revolutionary approach that can get you long-term relief with no downtime. 919-400-5473. With locations in Cary, Clayton, Raleigh, and Wake Forest. 919-400-5473.
The best thing about pollen? It's temporary. Just like the Autobell Car Wash Pollen Pass. Enjoy 3 months of unlimited car washes. Get your pass today and save at any Autobell. And when the pollen ends, so does your plan.
People can tell when you Autobell.
Bobby Joe absolutely hated her job.
Can't hate that job any more than I do.
So, time for one of those fancy tech schools?
No, I could never afford that. I'm going to Sharky's.
Sharky's?
Yeah, no better place to relax. Great food, cold beer, good whiskey, darts, billiards.
So now you love your job?
No, I still hate my job, but I loves me some Sharky's. I highly recommend it.
Yeah, everybody loves Sharky's. Sharky's Place, one of the best neighborhood bars in the world. 5800 Durley Road by the Shell Station.
Welcome to Sweetbriar in Durham by Mungo Homes. Sweetbriar is where location, lifestyle, and luxury meet just 10 minutes from shopping at Briar Creek. In this amenity-rich neighborhood, which will include a pool with lazy river, a huge fire pit, outdoor fitness and playground options, and dog parks, there's a new home designed for you whether it's your first home or your last. Most anything you need to access in the Triangle is a 20-minute commute. Go to mungo.com today to learn more about Sweetbriar in Durham. Mungo.com.
Our state's future begins with our students. That's why the North Carolina Education Lottery has contributed over $10 billion to education. Through scholarships, school construction, support staff, and pre-K programs, lottery dollars move our state forward, helping students become the best versions of themselves. Visit movingncstudentsforward.com and share how your student or school community has benefited for a chance to earn $2,000 for your story. Must be 18 to play. Problem Gambling Helpline 877-718-5543.
Did you know one of the best investments you can make? It's in yourself. At My Computer Career, in just a few months, you could start your new career in the high-demand, recession-resistant field of information technology. Isn't it time you invest in you and start a career in networking, cybersecurity, AI, or upskill to boost your current IT career? So, get the ROI you deserve at My Computer Career. No experience necessary. necessary. Start now at mycomputercareer.edu.
Financial aid is available for qualified students, including the GI Bill.
Dennis Cox here for my friends over at Deep River Sporting Clays and Shooting School. If you're like me, I'm waiting for my favorite hockey team to hit the ice once again, but let's talk about hitting some clay targets at Deep River Sporting Clays down in Sanford. It's just minutes away from the heart of Raleigh. Deep River Sporting Clays offers a world-class shooting experience, whether you're a beginner or a seasoned pro. They have a variety of targets and all the gear that you need. You'll be breaking clays in no time. It's a perfect way for you to get together with friends for an adrenaline-pumping and good time. Head over to deepriversportingclays.com. Again, deepriversportingclays.com.
It is time to play the numbers game here on The Drive with Tim Donnelly on 99.9 The Fan. Today, the prize will be a $25 gift card to Salt and Lime in Cary. Salt and Lime, experience the coastal cuisine of Baja, California. Always great food using fresh ingredients daily. Fun for the whole family. Visit both Raleigh locations, Falls of Noose Road and Grove Barton. Also online at saltandlimecabo.com. Let's do some... We always ask a question to see who gets to go first. We have Jake on Walnut Street. He is on the line as one of our contestants, and Mike in Raleigh. We always ask a question, pick our favorite answer to see who goes first. We'll start with Jake, and it'll be a travel edition. The NC State men's basketball team just took off for Phoenix. I don't know if you know anything about Phoenix. I've never really been to Phoenix. Actually, that's a lie. I was there for a couple weeks ago, or a couple years ago. But I don't really know much about it. If you touch down in Phoenix, what's the first thing you're going to do?
Let's go catch a Phoenix Suns game.
Okay, that's not a bad one at all. A little Kevin Durant action. Mike and Raleigh, we'll go to you. Same question as well. You're going out to Phoenix. You land. What's number one on the to-do list?
I have a group of very degenerate friends, and for this only reason, I know that there is a bar in Phoenix that is solely for little people. And is supposedly one of the best drinking establishments in all of Phoenix, so I'm going there.
All right, I don't know how to respond to that one live on the air, so we're going to go with Jake first, but Mike, I can tell you that is one of the more unique answers we've ever gotten on this show.
I'd rather hang out with you and the little people than go see KD, I'll be honest with you.
All right, Mike. We'll go to Jake first. Jake, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm on my way to X Golf, right across the street from the McGregor Country Club, if y'all hadn't been there yet.
All right, this is.
I feel like I'm on Google Maps right now. This is insane.
It is. Maybe it was a bad question to get things started. The categories for you, Jake, that you get to choose. NFL Killer Bees. These are all last names that start with B. NFL You Can See Me. All NFL players whose last name starts with the letter C. MLB, these are MLB players in honor of opening day being not long ago. And NHL, Canes and Whalers only.
We'll do the football C word.
All right, these are all players with C in the beginning their last name. I will give you their name and the team. You give me the jersey number they wore for that team. There will be 30 seconds on the clock, so go as fast as you can. You do have one pass if you need it. Any questions before we get started?
No.
All right. Your clock will start when you hear the horn. Amari Cooper, Cleveland Browns.
11.
Incorrect. Derek Carr, New Orleans Saints.
12.
Incorrect. Amari Cooper, Cleveland Browns.
I have no idea. 12.
Nope. Derek Carr, New Orleans Saints.
Pass.
Jamal Charles, Kansas City Chiefs.
22.
Incorrect. Amari Cooper, Cleveland Browns.
22.
Incorrect. Derek Carr, New Orleans Saints.
69.
Incorrect. Jamal Charles, Kansas City Chiefs.
69.
What is going on here? Jake, you got a zippy dippy. You got a 0. However, Jake, because you answered our first question in a more normal way and you got to go first, you're still in the running. If there is a tie at 0, you get the win. So sit on the line and we'll see how it turns out for you, okay? All right. We go to Mike and Raleigh. Mike, are you there?
I am here. I'm looking forward to it.
All right. You just need one to win. The categories you have remaining are NFL Killer Bees, MLB Opening Day, and NHL Canes and Whalers only.
Give me those Canes.
All right. I will give you the team and the player. I will give you the team, even though we know it in this category, to keep it even with the other categories. 30 seconds on the clock, so go as fast as you can. You do have one pass if you need it. Any questions before we get started?
Let's go.
All right. Your time will start when you hear the horn. Brent Burns, Carolina Hurricanes.
8.
Correct. Aaron Ward, Carolina Hurricanes.
2.
Incorrect. Joakim Nordstrom, Carolina Hurricanes.
15.
Incorrect. Aaron Ward, Carolina Hurricanes.
4.
Correct. Paul Coffey, Carolina Hurricanes.
77.
Correct. Dave Tanabe, Carolina Hurricanes.
45.
Correct. Joakim Nordstrom, Carolina Hurricanes.
15.
Incorrect. Joakim Nordstrom, Carolina Hurricanes.
You got me beat.
I don't know what you said at the end there. The answer was 42. I didn't hear that. You did get the rest, though. You got Burns, you got Ward, you got Coffey, you got Tanabe. 4 out of 5 is a very, very solid answer. I have to admit I was not expecting such a calm and measured performance there from you. But congratulations, you get the gift card to Salt and Lime.
Hey, man, I'm excited. I appreciate it. And what little I can do for the program, I appreciate it.
There you go. Go ahead and sit on the line for just a couple of seconds here. Graham has some info he needs to get from you to make sure you get your prize. But congratulations.
Thank you. Go Canes.
There you go. What an addition of the numbers game there from our contestants. Graham is here sitting in for Dennis, who's on his way to Phoenix for the Final Four. Maybe Graham just attracts the energy, but those two guys brought a little bit different energy than we're used to here on the Drive with Tim Donnelly on 99.9 The Fan. In the meantime, I want to let everybody know about my friends over at Miller Lending, and of course, that includes Gordon Miller. They are the home of the no-cost loan. And why does that matter to you? Well, here's why. Because timing is everything, and you can't always choose your timing, right? Sometimes the rates, the interest rates are high or astronomical or sky high, as they say, and you need a mortgage, right? You had to move. You need to move closer to family. You needed to upsize, downsize. A job made you move. And because of that, you locked in a high rate. Now, it was probably tempting to spend a bunch of money to buy down that rate. It was probably tempting to think of things as, oh my gosh, this is going to cost me so much money over the length of my 30-year mortgage. Well, if you paid attention, you went to Gordon Miller and Miller Lending, you know that when the rates drop, and many are expecting them to in the next year or so, in the next couple of months even some, when those rates drop, you can refinance with no cost, no closing costs, no costs and fees, and get that rate down. So you shouldn't have been thinking in 30-year increments. You should have been thinking in something much smaller. The average length of a loan is less than 4 years, and it has been that way for decades. So when timing is everything and you can't choose your timing, the next best thing is to just make sure you're prepared to pounce when the interest rates get better at a different time. Miller Lending and Gordon Miller can help you out with that. Give them a call. They can talk you all the way through it. 919-447-3377. That's 919-447-3377. Make sure they know we sent you. The Drive with Tim Donnelly here on 99.9 The Fan. You can also go to learn more online at millerlending.com. That's millerlending.com. Miller Lending is an equal housing lender, and MLS number 250-2146. We're going to take a break. When we come back, who's the most underrated part, the most underrated player of this NC State run to the Final Four? I'll tell you next.
The always ready for breakfast deal.
Going to bed already? Yep. Breakfast at Mickey D's tomorrow. So, sooner I go to bed, sooner it'll be morning. Sooner I'll be at Mickey D's.
This is actually brilliant.
You can come too. Turn out that light.
There's a deal for every breakfast strategist at McDonald's.
For a limited time, you can buy a bacon, egg, and cheese biscuit or sausage, egg, and cheese McGriddles for only $2.50. Price and participation may vary. Cannot be combined with any other offer or combo meal.
Did you know one of the best investments you can make? It's in yourself. At My Computer Career, in just a few months, you could start your new career in the high-demand, recession-resistant field of information technology. Isn't it time you invest in you and start a career in networking, cybersecurity, AI, or upskill to boost your current IT career? So, get the ROI you deserve at My Computer Career. No experience necessary. Start now at mycomputercareer.edu.
Financial aid is available for qualified students, including the GI Bill.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online? Go to hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, and the process is 100% online. To start your free online visit, go to hims.com/joy. That's HIMS.com/JOY.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for less. And for a limited time, new customers receive their second month free when they sign up and use promo code MONTHFREE by May 31st. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up and call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
The time is now, folks. Dennis Cox here with my friends over at Law Tigers. Law Tigers, Tobacco Road, Harley-Davidson, Shiny Side Paint, and your Carolina Hurricanes. They're all teaming up to give the ultimate Canes fan a custom Hurricanes 2023 Harley-Davidson soft toe motorcycle. But we're in the 11th hour, folks. It's going to be given away on April 5th, which means you need to enter now. Go to caniacsbike.com. That's caniacsbike.com for your chance to win this custom painted beauty of a bike. Again, caniacsbike.com. Enter now.
We want to invite you to Atlantic Spas and Billiards to bring more relaxation, wellness, and fun to your home. Sit in a hot tub from Hot Spring or Caldera, relax in a hot sauna from Finleo, or swim in our showroom in our endless pool. We have a fully stocked game room showroom with darts, ping pong, foosball, air hockey, pool tables, and more. Everything we sell for your home, from hot tubs to grills, from saunas to pool tables, promotes relaxation, wellness, and fun. Atlantic Spas and Billiards on Glenwood Avenue in Raleigh and Market Street in Wilmington, AtlanticSBNC.com.
Soundstation and Security, your automotive and audio experts. Car audio, car video, home theater, wheels and tires, and so much more. Plus, did you know Soundstation and Security offers full service for your vehicle? Alignments, inspection, oil changes, window tinting, and custom exhaust. And with a variety of financing options, Soundstation and Security can help you get what you need today. 2 locations, downtown Smithfield and on Glenwood Avenue in Raleigh. Soundstation and Security. Visit myhotsound.com.
What are you doing?
I'm training for the new Ultimate Dash Scratch-Offs. I could get a chance to dash through a warehouse full of prizes.
That explains the shopping cart.
Plus, I could win up to $2 million in cash.
And that explains the tuxedo.
I'm chafing.
Feel the rush with new Ultimate Dash Scratch-Offs from the North Carolina Education Lottery. Must be 18 to play. Approximate overall odds of winning are 1 in 3.78. Problem gambling helpline 877-718-5543.
Discover BetMGM, the sports betting app North Carolina sports fans turn to for nonstop buzzer-beating action all season long. You can take the hard-hitting excitement of March matchups to the next level with a lion's share of promotions and betting options. Hey, it's Victoria Vodnecker here for BetMGM, and whether you're cheering from courtside or from the comfort of your couch, BetMGM keeps the adrenaline pumping with every dunk, three-pointer, and buzzer beater. Join the excitement now with BetMGM. Plus, every time you make a wager, you earn BetMGM rewards points, which means you can turn the convenience of online betting into real-world rewards at one of MGM's signature resorts and more. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only, North Carolina only. Gambling problem? Call 877-718-5543 or visit morethanagame.nc.gov.
Get a great deal this spring on a new Trane heating and cooling system. Trane systems are engineered to keep up with you. Visit TraneInfo.com to find your local independent Trane dealer to learn more. It's hard to stop a Trane.
The Drive with Tim Donnelly, 99.9 The Fan. The North Carolina State Wolfpack are in the Final Four this Saturday against Purdue. We're going to continue to dive more and more into the Purdue game as this week goes along. This is kind of the last day for reflection on how they got here. And it's important to remember that everybody, like I want to make sure we say this. Everybody knows it's a team game, and everybody's made their contributions. but some are going to be highlighted more than others, right? The stars are the stars. The famous celebrities, it happens, right? It's part of sports. It's part of an NCAA tournament run. The public decides that, right? Where your eyes gravitate towards while watching a game, sometimes it feels like you're not even choosing it, right? It's just a magnetic force. But then there's the players that are the underrated ones, right? The ones that maybe contributed in different ways as much to the winning as the stars did. It's just you didn't notice, right? It's the player that had a good eye and got a walk so the home run hitter could hit a 2-run home run. You may not remember the walk, but that run costs the same as any other run. DJ Burns and DJ Horn are the stars, right? They're the ones that everybody wants to talk to. They're the ones that everyone's lining up around Applebee's to watch. They've become the stars. Casey Morsell has made a lot of winning plays. Casey Morsell has had a sense for the moment, and he's had a sense for when to get out of the way, which is sometimes even more important. What I really like about Morsell, and the irony is we had Gary Hahn on the show earlier, and we're going to have a podcast that drops tomorrow, Pack Therapy podcast, with Gary Hahn, the voice of the NC State Wolfpack, where he tells a bunch of stories. But one of the things he says about Kevin Keatts, the head coach, is he is the exact same guy on a 4-game winning streak or on a 4-game losing streak, right? When things are going great, when things are going poorly, he's the same guy. I sense that for Casey Morsell. And what I mean by that is if you're up 10 or down 10, he's just trying to make the right basketball play at all points in time. And I told the story of this play earlier, and I want to replay it because it truly is one of my favorite plays of this run. And it's not going to be talked about. When there are plays like, DJ Burns getting an and one on Kyle Filipowski, when there are plays like Jaden Taylor hitting a dagger 3 in overtime against Oakland, when there are plays like Michael O'Connell's banked in 3 to force overtime against UVA with no time left, those are the plays that are going to suck up all the oxygen in the room. There's other plays that I think I love more. And one of them was a play that I guarantee you nobody has talked about other than me earlier on this show. Kyle Filipowski was in the post. 7-foot, 250-pound Duke big man, future first-round pick in the NBA draft. Kyle Filipowski was down in the post. And I don't know if it was a screen and a switch. I don't know if it was a rotation. How they got there, I'm not sure. But I'm watching the game, and Casey Morsell is one-on-one guarding him in the post. Filipowski does not have the ball. And Morsell is matched up with him. Now, I said Filipowski is 7 feet tall, 250 pounds. Casey Morsell is 6'3", 201 pounds. Mouse in the house, right? Mismatch, little big, whatever you want to call it. That's happening. And my brain immediately goes to Duke has to find him, right? Like just my basketball instincts kick in, and I go, you got to get the ball to the mismatch. And Morsell is working his tail off, denying, trying to stay big, not making it an easy pass. And guess what happens? It's not Morsell doesn't end with a block shot. He doesn't get a steal. He doesn't deflect it. He doesn't start a fast break. Kyle Filipowski just doesn't get the ball. Possession ends. They just don't find him. They don't get it to him. Morsell, a couple of claps, like a little head nod, like I did a good job there. And then guess what happens? The next play continued, right? The next thing happened. Play went on. Nobody, there was no parade. There was no pounding of the chest. There was no high fives from everyone on the team. It was just the next play started. And it's a play that seemingly no one would notice, but guess what it could have been? It could have been an and one for Kyle Filipowski. Could have been the play that got Filipowski going, and he never really did. It could have been a dunk. It could have been something that got the crowd to their feet, but instead it was just a possession that ended.
That's what's been the most impressive about Casey Morsell during this tournament is he breaks up offensive plays before the ball can even get to the guy that the opposing team's trying to get the ball to.
It's just like the play never even started.
Yeah.
Right? And that right there. And then there's little things on offense too. He catches a backdoor, and this one you will remember, right? He catches a little backdoor cut. Instead of going for the layup, he's got some athleticism, rises up, throws it down with two hands. Not many guards making that play, making the dunk that gets people on their feet. He's one that is noticed when DJ Burns gets hot, and guess what he does? He hunts out touches for the big man. He's not saying, oh, I need to get mine. No, he's working for it. Casey Morsell, his leadership, his tone setting. People think the tone setter on the team is DJ Burns, which in some ways he is.
Scoring maybe.
I think in a lot of ways the tone setter is Casey Morsell, and the tone he is setting is do whatever the right basketball play is.
Yeah.
Right? And DJ Burns, for a lot of, like him, for his play, a lot of times the best basketball play is to score. A lot of times the best basketball play for him is to get the other teams big in trouble. For Morsell, it's something different. For Horn, it's something different. Like, everybody has their own thing, but when someone on your team is one of the longest tenured members of NC State, I know he transferred, but he transferred in a couple years before most of the other transfers. When he is a grad transfer, having his last go-around, right? He has no more eligibility. This is his last dance, last rodeo, whatever you want to call it. When he is so obviously always looking to make the right basketball play, how can someone else not, right? And like I said, sometimes the right basketball play is to shoot. I'm not saying you always have to make like the most unselfish thing. I use the Ted Lasso reference all the time, right? Jamie Tart, sometimes the best basketball play for him is to be a jerk, right? If you've watched Ted Lasso, you know what I'm talking about, right? Sometimes he's got to go be a selfish jerk, and I'm using jerk instead of the word they use in that show, where he has to go be greedy and go score goals. Right? There are players who the best thing you can do is be selfish and go get yours. And then, of course, they're going to do that. But sometimes for Ben Middlebrooks, the best thing he can do is go be a bull in a china shop and rebound and defend and be physical. Sometimes for Modiara, hit the boards. Sometimes for Jaden Taylor, it's to come off the bench or be on the bench. And all of that is set and in motion by Casey Morsell. With that being said, Dennis is on his way to the Final Four, and he left us with a little bit of a message for you. We'll air that one quickly.
Hey, Dennis Cox here for my friends over at Loan Pronto. Imagine waking up this time next week and being 100% debt-free. I'm talking no credit cards, no car loan, no personal loan. Loan Pronto's Equity Express line of credit can make it all happen. Homeowners are turning their home equity into cash almost instantly. With Loan Pronto's AI-based system, you can get approval in about 10 minutes with almost no documentation, no appraisal, and no hassle. You can get hundreds of thousands of dollars out of your home. Use that money to pay off all your other loans. The average homeowner saves over $850 a month doing this. Listen. Your home value, it's way up. You can use that to wipe out all those credit cards. Get some money out for that home improvement project. Literally hundreds of thousands are at your fingertips, and approval, it's just minutes away. Call now, 919-381-1760, 919-381-1760, loanpronto.com. Call 919-381-1760, NMLS 1661781, subject to lender approval, equal housing lender.
The Drive with Tim Donnelly here on 99.9 The Fan coming to a close, but we have more NC State coverage for you coming up next. Earlier today, we asked this question. How can NC State and Kevin Keatts and that coaching staff beat Purdue today, a Wednesday? They don't play till Saturday, but what can they do today that'll help them beat Purdue on Saturday? We asked that question and answered it earlier today. That's going to lead off Overdrive coming up next right here on 99.9 The Fan. Please follow us on YouTube. Subscribe, 99.9 The Fan. We'll see you tomorrow for more. Have a great night, everybody.
Starting next Monday, listen to 99.9 The Fan every afternoon during The Drive for your chance to see the Storm surge in person. It's our 10K playoff payout. Try your luck at playoff tickets by discovering the Golden Puck. And like last year, take your ultimate shot at $10,000. Let's go! Listen for the 10K playoff payout. Driven by the Carolina Ford dealers, built Ford proud. Learn more at buyfordnow.com.
It's bow time. Something new just dropped at Bojangles. Take the bold taste of a crispy golden chicken supreme that's been seasoned to perfection, then add dill pickles, Carolina Gold barbecue sauce, and a toasted bun that's great on the go. What do you get? You get a Bo's Bird Dog. In fact, you can grab 2 of them for $5. So when you're on the go, headed to practice, or need a snack, grab a Bo's Bird Dog. Hurry in before they're gone. Available for a limited time. It's Bo time.
There's no time like Bo time, but sometimes it's go time. No time to stop. Introducing Bojangles' new Bird Dog, a seasoned to perfection Bojangles Chicken Supreme, dill pickles, Carolina Gold barbecue sauce, all on a toasted bun. Great on the go. Try 2 Bird Dogs for just $5 or a 2 Bird Dog combo for just $8. Hurry, Bo's Bird Dogs are available for limited time only. When you're hungry for flavor and value, it's Bo time.
The moment we've been waiting for has arrived. Download the Caesars Sportsbook app today using code NEWNCBG. Then place your first bet of $5 or more. Win or lose, you'll receive $150 in bonus bets. Open to new users in North Carolina who are 21 or older. Terms and conditions apply. See Caesars.com/promos or the promos tab in the app for full terms. Gambling problem? Call 1-877-718-5543 or visit morethanagamenc.gov. Tribal Casino Gaming Enterprise is a licensed operator by the North Carolina State Lottery Commission.
Direct auto insurance is for uncompromisers. Like Matt. When his old car insurance got so expensive, do you think he walked until his sneakers wore out? No, because he found savings with Direct Auto so he could drive instead of compromise. With savings of up to 25% on state minimum coverage, you too can stop compromising and keep driving. Get a free quote at directauto.com or a store near you. Savings vary, terms apply. National General Group, Winston-Salem.
Organize easy. Organize tough. Customize your work truck or van with upfit solutions from Van Products. Steel and aluminum shelving, toolboxes, data files, cabinets, drawers, conduit carriers, ladder racks, everything safe and secure. Everything built as unbreakable as you by Adrian Steel. Backed by the best warranty in the business. 3 years, 36,000 miles. Everything custom installed by Van Products so you know it's done right. From a single work rig to a fleet, choose custom installed upfit solutions from Van Products.
Mitchell Heating and Cooling. We do the job right every time.
I'm Drake May, quarterback at UNC. Trust the team at Mitchell Heating and Cooling for your HVAC needs. Together we win. Call Mitchell Heating and Cooling today.
Contact us now at mitchellhvac.com or 919-556-5069. Train. It's hard to stop a train.
The best solutions every time.
Capital Buy Sell Trade, the largest sneaker store in the state of North Carolina, is located on Glenwood Avenue right here in Raleigh. Swing on through there to get sneakers, vintage, streetwear. Show off your fandom with Capital Buy Sell Trade. Follow them on Instagram at CapitalBST919. Capital Buy Sell Trade.
eBay Motors is here for the ride. 120,000 miles of night drives, daily commutes, and who knows how many.
Are we there yet?
Through countless fixes, elbow grease, and a new radiator, you kept your ride alive. With eBay Motors, you have over 122 million parts to keep it running. And with eBay Guaranteed Fit, they'll be the perfect fit every time. Plus, at these prices, well, we're burning rubber, not cash. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Timmy, everybody. Great job. Next up, we have Samantha.
10 times better performance can make a big difference. Castrol Edge Motor Oil gives your engine 10 times better high-temperature performance. Castrol Edge, better oil for maximum performance. Now through April 23rd, get a $15 gift card when you buy 5 or more quarts of Edge or Edge High Mileage Full Synthetic, only at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Claim based on Sequence 3H test versus API SP test limits.
This hour on the Triangle Sports Leader is brought to you by the Ritchie Law Firm Injury Lawyers.
You can feel the madness!
Go to GotBryan.com. That's GotBryan.com.
WCMC HD1 Holly Springs. Take us with you on radio, web, app, Alexa, and YouTube. 99.9 The Fan, the Triangle Sports Leader.
You're invited to Sanford's 150th birthday bash, Saturday, April 6th, 10:30 a.m. to 4. This is a free event happening at Sanford's Fairgrounds. Get all the details at sanford.com. Overdrive, presented by Habitat for Humanity Restore, now selling brand new solid wood custom cabinets. Learn more at trianglerestores.com.
It's 6 o'clock. Time to shift into overdrive. All highlights, no filler. As we run it back from the drive with
NC State not slowing down. At least they haven't been for the last 23 days. But in the NCAA tournament, this is like something that I've picked up probably in the last 5 or 6 years. You can win a game in the tournament on Wednesday. You can't play it on Wednesday, but you can win it on Wednesday.
Explain.
How can okay, perfect example. I was listening to a podcast with Tom Izzo recently. Tom Izzo is known for his ability to take lower seeds and go on long NCAA tournament runs. Right, this is like a game of telephone, like he heard it from. He learned something from Coach K. So this has gone from the Triangle to Lansing, Michigan, back to the Triangle when I heard it, right? This is like a
full circle moment.
Exactly. What he learned is Coach K thought about winning weekends in the NCAA tournament, not winning games. Because he basically what Izzo was saying was certain programs, right, winning a game in the NCAA tournament doesn't matter. It's all about winning championships. So what gives you the best chance of winning championships? You have to win the weekend and then look towards the next weekend. So what Izzo did, and he learned this from Coach K at Duke, obviously, is like on Wednesday, he had assistants looking at the two teams they might play in the second weekend or the second game of the weekend, because then they would have, if you win the first, you have a massive advantage in the second, which makes it more likely for you to play on. And that's just one example of how you treat the weekend can affect how your weekend actually is, right? How you treat the week can set up how much success you have on the weekend. So how can NC State win their game against Purdue or win the national championship today? That's how the best coaches that have the most success, that go on long runs, that's how they think about it. So on Wednesday, how can Kevin Keatts beat Purdue? I think this is an obvious one. Answer this question. What do you do if DJ Burns isn't unstoppable? If DJ Burns is unstoppable, if he is what we've seen the last 9 games, where you get it to him on the post, he's pretty much a go-to bucket. At the very least, it's going to be 13 of 20 for 28 points or whatever he ends up with. If he's that, you know what to do. You have that blueprint. All ACC tournament and NCAA tournament long, you've been playing out of DJ Burns on the post. You can go back to that. But guess what you haven't had to do yet? Play against Zach Edey, this guy for Purdue who's 7'4" and 300 pounds in his own right. There hasn't been somebody who, when DJ Burns leans on him, can just lean back and it's a stalemate, right? Normally you got to get into a deep squat and push back, and that sets him up for everything else. So if DJ Burns isn't unstoppable, I'm not saying he won't be, but I'm saying if he's not, you need a plan B. That's what you can decide today, right? That's what you could have decided yesterday. That's what you could have implemented in a walkthrough. Because up to this point, when DJ Burns has been, quote-unquote, stopped, it's been by double teams. And then it's the easiest counter in the world, right? Then you look at DJ Burns and say, be an elite passer, because you are. Go find the shooter. Find the open guy, right? Swing, one more pass. That's I don't want to say easy, but simple. Right, that's more difficult than it seems. That's why a bunch of big guys that get double teamed can't do what DJ Burns can do. But he has that ability. It's a simple fix. If Zach Edey and DJ Burns stalemate each other, what do you do next? Does it turn into a DJ Horn show? Do you put in or emphasize a bunch of things you've used this year where DJ Horn is set up for success? Is it Mo Diarra? Because you're saying if Zach Edey's focused on DJ Burns, that's their best post defender. Is it Mo Diarra, your other big guy, who, by the way, has been low-key scoring like 16, 18 points in most games recently? Or is it this? And this is the one that I think might be a decision they have to make now. Is the answer to DJ Burns not being unstoppable more DJ Burns? Because at the very least, could it tire out Edey?
Good.
Right? If you're just like, hey, Edie, they're stalemating each other. All right, we'll rope-a-dope him, right?
Mm-hmm.
Let him tire himself out trying to stop DJ Burns, even if he's being successful. In the second half, that their gargantuan monster might be tired. And if everything they do is built around him, there you go. I saw a great clip from Purdue's most recent game. Defender, it was from Tennessee, did everything right. He was fronting Zach Edey. Zach Edey was on offense. Purdue was on offense. He was fronting Zach Edey. And he had wide legs, right? Great stance, wide arms, up and out, just making him like, by the way, I just want to clarify before I say this. I am not a park ranger, and I do not actually know what you should do in the event of a bear attack. But there is a certain kind of bear where you're supposed to make yourself big.
Well, yeah. Make noise.
There are certain bears.
Around,
there are certain bears where you're supposed to like play dead. There are certain bears where you're supposed to. I don't know.
Bear spray helps.
But yeah, exactly. The bear bells, everything. I'm not a park ranger. Do not quote. Don't be getting attacked by a bear and be like, hey. Tim Donnelly on the drive told me to get big. Suddenly you're looking at like a Kodiak polar bear combo, and you're like, might not work out well for you.
Might not.
But that's the position he was in. He was making himself as big as possible right in front of Zach Edey. Zach Edey couldn't get the ball. It was like a 25-second possession. It was awesome defense. You know what else it was? Wildly tiring for the defender that was doing that to Zach Edey, and you can't do that every possession because Zach Edey was just taking 300-plus pounds and leaning on the dude that was doing everything right. And you can't do that every possession. You could use that same logic for DJ Burns and say, Zach Edey might be playing great defense, but that's like, sprinting the first 200 on a 400-meter dash. You can run a record-breaking first 200, a great defense, but if you can't keep it up from a stamina standpoint, you're not going to be able to finish the race. Anybody that's ever watched an inexperienced 400-meter dash runner knows exactly what I'm talking about. That final home stretch, it's like you attach an anchor. So Kevin Keats right now, yesterday, the day before, and his coaching staff and his veterans and his team, they are answering the questions that could decide if they win against Purdue on Saturday. And some of the staff, if you're believing in the Izzo path or the Coach K path, should actually be deciding what they would do against UConn and Alabama.
Mm-hmm.
That's how you can win now. They took off earlier today, right? They had their send-off.
Yep.
The plane ride, great time, right? Wherever the coaches sit, work on the what ifs. And I said the same thing earlier in the tournament. I don't know if they do. Do they where you were growing up? Did they do tornado drills?
Yes.
Okay. I don't know why I remember. This is one of those stupid burned memories in the back of my brain that I'm never going to be able to forget. I was in elementary school in New Jersey, and we were doing tornado drills. And the teacher was like, any questions? This was, get your hardback book, put it over your head, curl up into a little ball, get under your desk, all this sort of stuff. And he said, any questions? Kid raised his hand, and the teacher had a cactus on her desk. Kid raised his hand. His name was actually, ironically, Zach. And I don't know why I remember this. Raised his hand and said, what happens if your cactus comes and hits us? And she was like, all right, we can't go through every what-if scenario. We're getting deep into the weeds here. And then she hit him with this. And maybe this is probably why I remember it. The teacher said, you shouldn't even worry. Like, you wouldn't worry about a cactus on my desk. You might have to worry about a cactus on the high school teacher's desk down the street coming to hit us. Things are really going to be jumbled up if this happens. And then he raised his hand and said, what if a cactus from the high school teacher's desk hits us? And it was like, all right, what are we doing here?
I got nothing for you.
I was in like third grade going, we're too deep in the what if weeds here. It's exactly what I'm talking about, right? It's exactly the you can't go too deep in the what if weeds, but you want to answer the big ones, right? You want to know how to get under your desk with the book, even if you're not going down into the, well, what if my lunch comes out of my lunchbox and I get stabbed with the straw? Like, you can't go too deep into the what-if weeds, but you need to know the big ones, and that's how you can win a game on Wednesday that isn't played until Friday. The Drive with Tim Donnelly, Saturday. I don't know why I said Friday. Overdrive will continue next with a conversation about the Canes. Feels like they haven't played in forever. This is the longest break they have till the end of the season. But we can look at one of their best players, or their best player. Sebastian Aho, is he living up to expectations? We talked about that earlier today. You'll get that conversation right here on Overdrive coming up next. Hey, I'm Tim Donnelly from 99.9 The Fan.
And I'm Brian Murphy from WRAL News. Sports betting is finally legal in North Carolina. Getting to this point, in this state, wasn't easy.
How it happened is a backstory worth telling, and that's what we're going to do in a new season of our podcast, A Brief History of Triangle Sports. The podcast is out now.
Follow A Brief History of Triangle Sports on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts, or on YouTube.
Wolfpack Sports Today is brought to you by Dreamfinders Homes. Homes built to fit your lifestyle. Now, here's your host, Tony Haynes.
Nothing beats free publicity. The story on the other side of this.
Dreamfinders Homes is excited to announce their partnership with NC State Athletics as the official home builder sponsor of the Wolfpack. With nearly 50 new and upcoming communities throughout the Carolinas, Dreamfinders Homes offers new and unique home plans built to fit your lifestyle. For more information on Raleigh communities like Glenmere Gardens, South Lakes, and Barrington, and all other move-in ready home inventory, visit dreamfindershomes.com to find your dream home. That's dreamfindershomes.com. Go Pack!
My name is Dr. David Boone. I'm an orthopedic surgeon at Raleigh Orthopedic Clinic. I'm going to talk about ankle sprains. Ankle sprains are one of the more common athletic injuries we see in the athletes we treat on a daily basis. These injuries can range from minor injuries to more complete disruptions of the ankle ligaments. Usually we can treat these athletes non-operatively, but occasionally chronic instability develops and surgery is required.
Thank you, Dr. Boone. Use the same doctors as the NC State Wolfpack. For more information, visit RaleighOrtho.com.
Thanks to its improbable march to the Final Four, NC State has captured the imagination of the college basketball world by becoming the latest team to remind us what the term March Madness really means. Fans across the nation are jumping on board the bandwagon. But what about potential recruits entered in the transfer portal? Wolfpack head coach Kevin Keats admits that trying to recruit and coach his team through the postseason has been a challenge.
I wish it wasn't going on at this time where we got we're on a national stage. But I have seen some excitement through some voices that I've talked to. Obviously, I can't mention names, but I do think there is some folks taking notice of what we're doing.
The Wolfpack traveled to Phoenix earlier today in preparation for its Final Four meeting with Purdue on Saturday. Back in a moment.
The top-rated public golf course in Raleigh is none other than the Lonnie Pool Golf Course at NC State. No wonder this championship course was designed by Arnold Palmer and is challenging and fun to play for all skill levels. Join a league or take lessons. Check out the latest equipment in the golf shop. You can even have your swing analyzed or get a custom club fitting from one of the nation's premier master fitters. It's all here at your #1 golf course. Learn more at LonniePoolGolfCourse.com.
Before the NC State men's team takes the floor, the Wolfpack women will see action in the women's Final Four Friday night in Cleveland. The opponent will be top-seeded South Carolina.
You've been listening to Wolfpack Sports Today, brought to you by Dreamfinders Homes. Homes built to fit your lifestyle. Wolfpack Sports Today is a Learfield presentation of the Wolfpack Sports Network.
Hey friends, Paul Ihander from 99.9 The Fan for my team at FanDuel, and I want you to say goodbye to busted brackets because FanDuel lets you bet on every game of the tournament. Whether you're betting on a big upset or a 1 seed, it's time to go dancing with America's #1 sportsbook. You can bet on everything from the money line, pick those winners, to over-unders, to which team cuts down the nets, all on an app that's safe, secure, and super easy to use. So take the court with $200 in bonus bets, win or lose, when you place your first $5 bet. Just visit FanDuel.com/Paul, Paul with a capital P, and get started. FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. 21 plus and present in North Carolina. First online real money wager only. $10 deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See full terms at FanDuel.com/sportsbook. Gambling problem? Call 877-718-5543 or visit morethanagame.nc.gov.
Getting your biggest tax refund from Jackson Hewitt can lead to some spirited reactions.
Jackson Hewitt, yeah!
Jackson Hewitt is so sure they'll get you your biggest refund that if they don't, you get your money back plus $100.
Jackson, hell yeah!
Switch to Jackson Hewitt and we'll beat what you paid last year, even if you filed online.
Hell yeah!
Ain't nothing to it. Switch to Jackson Hewitt and pay less for tax prep, guaranteed. Proof of prior year payment required when filing. New clients only at participating locations through April 7th. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com.
We're in overdrive on 99.9 The Fan. Today's key highlights and opinion from The Drive with Tim Donnelly.
We wanted to ask this yesterday. Is Sebastian Aho living up to the expectations, which are admittedly high for a player of his caliber, and the contract extension he signed? He's the most, and I've said this, this is like when you buy a red car and then you're driving home and it feels like every single car on the road is a red car. You're like, were they always this? What is going on here? I came to the conclusion that he was the most under-talked about, underrated superstar in the NHL a couple months ago. And then from that point on, there was just signs about it nonstop. He wasn't included in the All-Star game skills challenge. I'm going, what? He's one of the most skilled guys in the league. Why? He's on one of the best teams in the league.
He won most accurate shooter just a couple of years ago.
Well, why not? Well, he's famous and underrated. And then there's lists coming out, and he's not on the top tiers. And I'm going, this guy is the most underrated superstar in the league. So obviously, as I try to do, you double-check your hypothesis, right? Old scientific theory. You make a statement, and then you have to go test it. This offseason, he signed an 8-year, $78 million extension. That comes with expectations that are higher than when you're playing on your previous deal. And the extension actually doesn't kick in until next year, but he signed it this past offseason. Has he lived up to those expectations? I will give you the shortest possible answer. Yes. Now we'll dive into the longer answer. The Canes are tied on DraftKings Sportsbook as the betting favorite to win the Stanley Cup. The betting favorite, plus 650. They are the most likely to win according to the betting odds, right? You will win the least amount of money if you pick them to win, and they do. Sebastian Aho is the best player and has played like the best player. He is the team leader in points. He is the team leader in goals. He is the team leader in assists, and he's getting better as the season goes along. Dennis brought up these stats in our team's chat, whatever you want to call it. Last 9 games, 8 goals, 9 assists.
Yeah.
He's plus 12.
Okay.
3 points per game. He's been on the ice for a little over 20 minutes, average time on ice, 20 minutes and 38 seconds. 3 power play goals, not points per game.
Play goals, yeah.
I'm reading it like it's a basketball stat. A lot of college basketball in my mind right now. PPG. 3 power play goals and 2 power play assists. That's pretty darn good. When you're averaging almost a goal, almost a goal per game, and you're averaging a full assist per game at the same darn time, he's living up to everything. And yet, still underrated, right? And you know what? I have to admit, let's raise our hands. Let's tap our chest on this one. Let's say my bad. That little run is coincided with the new guys coming in, and I do think we've given a lot of the credit to the new guys, which they deserve theirs. But I also think, all those assists Gensel is getting have a lot to do with the fact that he's playing with Aho.
Yeah,
right.
And all these goals that Jarvis is getting.
Sometimes we have to admit, and sometimes we have to recalibrate and recognize we're taking something for granted. Which is why I wanted to ask this question. I think we might be taking Aho a little bit for granted. And we're so excited about these other guys that we're forgetting that the best player is doing best player things.
Already has his career best in terms of points for a season. And there's still 7 games left.
I was going to say, and it's not like we're done here.
Yeah.
And if he's on his what does he have? He's 85 points?
85 points in 72 games.
He's averaging, we're looking at 1.8, 1.9 points per game over his last 9.
Something like that, yeah.
7 games left. If he stays on this torrid pace, which would be tough, but hey, let's play that game for hypothetical reasons.
Why not?
you're looking at like 97, 98 points.
He could push it to 100.
I think once you get into your 90s, you're looking around going, yeah, Rod, I know we're getting ready for a postseason run, but would an extra minute or two on the ice really hurt me? I'm in good shape. I've been working out all year. I'm just saying, Rod.
Rod would feel good.
And Rod might look at him and say, what are you, crazy? We're getting ready for a postseason run? And that's fair too, but I'm just saying, if he stays on this torrid pace that he's been on the last 9 games, it's not completely outside the realm of possibility that he's a 100-point scorer, which would be the first time in a long time the Canes would have that on their roster.
First time since 2006.
What else happened in 2006?
They won a Stanley Cup.
Look at that.
The last time they had a 40-goal scorer who was also 100 points was Eric Stahl in 2006.
I think, actually, do you know what it is?
What's that?
I think he's becoming an everything but player.
Mm.
We've talked about this with Armando Bacot in college, R.J. Davis in college recently when it comes to their standing in UNC history. He's becoming an everything but player. There's no doubt in my mind sometime in the next 4 or 5 years he's going to be a 100-point scorer. I just see that happening, the way he's playing, the way he's developing as he continues to develop and improve. That's coming. It's the everything but is everything but a cup. The ESPN put him in the second tier of top centers. We were talking about this a few days ago. And I when I saw he was in the second tier, I wanted to go on the same rant I started with in this and go, this guy is so underrated. Who's putting him in the second tier? And then I read the description for the first tier, and it was all of these guys have led their team to a cup. And I went, fair. Okay, he better be in the next tier. And he was. And I went, all right, this one's okay. He's everything but that at the moment. So there's an opportunity here to check off that everything but, right? There's an opportunity here, and that's what players of his caliber are measured on from this point moving forward.
Career best in points, best plus-minus at plus 31, also best face-off percentage for a season in his career.
And he's on a team that's, at least according to one book, the betting favorite, tied for, the betting favorite to win the Stanley Cup. Everything but also means there's one goal. Actually, there's 40-plus goals, but there's one directive. There's one thing they're chasing, and that is the Stanley Cup. The Drive with Tim Donnelly, 99.9 The Fan. And that will do it for us here on Overdrive on 99.9 The Fan. Thank you to Graham for stepping in and producing for Dennis. We'll hear from Dennis tomorrow. He's on his way to Phoenix as we speak for the Final Four. So we'll have that for you tomorrow, as well as much, much more, beginning with The Drive at 3. Until then, have a great night, everybody.
Bring on the madness.
Final score, 76-64. The Wolfpack beats Duke. You can light up the bell tower red. The Pack is back in the national semifinals for the first time since 1983. NC State beats Duke for the second time in the month of March, this time for a trip to the Final Four. Incredible.
College basketball tournament action on 99.9 The Fan is powered by Wake Med, Roofworks, and Wilkinson Chevrolet Cadillac Buick GMC in Sanford.
I have to confess, I was very excited to call 911. Finally, a good one, and I realize that while what I'm about to say is true, it sounds suspicious. So I'm like, my wife fell down the stairs.
From his multiple Netflix specials, comedian Tom Segura brings his new tour, Come Together, to PNC Arena Raleigh, April 14th. Tickets on sale now at Ticketmaster.com.
New to the area? Let me be the first to welcome you. I'm Marcy Bailey of Bailey's Fine Jewelry. We've been family-owned and part of North Carolina since 1948. We have a tradition of being voted the best jewelry store with an unparalleled selection of designer jewelry, fine diamonds, engagement rings, watches, and gifts to commemorate all your special occasions. We look forward to sharing our award-winning service and stunning jewels with you. Visit us today in-store or at BaileyBox.com to see why every woman wants a Bailey box.
What could be better than living less than 15 minutes from downtown Raleigh, where you'll soon find an expansive greenway network with walking trails, a pool with a lazy river, and a dog park? How about choosing from a diverse portfolio of plans, including large homes with a 3-car garage, or Charleston-inspired homes with rear entry garages? At Georgia's Landing by Mungo Homes, you'll find an exceptional location with an even better lifestyle. Go to mungo.com today to learn more about Georgia's Landing near downtown Raleigh. Mungo.com.
Hey, North Carolina, Adam Gold here, and you can say goodbye to busted brackets like mine because FanDuel lets you bet on every game of the tournament. Whether you're betting on a big upset or a 1 seed, it's time to go dancing with America's #1 sportsbook, and that's FanDuel. And you can bet on everything from the money line, who's going to win, over-unders, to which team will win it all on an app that's safe, secure, and super easy to use. Take the court with $200 in bonus bets, win or lose, when you place your first $5 wager. Go to FanDuel.com, promo code AdamGold to get started. FanDuel.com, promo code AdamGold. FanDuel is America's #1 sportsbook. Must be 21 and older and present in North Carolina. First online real money wager only, $10 deposit required. Bonuses issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See full terms at FanDuel.com/sportsbook. Gambling problem? Call 877-718-5543 or visit morethanagame.nc.gov.
Hey, didn't see you downtown last weekend. Nope, we had a night out at the new Salt and Lime by the Raleigh Grand. What? No Sharkies? Well, I love Sharkies, but we had to try Salt and Lime's Baja Mexican menu. The food and atmosphere there is great. Just love it. And we had a pre-dinner drink around the corner at that new wine bar, The Mix. It's almost next door to Sharkies. Excellent drinks, great selection of wine, and they had live music. Well, that's perfect. It was. Next week, it's House of Hops. I just love the relaxed atmosphere, and the beer selection is out of this world. Then Sharkies for some late-night entertainment. Every place is so convenient. I know. They're just a stone's throw from each other. Yeah. Wait, I guess it would depend on the size of the stone and, of course, who's throwing it. True. The closer they are, the larger the stone could be, right? And if my husband is throwing it, maybe needs to be a small stone.
Salt and Lime, The Mix, House of Hops, and Sharkies, just a stone's throw from each other. Check them out online and visit soon.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for up to half the cost. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up and call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Savings based on cost of Consumer Cellular single line 1, 5, and 10 gig data plans with unlimited talk and text compared to lowest cost single line postpaid unlimited talk, text, and data plans offered by T-Mobile and Verizon January 2024.
eBay Motors is here for the ride. Go ahead, feel your engine. Admire that perfectly installed exhaust. Your vehicle's moving along this freeway like it was made from fresh installs and a whole lot of love. With eBay Motors, you get over 122 million parts to keep it running. And with eBay Guaranteed Fit, they'll be the perfect fit every time. Plus, at these prices, well, we're burning rubber, not cash. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply. They'll be the perfect fit every time. Plus, at these prices, well, we're burning rubber, not cash. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Planning for spring at Lowe's means big savings on outdoor power equipment, and Lowe's knows nothing feels better than free. Buy one select Ego string trimmer, leaf blower, or mower kit. Get one select 56-volt battery free. That's up to a $299 value. Power through spring with Ego, the #1 rated brand in cordless outdoor power. Because Lowe's knows home improvement. Valid through 4/3 while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
This is SportsCenter.
I'm Christine Lisi. Stefon Diggs' time in Buffalo is over in one of the most significant moves this NFL offseason. The Bills trading their top receiver and 2 draft picks to the Texans for a 2025 second-rounder. Houston adds an elite receiver, and Diggs, after 4 years in Buffalo, gets yet another fresh start via a trade. ESPN's Dan Graziano.
He was behind the scenes, sort of letting it be known to coaches that he would like a little bit more of a role in the offense, especially after they changed coordinators mid-season. And now with the same coordinator coming back for next year, I think there was some concern that maybe the role would be the same, and that might frustrate him a little bit more. Between that and the social media posts, I think the Bills felt like it was best for everybody to sort of make a break at this point.
Bills dead money charge in 2024 for the deal, $31 million. LSU star Angel Reese announced that she's declaring for the 2024 WNBA draft. She is a projected first-round pick. NBA Bucks point guard Damian Lillard, groin strain, out again tonight against the Grizzlies. Rangers third baseman Josh Young expected to miss 8 to 10 weeks following surgery on his fractured right wrist.
ESPN Radio is presented by Progressive Insurance. Progressive makes bundling easy and affordable. Get a multi-policy discount by combining your motorcycle, RV, boat, ATV, and more. All your protection in one place. Bundle and save at Progressive.com.
This is Freddie and Harry on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
Come on, girl.
It's the Wednesday Groovathon here on Freddie and Harry with me, Freddie Coleman, and Harry Douglas, presented by Progressive Insurance on Sirius XM Channel 80. Don't forget about us on TuneIn and always tell your smart speaker to play ESPN Radio. Once is good, but sometimes two is better.
This is your safe space, your sports therapy, your chance to get it off your chest. Safe Space with Freddie and Harry.
888 say ESPN 888-729-3776. You don't have to worry about anybody getting in the way of what you got to say. No shade, no interruption, no side eye, no nothing as far as that goes. Your safe space is all about you, UYOU at 888 say ESPN. That is 888-729-3776. Nate in Florida, my friend, what do you have for the safe space?
First of all, guys, first-time caller. Love the show.
Thank you, brother.
Freddie, I feel like you my best friend, but I got to talk to my brother Harry.
Okay.
Harry, I'm in Florida. Don't get it confused. I'm in West Palm Beach. I'm straight ATL. I'm so ATL, like so deaf. Zone 4 for life, born and raised in the ATL, Grady baby, Mays High School.
Okay.
First football team ever at that school. Daughter went to Westlake with Cam. When I say I'm so ATL, I'm so ATL.
Okay.
And because I'm so ATL, I believe in the Ra. I believe in the Ra. I believe in Raheem Morris. I believe in the new regime. I listened to that first practice yesterday, the first meeting of all the players. Man, you need to go and check out that YouTube video if you haven't checked it out. Man, the brother is so positive. He is definitely the right fit for the A. And I know we go through this every 3 years with a new coach, but it's a new regime with the Ra. So this is my safe space. I'm in Florida, man. I wear my red and black proud. I can't find no Falcons gear down here nowhere. They got these funky Dolphins, these funky Jaguars or whatever. I can't find no Falcons gear. You know what I'm saying? But
I mean, Nate, excuse me, Nate. This is what I need you to do for me because, you know, everyone that comes on that are diehard Falcons fans, there's this little noise I like to make, and it goes a little something like this. So if you believe in them birds this year, that they're going to win the NFC South, that they're going to go to the playoffs and make some noise, let me hear you say, That's what I'm talking about, Nate. That's what I'm talking about. I love your safe space, my man. Make sure you don't be a stranger because we got to stick together, us Falcons fans. Big Nate in Florida, but he true to the ATL, baby.
Not for nothing. That was a pretty good squawk by Nate in Florida.
It was.
You usually leave people behind when you do it, but Nate, he was part of the formation, the Falcon formation. You were not leaving him behind. As far as support for the Atlanta Falcons, loving that. Jeremy in South Dakota, my friend, what you got for the safe space?
My safe space is I'm a 50-year-old Vikings fan, so I've known nothing but pain my whole entire NFL career. My safe space would be if we can't trade our 2 number ones for the top 3 picks, to wait till the 3rd or 4th round and pick up Travis from Florida State.
Ooh. You know, I'm not opposed to that because I think Jordan Travis when he recovers from that horrific knee injury that happened when they played against North Alabama in the regular season, when it came to Florida State, that would be a fantastic comeback story for a guy that if he had not gotten injured, probably could have been maybe a 3rd-round pick, maybe even a 2nd-round pick because he can throw that football around, can make plays, and he's so smart as well. I would not be mad at that, Harry Douglas, if I'm a Minnesota Vikings fan. You can't trade to get the guy that you can possibly get. And selling for Jordan Travis, there are a lot worse guys you can settle for at that quarterback position.
I would say this, though, when it comes to that. I think when Minnesota moved up back into the first round for a second first-round draft pick at 23, they have the 11th and they have the 23rd overall pick. Mm-hmm. That was the plan, right, to be able to have that leverage to get the guy that you want.
Right.
Now, if they aren't able to get the guy that they want, I think Michael Penix Jr. would suit this offense a little bit better because of the way he throws the football down the field and how he's a sharpshooter in doing so.
We got another safe space, one of our own, who shall remain nameless, Devin Kane, one of our producers. Devin Kane, what's your safe space, Mr. St. Bonaventure?
All right. I'm sick and tired.
Okay.
When you go to a sports bar,
all right,
that should imply that you're going somewhere to be able to watch sports. But not only just watch the sports, but the correct sports. So when I go into a sports bar and there's specific games that are nationally known, I'm not going to name the sports bar.
Okay.
When it's not on the TV, and when you ask someone, hey, could you please change the game that everybody in here wants to watch?
Right.
And they give you a little attitude about it.
They don't do it?
I get really mad about that.
Wow.
I contend that every sports bar, every good sports bar should have one person dedicated to knowing what the games are on that night, what everyone wants to watch, and be able to accommodate whatever people. Hey, if you're not watching this, can I use this TV?
Yep.
At the bare minimum. If you don't have that, I'm not spending my money with you.
Yeah, I'm not.
I agree.
That. Yeah,
I agree with that.
Yeah, there's a place around here where that is not too far from where I live here in Connecticut. Wooden Tap. You ask them, they change it right away. If something is on, hey, can you change that TV to that? They'll do that immediately.
What's the name?
Wooden Tap. When you come to visit, I'll take you there.
Oh, no, you won't. Oh, no, you won't.
It's a good spot. It's good food. Great burgers.
I can tap on my own.
Good Lord. How did we get here now? How do we get here to Paws Boulevard and what's on your mind Avenue? How did we get here as far as that goes? Quick safe space from somebody, one of our favorites on Twitter, Joyce hitting us up at Coleman ESPN and at HDucks83. She says, good evening, all. I was listening to your show during a doctor's visit. One man came over to me after listening and watching me laugh. I told him the deal. He opened the app. I set him and 4 people up with the live radio and podcast info. We all laughed and high-fived. Just spreading the groove from our sister Joyce hanging out with us on social media. She's one of our favorites. Always has great takes.
That's what I'm talking about, Joyce.
There's certain people that you wish you could meet in person. For us, Joyce on social media always has great tweets, always supports the show. That is one person I would love for this whole staff to meet because she seems to be 100% genuine because it always comes through in her tweets out there.
And you know what? Whenever we get to the point to where we have merchandise, right, we're going to send our faithfuls gear, man. Own us, too. We're going to send our faithfuls some gear.
Yeah, because believe me, when we did our shows, when you worked with Jason Fitz, and I worked with Ian Fitzsimmons, when we had our shirts with our names on the shows, I can't tell you how many times either if I had the shirt on or if my family member had it on, I said, wait a minute, where did you get that from?
Born and raised here. I've been loving my Cardinals forever, but I'm at the end of the road, dog. I'm telling you what, we got this coach. I'm not taking shots at him. I don't know much about him, but it ain't enough, damn it. I was expecting stuff way better than this, and I just feel like it's going back. I'm going to have to the expectations, 1 or 2 games, I can't sit through it no more. So I'm telling the world now, if we start this year and we lose out, so I'm just telling all my friends and families listening, when y'all see me wearing Kentucky Wildcat stuff now instead of Louisville, don't ask why, because I'm going to be like, look, y'all see what we put out there. They're going to say, okay, I get it. I said more. So I'm done.
Mike, don't you do that, man. Give Pat Kelsey some time.
Do it, Mike.
Give him a chance, man.
Go the Kentucky route, Mike. Do it, Mike.
Mike, listen, Mike, I got to tell you this. If I see you with Kentucky blue on, Mike,
do it,
I'm
Mike.
in Louisville, Mike. Don't you do that.
Do it, Mike.
We got to stick together, man.
Do it, Mike, because these
Stay with the birds, baby. L1C4. Louisville first, cause forever, baby.
Mike, if your team is frustrating you, they've already given advice to 2 Cowboys fans. They want them to change when it came to Roger in Reno and Don in Dallas. So, Mike, if the Louisville Cardinals have gotten on your last nerve and you go to Big Blue Nation, go ahead, man. It's okay. It's a free country.
Well, Mike, let me say this. I mean, the only difference in the 2 organizations, the Cowboys and Louisville Cardinals, we've actually showed in the 2000s that we can win big on the big stage.
Yeah,
so that's a difference, Mike.
It is.
Come on, stay with us, baby.
And believe me, you guys got the right guy in Pat Kelsey. He can coach. He's really, really good. You've already got the James Madison best player out of the transfer portal.
Yeah.
That's going to join Louisville. So believe me, trust me, Mike, in Louisville, your Cardinals have finally gotten it right with the head coach and Pat Kelsey. He is really good, and believe me, he can really, really recruit. E-Double in Atlanta. Great handle, by the way. E-D, what you got for the Safe Space?
Good evening, gentlemen. Thank you. My safe space is the Freddie and Harry show. My kids, I pick them up at 3. They say, I'm trying to introduce them to early 90s R&B. They said, I want to listen to Freddie and Harry. I said, okay, that's my safe space. I need to turn it to them. Also, my safe space is a sports bar to watch my NC State Wolfpack. 1 pack, 1 goal. Why not us? To watch the under the rim basketball game of DJ Burns. Go DJ, he's my DJ. And, I just love y'all guys.
Hey, double, that was fire. That was fire.
Complete fire. Hey, DJ, keep playing that song. Keep dancing all night. How about the North Carolina State? Talk about surprising runs on the men and women's side.
That's right.
To be a chance to be a part of the Final Four, man, that's pretty cool down in the triangle for North Carolina State.
And it's so big that you have professors at NC State canceling tests that were supposed to be had because someone sent one professor an email, hey, I'm going to be lit.
Okay.
I think it would be good if you move the test to Wednesday. The professor moved the test to Wednesday.
Yeah. By the way, go on the Twitter handle NC State Women's Basketball, and they have Elle Duncan and Holly Rowe, and they do like a little dance routine, and Elle Duncan and Holly Rowe start singing along with the players. It is unbelievably good how they're able to be in line with 2 of the biggest personalities when it comes to ESPN. One last one from Eric in New York. He's one of our favorites. Easy-E in the safe space for this Wednesday.
How you doing, Freddie? My Queen's brother. How you doing?
We're good, man. How are you?
I'm doing great. And Harry, my man.
What's up, E?
That home fire burning, taking care of your kids and your family. Awesome, man. Awesome.
Thanks, E.
I just want to say, as a longtime Giants fan, and, I go back to the late 60s, I'm not sold on them, drafting a quarterback. I really, I see all these teams making these great moves and everything. And we've done some good things on the defense. But I just don't know if we should be going after one of those quarterbacks. I think it might be, I don't want it to be Danny Dimes 2.0. I don't know, man. So, help me out with that. And Devin and Shannon, we got to keep Big Blue Nation alive. So,
that's right.
Let's make the right decision, build the team the proper way so we can have a great future, okay?
Love that, E.
Yeah, I love that as well. But as a Cowboys fan, I don't want that to happen.
Well, and we know for the Giants and where they're constructed right now, it may take some time. So if you have to take your time, if it takes 4, 5, maybe 10 years to get going,
wow, really?
It is what it is.
Wow, never mind. We're just gonna move on from that. Yeah, neither can I. If you did not get through on the safe space when it comes to 888-729-3776, hit us up on Twitter anytime you want at Coleman ESPN and at H Douglas 83. In other news, will feature the ladies' Final Four weekend taking over for the fellas, plus Miami Marlins, plus Burger King equals worst promotion of 2024. This is ESPN Radio.
NBA Thursday on ESPN Radio. Nikola Jokic and the Denver Nuggets continue their fight for the top of the Western Conference. Up next, they head to Los Angeles to face Kawhi Leonard and the Clippers, who are lurking only a few games behind. Coverage begins tomorrow at 9:30 Eastern, with tip-off at 10 Eastern on ESPN Radio, presented by Indeed.
I'm a waitress, so I know the difference between regular shoes and Skechers slip-resistant work shoes. Skechers slip-resistant work shoes make my job go like this. Here's your pasta primavera.
Thanks.
While regular shoes make my job go like this. Here's your pasta whoa! Yeah. And that difference is why I wear Skechers slip-resistant work shoes. They've got serious traction to keep me on my feet. Plus, they're easy to clean and have Skechers' exclusive air-cooled memory foam for comfort throughout my shift. They come in classic, wide, and relaxed fits, as well as a variety of fashionable styles, including athletic looks, so I don't have to sacrifice style for safety. In fact, my Skechers slip-resistant work shoes look so good, I often wear them when I'm not working. Hey, slips can happen at any time, so even if I'm not at work, my Skechers work shoes are putting in overtime. Get America's #1 selling work shoe at Skechers.com, a Skechers store near you, or wherever work shoes are sold.
Starting next Monday, listen to 99.9 The Fan every afternoon during the drive for your chance to see the Storm surge in person. It's our 10K playoff payout. Try your luck at playoff tickets by discovering the Golden Puck. And like last year, take your ultimate shot at $10,000.
Let's go!
Listen for the 10K playoff payout. Driven by the Carolina Ford dealers, built Ford proud. Learn more at buyfordnow.com.
Did you know one of the best investments you can make? It's in yourself. At My Computer Career, in just a few months, you could start your new career in the high-demand, recession-resistant field of information technology. Isn't it time you invest in you and start a career in networking, cybersecurity, AI, or upskill to boost your current IT career? So, get the ROI you deserve at My Computer Career. No experience necessary. Start now at mycomputercareer.edu.
Financial aid is available for qualified students, including the GI Bill.
At Bet365, we don't do ordinary. We believe that every sport should be epic. Every goal, every game, every point, every play. From the moments that are legendary to the ones that fly under the radar. Whether it's a game-winning goal in the final seconds of overtime or a shot on goal in the first period. Whatever the sport, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in North Carolina. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem and wants help, call 1-877-718-5543 or visit morethanagame.nc.gov.
April is here, and if your windows won't open for fresh air or seal tight to keep out pollen and bugs, then talk to Window Nation right now. For every 2 windows you buy, you'll get 2 free. There's no limit to how much you could save. Plus, you could save even more with no interest or payments for 24 months. With proven quality, you'll get affordable windows that meet or beat the national brands. Don't miss out. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com to schedule your free in-home estimate.
It's bow time. Something new just dropped at Bojangles. Take the bold taste of a crispy golden chicken supreme that's been seasoned to perfection, then add dill pickles, Carolina Gold barbecue sauce, and a toasted bun that's great on the go. What do you get? You get a Bo's Bird Dog. In fact, you can grab 2 of them for $5. So when you're on the go, headed to practice, or need a snack, grab a Bo's Bird Dog. Hurry in before they're gone. Available for a limited time. It's bow time.
There's no time like bow time, but sometimes it's go time. No time to stop. Introducing Bojangles' new Bird Dog, a seasoned to perfection Bojangles Chicken Supreme, dill pickles, Carolina Gold barbecue sauce, all on a toasted bun. Great on the go. Try 2 Bird Dogs for just $5 or a 2 Bird Dog combo for just $8. Hurry, Bo's Bird Dogs are available for limited time only. When you're hungry for flavor and value, it's bow time.
Now is the time to switch to Spectrum. Get Spectrum Internet delivering fast and reliable speeds for just $49.99 a month, plus free advanced Wi-Fi for enhanced security and a free Spectrum Mobile Unlimited line with nationwide 5G. Ask how you can get a Visa Rewards card up to $500 when you add more mobile lines. Internet, advanced Wi-Fi, and mobile. Get it all with Spectrum One. Go to Spectrum.com for full details. Offer subject to change. Valid for qualified residential customers only. Restrictions apply.
Sick of the same old Friday night? Get out of your rut and get up to Roxborough for this. You kick back and enjoy. They race for cash prizes. Everyone has a great time at Roxborough Motorsports Park. Come out Friday nights for Freaky Friday. Gates open at 5. Races start at 6. Roxborough Motorsports Park. 65 years in business and still bringing folks from all over for weekly races, dirt drags, live music, and more. Now it's your turn to discover the excitement. Check out this week's schedule at roxboroughmotorsportspark.com.
Our state's future begins with our students. That's why the North Carolina Education Lottery has contributed over $10 billion to education. Through scholarships, school construction, support staff, and pre-K programs, lottery dollars move our state forward, helping students become the best versions of themselves. Visit movingncstudentsforward.com and share how your student or school community has benefited for a chance to earn $2,000 for your story. Must be 18 to play. Problem Gambling Helpline 877-718-5543.
A torn ACL, stress fracture, aching back, a hip that's had it, life on hold, and all you want is to get it back. Enter Wake Orthopedics. Our fellowship-trained orthopedists do it all. General, sports, pediatric, joint replacement, fractures, spine, prevention, advanced diagnostics, progressive treatments, minimally invasive procedures, surgeries, and more. Visit wakemed.org/wakeortho and get back your life.
321-321. These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
This is Freddie and Harry on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
You got it. You got it. You got it. You got it. I know you got soul. Hey. If you think you wouldn't be in here.
It's the Wednesday Groovathon known as Freddie and Harry, presented by Progressive Insurance. You always got soul when you got Freddie Coleman and Harry Douglas together on Sirius XM Channel 80, as well as tune in. And always don't forget to tell your smart speaker to play ESPN Radio. Normally do in other news about stuff you might have missed, but we're going to extend this safe space a little bit because one of our favorites, we got to make sure that he is feeling okay. He is our man, Unique, in New Jersey at 888-729-3776. Brother Unique, my friend, what can we help you out with? What you got, Unique?
Oh, man, somebody about to hang. Man, somebody, the call going to disconnect, man. Somebody calling me, man.
Yeah, we're going to try to get Unique on tomorrow because Unique's going through it in just a little bit, and so we don't want to have him have to feel some sort of way and try to explain that. So we'll try to talk to Unique off there and see if we can help him out with a little something when it comes to what he is going through. But we know you can't be updated on things that are going on in the world because you got things to do, you got people to see, you got places to go. Lucky for you, that's where Freddie and Harry definitely come in to make sure that works.
They may not be the top stories of the day.
In other news.
But you need to be in the know. This is In Other News.
So this one, you know you got something going good, especially when it comes to women's basketball. Now, the women's Final Four is in Cleveland, Ohio. The men's Final Four is in Phoenix, Arizona. The average price of a ticket sold to the women's semifinals that starts on Friday, South Carolina versus North Carolina State in one semifinal, UConn versus Iowa in the other semifinal. The average ticket for that semifinal, either semifinal game, Harry Douglas, is over $2,300. The average sale price for the men's semifinals that happens the next day, when you got UConn versus Alabama and North Carolina State versus Purdue, was barely over $1,000.
Wow. And lets you know, man, like what people are into right now. Mm-hmm. The women's game, the way these young ladies have performed, especially on the biggest stages.
Yep.
I commend them for being able to do it. They've had eyeballs on them all season long, and they've lived up to the standard, right? Yeah. They've lived up to the hype.
Yep.
And I can't wait to watch the Final Four this weekend. I really can't.
By the way, the average price for both semifinal games is $1,131.78 compared to $400.29 for the Final Four last year involving the women. That had an undefeated South Carolina. You had Iowa on the other side. You had LSU to want to win in the national championship. The average price this year is more than 60% compared, almost more than 200% compared to last year when it's barely over $400.
Well, look at the stories, right? You talk about South Carolina. Can they finish their season or complete it being undefeated and winning the national championship? Cardoso, we know she could declare for the WNBA draft. She's been phenomenal all year long. You have Paige Beckers and Geno Auriemma. You know his last name. I mess it up every time. Auriemma.
I got you.
There we go.
No problem.
But how they're still able to make it to a Final Four and have that appearance with a lot of people that was supposed to play pivotal roles in street clothes right now.
No doubt about
But Paige Beckers is the star attraction. But then you look at the Iowa Hawkeyes being able to avenge the loss that they had in the national championship last year, beating LSU, making a Final Four appearance. You have Caitlin Clark, who is the face of the game right now, and she's going up against Paige Beckers. So you look at all those things, and then you look at NC State, who a lot of people feel like weren't even going to be here at this time. They found a way to get there, though.
Yeah, no doubt about that. That's going to be very interesting. Both Final Fours where the women's ticket price is more than double the men's prices when it comes to the semifinals. And then we have the Miami Marlins plus Burger King equals the worst promotion so far in 2024. The Marlins have promised any fan that shows up that if they win a game or when they win a game, every fan in attendance will get a free Whopper Jr. after every home win. That's a great promotion. Here's the problem. The Miami Marlins have played their first 7 games at home this year. They're 0-7. I'm not making that up. They're 0 for the season. I know my Mets team is bad, has not won a game. But when you promise folks that, hey, when we win, you get a free Whopper Jr., and you're 0 for 7 the first 7 games of the season at home, yikes. Yikes.
Like, it's crazy because in that division, the National League East, you have the Mets 0-4 and the Marlins 0-7, 0-11 combined between. My goodness.
Yeah. Worst promotion of 2024, other than the Mets. They thought they were going to be good. Amber and Ian comes your way next. This has been Freddie and Harry on the mighty ESPN Radio.
On the court, like in life, things aren't always going to go as planned. Just take a look at your bracket. You'll see what I mean. So, when the inevitable water, fire, or other property damage happens, at home or at work, ServPro, the #1 seed in cleaning and restoration, can help you get back in the game. As for that bracket, you're on your own. ServPro, like it never even happened. Visit servpro.com or call 1-800-SERVPRO today.
It's a mystery where Old Spice finds its amazing scents like Himalayan sea salt, but I'm thrilled they have because no other body wash exfoliates and moisturizes 24/7 like Old Spice Gentleman's Himalayan sea salt body wash. Now, if only there was a mountain range separating the Indian subcontinent from the Tibetan plateau where I could hide my Old Spice and keep my family from stealing it, my impossibly smooth skin will finally be safe.
Hey, it's Adam Gold, and do you have a late-night craving for in-depth analysis on the Carolina Hurricanes and their latest game, their latest win, their pursuit of the Stanley Cup? Well, I can quench your thirst. I can feed that appetite on the Canes Corner podcast, the morning after edition, which drops the morning after every Hurricanes game. Get it wherever you get your podcast. Brought to you by the Aluminum Company of North Carolina.
Are you in charge of running the building maintenance plays at your workplace? If you're facing roofing issues, you gotta get RoofWorks into the game. Hi, this is Holly with RoofWorks. You can count on us to be your MVP when it comes to taking care of your commercial building roof. We handle leaky roof repair, coatings, total replacements, upfits, and we even do commercial gutters. Let us show you what a valuable addition we are to your building maintenance team. Contact us today online at roofworks.com. That's roof, WERKS.com.
What are you doing? I'm training for the new Ultimate Dash Scratch-Offs. I could get a chance to dash through a warehouse full of prizes.
That explains the shopping cart.
Plus, I could win up to $2 million in cash.
And that explains the tuxedo.
I'm chafing.
Feel the rush with new Ultimate Dash Scratch-Offs from the North Carolina Education Lottery. Must be 18 to play. Approximate overall odds of winning are 1 in 3.78. Problem gambling helpline 877-718-5543.
We want to invite you to Atlantic Spas and Billiards to bring more relaxation, wellness, and fun to your home. Sit in a hot tub from Hot Spring or Caldera, relax in a hot sauna from Finleo, or swim in our showroom in our endless pool. We have a fully stocked game room showroom with darts, ping pong, foosball, air hockey, pool tables, and more. Everything we sell for your home, from hot tubs to grills, from saunas to pool tables, promotes relaxation, wellness, and fun. Atlantic Spas and Billiards on Glenwood Avenue in Raleigh and Market Street in Wilmington, AtlanticSBNC.com.
The Body Armor State Games are coming to Charlotte this June. Registration is open to athletes of all ages and skill levels in 25 different sports. The Body Armor State Games feature 13,000 athletes and 700 teams. Don't miss out on North Carolina's largest sports festival of the year. Visit bodyarmorstategames.org today. The Body Armor State Games are proud to partner with Truist, Harris Teeter, and Blue Cross and Blue Shield of North Carolina.
Let's party like it's 1874 at the City of Sanford's 150th birthday bash happening Saturday, April 6th at Sanford Fairgrounds, kicking off at 10:30 a.m. This is a free event with family-friendly performances and much more. Visit sanford150.com for all the details.
This hour on the Triangle Sports Leader is brought to you by the Ritchie Law Firm Injury Lawyers.
You can feel the madness!
Go to GotBrian.com. That's GotBrian.com.
Sports Beat. I'm Fred.
WCMC HD1 Holly Springs. Take us with you on radio, web, app, Alexa, and YouTube. 99.9 The Fan, the Triangle Sports Leader.
This is Sports Center.
Kevin Richard, perhaps it is a changing of the guard in the AFC. The Buffalo Bills continue to shed veterans while the Houston Texans continue to add prominent pieces. Today, the Bills shipped wide receiver Stefon Diggs to Houston along with 2 late-round picks in exchange for a second-round pick in return this year. By the way, the picks from Minnesota. Diggs spent 4 years in Buffalo, went over 1,000 receiving yards in each, but his production dropped off last season after week 6. The trade has a significant impact on the betting market. The Texans go from 11-1 to plus 750 to win the AFC, and from 22-1 down to 18-1 to win the Super Bowl. The Bills' odds did decrease, just not as dramatically. Buffalo, by the way, does endure a $31 million dead money cap hit for next season. LSU star Angel Reese declares for the WNBA draft. She's a projected top 10 pick. NBA, we have a week and a half left to go in the regular season. That's it. Still plenty to be decided when it comes to seeding. 9 games on the slate tonight, including an ESPN television doubleheader. Celtics and Thunder up first. Oklahoma City tied with Minnesota for second in the West, each sitting a half game back in Denver. Boston will clinch home court advantage throughout the playoffs with a victory tonight. The Timberwolves, by the way, they'll host the Grizzlies next hour. Back half of the ESPN television doubleheader, the Cavaliers visit the Suns. Cleveland is a game and a half back in Milwaukee. The Bucks will play next hour without Damian Lillard. Phoenix, by the way, is sitting 8th in the Western Conference, but seeds 5 through 8 are separated by just 1 game.
Hey, it's your resident Super Bowl champ, Chris Kennedy, coming up Thursday. While some teams are trying to trade up, I'll tell you the NFL pretenders that actually need to trade down. It's Unsportsmanlike, 6 a.m. Eastern, right here on ESPN Radio, ESPN2, and ESPNU.
Miami, Florida. To Dallas, Texas.
I'm ready. How about them Cowboys?
To you. This is Amber and Ian on ESPN Radio, the ESPN app, and on SiriusXM Channel 80.
Stefon Diggs got what he wanted. He got out of Buffalo, New York. Amber and Ian is presented by Progressive Insurance. Looking for a career path with flexibility and great pay with benefits? Go to progressive.com/careers and apply online today. No Ian Fitzsimmons tonight. Jonathan Zaslow in for Ian.
Hey, Amber,
you can find
how's it
him
going?
at Zaslow's show. You can find me as well at Amber W Sports. So Stefon Diggs is no longer a Buffalo Bill.
He's out.
Instead, He's out. Instead, he is a Houston Texans. The Bills received a 2025 second-round pick that came via the Minnesota Vikings in exchange for Diggs and a 2024 sixth-rounder and a 2025 fifth-rounder.
I mean, the Bills got nothing.
Compensation.
They got nothing.
Not a ton of compensation for a dude as a top receiver.
Well, and they got, like, if I'm a Bills fan, I understand, okay, they got a second-round pick. It's not this year. It's not this month. You lose Stefon Diggs, and you have nothing to show for it this year. They got nothing for him. Now you're going to get a second-round pick next year. That's nice. But right now, you lost Stefon Diggs, and you have nothing to show for it. I mean, look, the Bills get no love in the Zaslow Mansion. But if I'm a Bills fan, I am very upset today. Very upset.
You've got nothing to show for it except maybe a more peaceful locker room, because this situation has been volatile for way too long now. We were talking about this thing ad nauseum last offseason, and Josh Allen came out, remember, in training camp and throughout the season.
He fell on the sword.
And he tried to quash the whole thing and, like, I'm going to handle this, and it never got better.
I need to be better. I did a lot of things wrong. Everything's going to be okay, but there are some things that I need to do better. Like, he totally just ate it in training camp.
He tried to be leader guy.
Year. Yeah.
And it felt like there was no making Stefon Diggs happy in this situation. He clearly has some sort of discontent there with Josh Allen or the way that the organization does things, or a lack of usage or whatever it is there. And it's been obvious. It was obvious. Remember the whole weirdness with him, like, showing up to training camp?
Yeah, he just dipped.
To training camp.
Yeah. That was when Josh Allen tried to kind of.
He's not in Buffalo.
Yeah. I mean, you're right. This was always going to be the end result. And then I guess it was yesterday, like last night, on some social media post, I'll never understand this stuff, Amber. I'll never get this. Where
it
it's
worked,
just
though, Zaz. It got him out.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, it ended up working out for him. But I'll never. It's not like it's isolated to this incident. This type of stuff happens all the time. Like, I'll never understand where the fan goes on social media and says something like Diggs isn't essential. That Diggs is not essential to Josh Allen's success the last few years, and Stefon Diggs as if he's like insecure. What would he have to be insecure about? He catches 100 balls every single season, but as if he's insecure and he's still got something to prove. He's got to respond to some random dude on social media and say, "Are you sure about that?" And I'll never get it. I don't understand. And I guess
and Kevin
that was
Durant
the straw
just hanging
that,
out on the couch, responding to trolls.
Yeah, and I guess that was the straw that broke the camel's back, because at this point it's like, enough already, and they traded him.
Yeah, they traded him away. It's one reason that they weren't going to get an immediate return on him, too, because everyone has seen this coming for so incredibly long. This is an interesting move from the Houston Texans, but let's start with the Bills' perspective here. Brandon Beane, he is the Bills' general manager. He spoke after trading away Stefon Diggs.
Yeah, I mean, are we better today? Probably not. It's a work in progress, and we're going to continue to work on that. I would just hope that people know I'm as competitive as hell, and I ain't giving in, and we're gonna work through this, and we're gonna continue to look. And I'm confident in the guys we have on the roster, and I'm confident, the staff we have upstairs that helps me, that we'll continue to find pieces to add, and that we'll be ready to roll when it comes time in September.
You're definitely not better when Stefon Diggs leaves your organization. But at the same time, if you're Buffalo, this situation became totally untenable. I don't think you wanted to deal with the same crud that you dealt with going into training camp, frankly, last offseason. Stefon Diggs at this point has a reputation for doing this.
Yep.
He seems to wear out his welcome, even though he's a phenomenal wide receiver. He led the league in receptions during his first 4 seasons there with the Bills, with 445 receptions. He was great in Buffalo. But also, he was like this at the end for the last year plus in Buffalo. And I don't think, frankly, there was anything the organization was going to be able to do to fix it. So you cut your losses, you get what you can, you move on from him. He's got a couple years before it goes south in Houston as well. That's what it feels like at this point with Stefon Diggs.
Look, the next time Brandon Beane, Bills general manager, is asked, "Are you better today than you were yesterday?" the answer doesn't have to be probably not. It's just not. All right, take out the probably. No. The answer is not. You're not better. And, to Stefon Diggs' point, are you sure that I'm not essential to Josh Allen's success? We're going to learn. We're going to find out now. And the evidence in front of us, first couple years in the league for Josh Allen, not good. Stefon Diggs gets there, really good. Although, there are times where we don't necessarily trust Josh Allen. We're going to find out now. But like you said, as far as Stefon Diggs goes, he now has a reputation. Wore out his welcome in Minnesota, wore out his welcome in Buffalo, and now he's diva wide receiver. All right? Whether that's fair or not, which I think the evidence shows us that is a fair reputation, he's diva wide receiver now. And the main difference between now and the last 2 stops, you're going to a place now that has some real, not only expectation, but also some infrastructure. All right? Because when he got to Minnesota, that wasn't a very good team. And when he got to Buffalo, that wasn't a very good team. And now he's going to Houston. It's like, whoa, they got a hot quarterback now. They got a couple good wide receivers, all right? Nico Collins, Tank Dell. Mm-hmm. They got an established, really respected head coach. Like, Stefon Diggs is now walking into a situation where, hey, we got a good thing going here. We'd like you to join us, but you got a reputation now that you got to fix, all right? So I think it's going to be really interesting. I think it's a great move for Houston, obviously. But this situation that he's entering now, a little bit different than previous ones, and he has a reputation that I feel is probably earned.
Man, it's crazy that we're already calling the Texans established and this organization with expectations,
they won a playoff
and that
game.
We're here 1 year into this D'Amico Ryans and C.J. Stroud experience. You're absolutely right. They did. They are way ahead of schedule, though. And
I hate that ahead of schedule. What does that even mean, ahead of schedule? Everyone's schedule is to win games and be a good team. They are.
Everyone's schedules, yes, but that wasn't the expectation going into the season for Houston. Hell, they gave D'Amico Ryans, a 7-year contract? They're certainly trying to give him time. That was obviously something that he negotiated there with ownership. Hey, if I'm going to take this role as a head coach, you need to give me time to build this thing, because everybody thought they were going to need time to build this thing. And apparently, they didn't need time to build this thing. So this puts them even more in win-now mode with Houston. And I think it's interesting because, again, this was not a team that we would have expected to be in win-now mode this early. But this legitimately, I think, makes Houston a contender, and legitimately a contender with the expectation that you are going to do some serious winning now. Now, it's not just making a postseason, but we're going to actually try to win some in the postseason as well. I'm not saying the Texans have to win a Super Bowl this season, but I'm saying that they have arrived and that they are here. And you don't trade for Stefon Diggs if you don't feel like you're in that position to try to get it done now in 2024. And I think that's interesting. And also you have to, if Stefon Diggs is going to be a key part of it, Zaz, because of that reputation he's now built, where I genuinely feel like you've only got a couple good years before he becomes disgruntled with the organization, because he got disgruntled in Minnesota, he got disgruntled in Buffalo, and it inevitably feels like it'll happen in Houston eventually.
I'll tell you what, Amber, and if I can go back to the Buffalo side of things for a moment here, and yes, this has been brewing, obviously. It's been brewing for over a year now at this point. Once I saw the social media activity yesterday, my first thought was, this has got to be the end. It's enough already. You got to trade this guy. And then the very next morning, they do trade him this morning. But, did it really go down like that is my question. Or were the Bills front office, they've had conversations maybe over the last month or two? I don't know. Have they actually had conversations over the last month or two? All right, what would a potential trade of Stefon Diggs look like? Or did they see the activity last night it's enough already? And I always wonder, do they put an email out to every team, to all 31 teams, on the block, Stefon Diggs, and everyone gets an on-the-block update? I always wonder how that works. Did they just decide, all right, enough's enough. We got to get rid of this guy right now. You have until EOB to wind up giving us your best deal.
EOB, isn't it?
End
COB?
of business.
What is EOB?
End of business.
End of business. I thought it was close of business.
It's COB?
Close of business.
It's COB?
I think it's COB. I don't
sure it's not EOB?
EOBing out there.
No.
I don't know.
Might
We'll
be
get to the
either.
bottom of
I don't
that.
know. Both sound fun.
I feel like it's COB. Either way.
I think it's
we'll get to the bottom
EOD.
of that.
EOB. Yeah.
EOD is end of the day.
End of day?
Oh, end of day.
And then COB is close of business.
Right. Yes,
Yeah.
it's close. It's COB or EOD. I think Nick is right.
I merged the two of them.
Yeah, you did.
Okay, well, I'm glad they still managed to get a trade done, because I feel like everyone else would be confused then.
We're going to continue to unpack this Stefon Diggs story. Did his social media activity have anything to do with the trade? Was it a big quinky-dink? That's next on ESPN Radio.
Hey, it's your resident Super Bowl champ, Chris Kennedy. Coming up Thursday, I'll tell you why Aaron Rodgers isn't the only QB who's coming off of an injury that I'm worried about. It's unsportsmanlike, 6 a.m. Eastern, right here on ESPN Radio, ESPN2, and ESPNU.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online at hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation to determine the ED medication that's best for you. Discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and a range of treatment options, including trusted generic alternatives to the name brands, at up to 95% off. ED is personal, and at Hims, so is treating it. Just go to hims.com/joy and get connected to a licensed medical provider online for free, with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit, hims.com/joy.
Without the ones like you, who work tirelessly to keep things running, everything would suddenly stop. Hospitals, factories, schools, and power plants, they all depend on you. No matter the weather, emergency, or time of day, you're the ones who get it done. At Grainger, we're here for you with professional-grade industrial supplies. Count on real-time product availability and fast delivery. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Bobby Joe absolutely hated her job.
Can't hate that job any more than I do.
So, time for one of those fancy tech schools?
No, I could never afford that. I'm going to Sharky's.
Sharky's?
Yeah, no better place to relax. Great food, cold beer, good whiskey, darts, billiards.
So now you love your job?
No, I still hate my job, but I loves me some Sharky's. I highly recommend it.
Yeah, everybody loves Sharky's. Sharky's Place, one of the best neighborhood bars in the world. 5800 Durley Road by the Shell Station.
The moment we've been waiting for has arrived. Download the Caesars Sportsbook app today using code NewNCBG. Then place your first bet of $5 or more. Win or lose, you'll receive $150 in bonus bets. Open to new users in North Carolina who are 21 or older. Terms and conditions apply. See Caesars.com/promos or the promos tab in the app for full terms. Gambling problem? Call 1-877-718-5543 or visit morethanagamenc.gov. Tribal Casino Gaming Enterprise is a licensed operator by the North Carolina State Lottery Commission.
Genie log, day 15,824. The Powerball jackpot is over $1 billion now. I'll be stuck in this little lamp forever with nothing but all this stupid gold and rare gems. A gold-plated motorcycle? Sure does a lot of good when you live in a 10x10 magic lamp. Come find me. I'm at latitude 36.06.
Grant your own wishes. The Powerball jackpot is over $1 billion. Must be 18 to play. Approximate jackpot odds are 1 in 293 million. Problem gambling helpline 877-718-5543.
Podcast.
The Bills are finalizing a trade to send four-time Pro Bowl wide receiver Stefon Diggs to the Houston Texans.
This is an alarming situation for the Bills.
I think, Buffalo, this is the right move for the Bills. I've been talking about it since the summertime. I said Stefon Diggs didn't want to be there.
It's all about the relationship between Stefon Diggs and Josh Allen.
You don't trade a guy like that for this kind of return and this kind of damage to your salary cap. What does that tell you about Stefon Diggs and how he was viewed within that locker room?
This is a wide receiver deep draft. They've got to get one.
That was the voice of Chris Carlin calling it an alarming situation for the Buffalo Bills. And Zaslow in tonight for Ian Fitzsimmons. Zaz, I don't know if I'd call it an alarming situation because I feel like that situation already existed. Like the whole situation with Stefon has been alarming for the last year plus. So frankly, I feel like the trade is just a culmination of that. I'm surprised that it didn't happen sooner. And when it did happen, the Texans portion of it is what surprised me, frankly, but not that the Bills had to part with Stefon Diggs.
Yeah, I think if you're a Bills fan, it goes two ways. Part of it is you might be a little bit relieved because we don't have to have this conversation anymore. This doesn't have to be a storyline anymore. But then the other part of it is when you hear your general manager talk that the team right now is a work in progress, you're a team the last few years that has Super Bowl aspirations. You went into that game last year in the playoffs again thinking, all right, now we're going to get over the hump finally, and we're going to win the Super Bowl this year. And then to go into the offseason, the general manager says your team is a work in progress. To me, that's a disaster. Like, that is not what you need to be hearing right now.
Really? You're not. Yeah. I mean, you're typically not in a situation when you're winning the division multiple years there that you're a work in progress. I understand what you mean. But also at the same time, I feel like if you lose Stefon Diggs, who's led the league in receptions here over the last 4 years that he's been with Buffalo, if you lose a wide receiver of that caliber, then it's kind of fair to say, well, we're a work in progress. I guess I feel like he's referring to this specific situation because he was honest. Am I going to sit up here and say we're better today than we were yesterday? No, because nobody can say that, and they recognize that. They didn't get rid of Stefon Diggs to get better. I think that's the point here. They got rid of Stefon Diggs because they had to. If they didn't end up getting rid of Stefon Diggs, I think that Stefon Diggs would have backed them in a corner with his discontent, and it would have been what we saw last season with the whole weirdness with showing up to training camp but not showing up to training camp. It would have been that times 100. And you can't let your receiver go and continuously make it so obvious he hates your quarterback. Like, that can't be a thing that happens. And if you're an organization, you have to choose the quarterback. You have to. I don't care how good the receiver is. You got to choose the quarterback when you have a good quarterback on the team. You just have to.
You definitely have to choose the quarterback, all right? Everybody knows that. But I'm just wondering, like, why was it so hard for Stefon Diggs to get along with Josh Allen? And we don't
there's
know
some
what's
rumors out there.
I mean,
There's some rumors.
Are there rumors? Like
There's some rumors.
Really? I don't know about these rumors.
Rumors with a capital R.
Wow, I don't know about these rumors, but I'm like, how could he? He's that difficult. He's that hard to get along with. What's such a big deal? And it's not like Stefon Diggs. It's not one of those throw me the damn ball. 100 catches every single year.
That's how I feel about it. Now, I was hearing Freddie and Harry have a different conversation where Freddie was saying that he gives Stefon Diggs a lot of credit. If there was discontent in terms of his usage, then that didn't get outside of the locker room. And I'm thinking, give him a lot of credit. Like, I've known that Stefon Diggs didn't want to be in Buffalo for a year plus. I feel like he's been very clear that he did not want to be a part of that locker room and that, frankly, he does not like Josh Allen for whatever reason. But they were alluding to it being a usage issue. And I don't know how it's a usage issue when you have that many targets. And maybe there's things about that offense that he doesn't agree with. But, man, he was still Josh Allen's number one target. And his numbers that he put up in Buffalo were still phenomenal. But, again, this is a player that had the same sort of ending in Minnesota. And whenever that happens, it starts feeling like
they were good, and he wanted out. And it's like, why? Why do you want out?
Right.
Everything's good here.
Right.
And then in
and
Buffalo,
frankly, this
they're
Buffalo
good,
team's
and you
good,
want out. Why do you want
and
out?
You want out.
Yeah. No,
and it's a good quarterback throwing you the football, right? In both situations, you got a good quarterback throwing you the football, and you want out. So what's the problem now? So we'll see. Now he's got C.J. Stroud throwing him a football, which is a very different situation, like you mentioned, because in both Buffalo and Minnesota, when he got to that team, they weren't so good.
He's not
and
gonna
then
get the
he
ball as
helped
much in
make
Houston.
them good. They've already got the weapons.
Yeah, he's not going to get the ball as much. I mean, Tank Dell's
So is he
really
gonna end up
good.
getting
Nico
disgruntled?
Collins is pretty good. He's not going to get the ball as much, but I do think they're going to be a really good team.
Mike Greenberg, he hosts a little show here called Greeny on ESPN Radio. He said that he thinks that instantly this makes the Texans Super Bowl bound.
Maybe he can do for C.J. Stroud what he did for Josh Allen, although candidly, Stroud is so far ahead in his development of where Allen was at the same time that the question is not, can Stefon Diggs make C.J. Stroud a superstar? The question is, can Stefon Diggs be the piece that puts Houston over the top in the AFC? I don't think it's overstating it to say this might be that kind of move.
I do think it makes them even more of a win-now team with immediate expectations. Now, saying that you're bringing in a 30-year-old Stefon Diggs and all of a sudden you're winning a Super Bowl, that feels like a bit of a leap to me
I think it's a leap
where
too.
we are. And I don't know, is C.J. Stroud going to have a little bit of a sophomore slump? I mean, there's a lot of questions that still have to be answered there with the Texans, even though they had a remarkable season this past season. It's also going to be very different, though. This past season, none of us were expecting anything from that team. Now we're expecting everything from that team, from that quarterback, and frankly, this acquisition makes that even more amplified.
I mean, let me ask you something. Obviously, can I ask you something? Is that okay? Can I ask you something?
Yeah, let's proceed.
I just want to make sure.
I'll allow it.
Okay, so
May he approach the bench?
yes, I've already, James, I've already approached. All right, I'm already here. So
You didn't ask it right.
Houston is
James
going
has a
to be
point.
better. Houston's going to be better for sure. But as far as
It's
this
your
being
honor
like
to you.
the piece that puts them over the top, all right, Houston was 4th in the AFC this past year. They won the AFC South. The teams ahead of them. Let's push Buffalo down, right? Well, I think we're all going to agree that Buffalo's going to take a step back. At least what we have, the evidence we have in front of us right now. So teams
You
in
and
front
I,
of
as
them-
Dolphins fans, hope so.
That's right. This is a Dolphins division now. So Baltimore and Kansas City were ahead of them last year. I think we would still both, at least Baltimore, Kansas City, I think, are still right there at or near the top.
Yeah,
Okay.
am I catapulting them above Baltimore
Probably
and
not,
Kansas
right?
City because
Probably
of
not.
No,
Probably
not
Okay.
yet. No.
Now, one of the teams that was below them, Cleveland Browns. I live in a world where I think the Browns can be even better than they were last year. Okay, and how about the Cincinnati Bengals?
I mean, they did it last year with 4 quarterbacks, and their coach won Coach of the Year last year with it.
Right.
On his 4th or 5th quarterback.
And you got the Bengals.
So yes,
the
you would
Bengals getting
think.
Burrow back. I got the Bengals up there in that top tier in the AFC.
Huge.
So Houston last year was 4th. I still see them 4th or 5th this year, even with Stefon Diggs. And they're going to be better, But to me, this isn't like, oh, put your money, Super Bowl. No, I don't see it that way.
It's not a slam dunk for me either by any means, but I do think, again, it kind of brings that added expectation. And I like the move for the Texans. I like the move for Houston. Why not? You gave up a second rounder in 25, excuse me, a fifth and a sixth in 25 as well. I'm choking on this because this is just such big news to digest.
It's tough.
So tough. Houston.
It's a lot to handle. I get it.
It's a lot to digest. So Houston definitely, obviously, helping itself in terms of weapons with the acquisition of Stefon Diggs. Does it catapult them into the Super Bowl? I'm not willing to go to Mike Greenberg lengths here with that sort of thing. But I do think that it makes them a win now team, that certainly they're a serious contender. And frankly, they would have been anyways, because once they hit on that quarterback and once the coach also, they hit on the coach, you felt like, okay, they're a win now team and they've got weapons outside of Stefon Diggs. Yeah. But again, for me, any team that brings in Stefon Diggs, your time's numbered before he also gets disgruntled with that team. And maybe that's not entirely fair, but that's where we're at.
I'm not even sure he's their best receiver. I'm not even sure Tank Dell is not their best receiver still, you know?
You have a point, and I do want, how does that go over with Stefon Diggs? If he's not getting the catches or the touches, it'll be really interesting to see. Coming up next here on Amber and Ian, Joel Embiid is back. We'll get into that on ESPN Radio.
Hey, it's your resident Super Bowl champ, Chris Canady, coming up Thursday. While some teams are trying to trade up, I'll tell you the NFL pretenders that actually need to trade down. It's unsportsmanlike, 6 a.m. Eastern, right here on ESPN Radio, ESPN2, and ESPNU.
Hey, I got a question for you. You hate bending over to put on your shoes? Wish you should just put them on standing or sitting without ever having to touch them? If so, then I have the shoe for you. Introducing new hands-free Skechers Slip-ins. With new Skechers Slip-ins, you just step in and off you go. You don't even need to lace up. So how does Skechers Slip-ins work? Well, there's a special smooth comfort pillow in the heel that helps your foot slide right into place. So just step in them and go. Find new hands-free Skechers Slip-ins for the whole family at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
TaxAct knows you don't look forward to taxes. TaxAct doesn't even look forward to taxes, and TaxAct is a tax software company. It's basically TaxAct's whole thing. If TaxAct did things over, maybe TaxAct would end up teaching kindergarten or leading fly fishing tours. But that's a different story for a different ad. So why don't we just agree that taxes aren't fun, but you still have to do them? TaxAct's filing software can help you do that. TaxAct. Let's get them over with.
You're always close to the Canes with 99.9 The Fan.
47 seconds left in overtime. Jarvis now his feet. Dropper, Natchez, he scores! Natchez in overtime, and the Canes win it 3-2!
Count on us to bring you every Canes game night and the latest Canes news from insider Adam Gold. Your official home for the Carolina Hurricanes. 99.9 The Fan, the Triangle Sports leader.
Organize easy. Organize tough. Customize your work truck or van with upfit solutions from Van Products. Steel and aluminum shelving, toolboxes, data files, cabinets, drawers, conduit carriers, ladder racks, everything safe and secure. Everything built as unbreakable as you by Adrian Steel. Backed by the best warranty in the business. 3 years, 36,000 miles. Everything custom installed by Van Products so you know it's done right. From a single work rig to a fleet, choose custom installed upfit solutions from Van Products.
The always ready for breakfast deal.
Going to bed already? Yep. Breakfast at Mickey D's tomorrow. So, sooner I go to bed, sooner it'll be morning. Sooner I'll be at Mickey D's.
This is actually brilliant.
You can come too. Turn out that light.
There's a deal for every breakfast strategist at McDonald's.
For a limited time, you can buy a bacon, egg, and cheese biscuit or sausage, egg, and cheese McGriddles for only $2.50. Price and participation may vary. Cannot be combined with any other offer or combo meal.
Now is the time to switch to Spectrum. Get Spectrum Internet, delivering fast and reliable speeds for just $49.99 a month, plus free advanced Wi-Fi for enhanced security and a free Spectrum Mobile Unlimited line with nationwide 5G. Ask how you can get a Visa Rewards card up to $500 when you add more mobile lines. Internet, advanced Wi-Fi, and mobile. Get it all with Spectrum One. Go to Spectrum.com for full details. Offer subject to change. Valid for qualified residential customers only. Restrictions apply.
Presented by Indeed. This is SportsCenter.
I'm Kevin Winter. We got old-time hockey at Madison Square Garden tonight. Devils and Rangers, Matt Rempe and Curtis McDermott dropped the gloves right off the face-off. However, they were part of a line brawl. 5 square up, 5-on-5. But one fight went first. So that means 8 players have been ejected from tonight's Rangers-Devils game. 4 on each side. Line brawl 2 seconds into the game. 4 players ejected for the Devils, 4 ejected for the Rangers. New York's got a 1-0 lead midway through the opening period. It was fun to watch. Check it out on social media. Stefon Diggs traded today from the Buffalo Bills, ending a 4-year run, shipped to the Houston Texans, who continue to try to stockpile for quarterback C.J. Stroud some offensive weapons. Diggs, in his 4 years, went over 1,000 receiving yards in each, but his production dropped off this past season after Week 6. NBA, we're down to a week and a half to go in the regular season. Games in progress tonight. Lakers have a 2-point lead in Washington, ending a 5-game road trip, 26-24. They're in the opening period. Lakers tonight sitting in the 9th position, only a game and a half back of Phoenix, also a game and a half clear of Golden State. ESPN television doubleheader. Boston and Oklahoma City, game 1 coming up from TD Garden. Celtics with the win clinch the 1 seed. Thunder tied with the Timberwolves for the number 2 spot, half game back at Denver. Back after the doubleheader, going to be in Phoenix, where the Cavaliers take on the Suns. Milwaukee tonight is at home without Damian Lillard.
Hey, it's Michelle Smallman. Coming up Thursday, I'll give you my early impressions of the Major League Baseball season so far. It's on Sportsmanlike, 6 a.m. Eastern, right here on ESPN Radio, ESPN2, and ESPNU.
12 from 14 straight away. Bucket, it's good. Tie game. 101-101.
I think we got a chance, even, on the level that I'm at. This one was probably the hardest by far, especially mentally.
And as much as we've seen Joel Embiid be tougher than his body will allow at times, that's my main concern with bringing him back. Not saying he's not ready, but if you're trying to ask a lot of him, are you doing him and your organization any favors in a playoff situation when it comes to Philadelphia 76ers?
Hold up, wait a minute. Y'all thought I was finished? When I bought the ass tomorrow, y'all thought it was rented? Flexing on him.
Well, some people thought Joel Embiid was finished for the season. That is not the case. Joel Embiid made his way back last night against the Oklahoma City Thunder. There was some confusion leading up to that. The 30 hours before he made his way back, Zaslow, little confusing. There were a bunch of conflicting reports. I know the Philadelphia Inquirer, I believe, had reported he's definitely not coming back tonight.
Yeah, I thought he wasn't
playing. Just minutes before. Right. Well, and then he went from out to, he skipped over questionable, I think, to probable.
It was a fake out.
And yeah, the NBA is going to be looking into that. That's
I'll tell you, my big concern,
fine.
Amber, my big concern going into the game last night when I found out Joel Embiid was playing, I just don't want to hear any NBA players. I hope none of them were blaming the media for forcing him to play. All right, that right. was my big concern. Is I hope he doesn't feel pressured into playing by the media.
Yeah, no kidding, right? Because it's all our fault that they have to get out there. No, he's not pressured. He's not competing for an MVP anyways this season, but he was playing at an MVP level. The reigning MVP was certainly on pace to do it again had he not gotten injured on January 30th. And instead now he's making his way back from a catastrophic injury 7 games before the playoffs.
Yeah.
He played last night 29 minutes. He put up 24 points, 6 boards, 7 assists. The numbers are pretty good. They were careful with him last night as they should be.
Outside of him being exhausted, apparently
fine.
He was, fine.
Well, that's what it is. He played fine, but he was visibly gassed.
Yeah.
Visibly so. Understandably so, though.
Yeah. I think that this is going to wind up benefiting the 76ers and Joel Embiid. And what I mean by that is Embiid, at the type of physical shape that he's normally in, and obviously the wear and tear on his body, he's a big man, and the injury history. You get to the postseason, and we remember how last year's postseason ended. Game 6, fourth quarter, they got a chance to end the Celtics season. And they blew the lead, and Embiid did nothing that fourth quarter to stop the run. And then in Game 7 in Boston, he was a total no-show, all right? And, is he gassed by the end of the playoffs? I don't know. But there's no reason to believe that the same type of thing could have happened this year where he's playing the whole season, and by the time we get to April and May, he's going to be tired. Well, guess what? The past few months, not that he hasn't been rehabbing, but the past few months, this should be by the time we get to the postseason, final 7-8 games here, for him to work his way back in to playing shape, get his rhythm back, get his wind back, because he was gassed at the end of the game last night. We're going to get to the playoffs if we're the Sixers, and you're going to have what is probably a very fresh feeling Joel Embiid. I think this is going to wind up working out for the Sixers. Now, the question is, okay, you're going to have a fresh Joel Embiid, but are they going to be the 8 seed? All right. Are they going to be the 8 seed? And then you would face Boston in the first round. But the way that I see that, Amber, is I think the Sixers are excited just that Embiid is back because it could have been a whole lot worse. He could have never returned this year. If I'm the Celtics and I'm a Celtic fan, do I want to – is my reward for having the best record in the league the entire season, my reward is a fresh Joel Embiid in round 1? That's a big deal.
Or the Miami Heat. I mean, I'm not sure. I'm not sure either reward is a great one since those two teams are fighting right now.
Well, yeah, right now, like the Heat are 7, Philadelphia's 8. So if the playoffs started today, which would be weird because there's games left, Philly would be at Miami in a play-in for the right to be number 7. The Heat are even in the loss column with number 6, Indiana. But it's looking like Philly's not going to drop to 9, and they're 2 back of Miami for 7. It's looking like Philly is probably going to be that 8 seed. It's just a matter of would they be playing a play-in game at Miami or at Indiana.
And I don't think that he came back for that. Although they're still fighting for all of that, I don't think it has anything to do with that. I think it's, hey, we need to get him back with at least 7 games if we can. And he probably won't play all of them because they have a back-to-back. So we need to get him at least 6 games before playoff basketball starts because it's an up-tempo game. The tempo picks up in the playoffs, and you can't have him gas like he was last night in a postseason. So this is him working his way back. As a Miami Heat fan, like you are, I'm terrified of this.
Oh, I'm not.
Because I tend to agree with you. Normally the 76ers don't scare me at all, but in part because you're right. Joel Embiid tends to disappear there when he's got a 7-game series like last year, by game 7, going to be gas. We also know how the body is with Joel Embiid, and it has failed him over and over again throughout his entire career. This time, the timing of when it failed him, and then him being able to come back, those are fresh legs with Joel Embiid.
Yeah, I think
that dude is a phenomenal player, and I don't, as a Miami Heat fan, need him to be fresh as we head into a postseason, and that's what I feel like he is.
Yeah, but it doesn't. I'm not afraid of him being back as a Heat fan whatsoever because it's not as if we're going to talk. We're not talking about facing him in a series. Like maybe we would face the Sixers in the play-in game. Okay, fine. I think the game would be in Miami. I like the Heat's chances of winning a one-off against anybody in the Eastern Conference. I like this from my perspective because I love the idea of a first-round series, Boston and Philadelphia, because I think Philadelphia and a fresh Embiid in a 7-game series, I really believe that they can challenge them. And by the way, Tyrese Maxey didn't play last night, but because guys have to miss every game. Tyrese Maxey didn't play last night, but Embiid and
Maxey did Shai Gilgeous-Alexander for.
No, I don't care about that part. No, I don't care about that part. The point is, they have not seen Embiid play with Buddy Hield. Like they added Buddy Hield after Embiid got hurt, so Embiid's eventually going to work his way back. And you do have a new toy there, that's on the roster that Embiid didn't play with before. I think the Sixers will absolutely put a scare into the Celtics. If I'm the Celtics, it stinks that you have this kind of season and you may face Joel Embiid in the first round. That stinks.
Amber and Ian's presented by Progressive Insurance. Tune into NBA action tonight as the Clippers host the Nuggets. That's presented by Indeed. Coverage begins at 9:30 p.m. Eastern on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app. So basically, you like Joel Embiid coming back because you like the idea of Boston getting bounced in the first round.
I want the Celtic fans to get us sad. That's right. I want them to get us sad.
The best team in the NBA all season long. Yeah. And everyone's screaming from the rooftops that this is the time and that this is the right coach and that this is the right
that's the rope-a-dope
roster now for the Celtics. And it would be hilarious, them getting bounced in the first round.
Oh, it's going to be
after
so
all
funny.
of this.
Yeah, it's going to be really
I mean, not for Boston fans, but for me
no.
and Zaslow in particular,
Very
it would be really funny.
Yeah. I'll have a good laugh.
Now, given I hate the 76ers too, I mean, this is like two evils, right? But at the same time, I kind of agree with you because of the season that Boston has had. That would be the better story. That would be the better content for us from a sports radio perspective.
Amazing.
If Boston was to get immediately bounced in the first round by a healthy and fresh Joel Embiid. Brian Windhorst, ESPN NBA insider, was on SportsCenter. He was evaluating Embiid's performance from last night. He thought it looked pretty good.
I thought he looked really good. He was obviously rusty and out of rhythm. But if you watched him in this game, he got good elevation. He moved side to side very well. He got to his spots offensively. Okay, he didn't shoot the same percentage that we saw him back in January, but he was very much an influence on this game. If you're the Boston Celtics, I think you got to start rooting for Philly down the stretch here. Not that you're afraid of them, but right now they're in 8th. They're 2 games back of Miami, 2 games back of the loss column of Indiana, and they're behind in the tiebreak of both. Joel Embiid, with another 6 or so games under his belt, facing off against the Celtics in the first round, that is not something that the Celtics have earned with their 59 wins to this point.
What'd I just say? Windhorst is listening to me. He stole my take.
Or you stole his, because he said that earlier on the 6 p.m. Sports Center. Just saying. The 76ers, though, had 16 turnovers last night. I don't have it in front of me, but Joel was definitely a significant portion of that. So his game wasn't flawless. Like, I think we're overstating it a little. There was a Philadelphia Inquirer reporter who had tweeted out yesterday right before the game, "This is the leanest I've ever seen Joel Embiid look." He looked like Joel Embiid. Like, he was fine. I feel like we're going a little far with all this. Like, he looked fine last night.
You're glad he's back. We get it.
Not the best version of Joel Embiid.
All right, we get it.
That's what it is.
Yeah.
I mean, it was not the best version of Joel Embiid I've ever seen by any means.
Oh my
that
God!
dude
Look
was
how
averaging
handsome.
a
Not
point
only
a
is he
minute
leaner,
before he went out.
not only is he leaner, he's so much more handsome. Look at him. Oh my God, I can't believe it.
He does look like he'll be playing basketball, though, in the postseason at a high level. And that's what you care about if you're the 76ers. And they stayed afloat, albeit not easily and not particularly well. But they stayed in it, Daz, because there was a concern that they were going to be all the way out of this thing by the time that Joel could even make it back. They're in it. They're gonna be in a play-in at least.
They were second or third when he got hurt. They've dropped down to 8th.
I think second.
You know, you can't expect them to drop all the way below Chicago and Atlanta. I mean, have you seen what's going on there in Chicago? They're not going to drop all the way below those teams.
They could have.
I mean, they've taken a nosedive. It's what you expected, though. Like, there was no way they were going to still hang around the top. And now they're going to have to win a play-in game, probably on the road, you know. But as long as you're 8th, which they're not going to drop to 9, you got 2 chances to win 1 game. That's what you're talking about.
Right.
And they will. They'll get in. They'll get into the playoffs.
Yeah, well, we will see. It remains to be seen, but certainly
and then they're going to beat the Celtics, and it's going to be
night
really funny.
For the 76ers getting their superstar, their reigning MVP back there on the court in Joel Embiid. Coming up next here on Amber and Ian, Jonathan Zaslow filling in for Ian tonight. Should the Miami Dolphins draft a quarterback? One ESPNer thinks so. That's next on ESPN Radio.
What's up? It's Q Myers from Game Night here on ESPN Radio. Coming up on the show tonight, what the Texans are building in Houston after acquiring star wide receiver Stefon Diggs, and why this upcoming WNBA draft might just be one for the ages. It's Game Night with me, Q Myers, and Matt Fontana, starting at 10 p.m. Eastern on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Getting your biggest tax refund from Jackson Hewitt can lead to some spirited reactions.
Jackson Hewitt, yeah!
Jackson Hewitt is so sure they'll get you your biggest refund that if they don't, you get your money back plus $100.
Jackson Hewitt, yeah!
Switch to Jackson Hewitt and we'll beat what you paid last year, even if you filed online.
Yeah!
Ain't nothing to it. Switch to Jackson Hewitt and pay less for tax prep, guaranteed. Proof of prior year payment required when filing. New clients only at participating locations through April 7th. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com.
It's Bo time. Something new just dropped at Bojangles. Take the bold taste of a crispy golden chicken supreme that's been seasoned to perfection, then add dill pickles, Carolina Gold barbecue sauce, and a toasted bun that's great on the go. What do you get? You get a Bo's Bird Dog. In fact, you can grab 2 of them for $5. So when you're on the go, headed to practice, or need a snack, grab a Bo's Bird Dog. Hurry in before they're gone. Available for a limited time. It's Bo time.
There's no time like bow time, but sometimes it's go time. No time to stop. Introducing Bojangles' new Bird Dog, a seasoned to perfection Bojangles Chicken Supreme, dill pickles, Carolina Gold barbecue sauce, all on a toasted bun. Great on the go. Try 2 Bird Dogs for just $5 or a 2 Bird Dog combo for just $8. Hurry, Bo's Bird Dogs are available for limited time only. When you're hungry for flavor and value, it's Bo time.
It's time for the Coastal Scholar Athlete of the Month.
Hello, this is Creighton Blackwell from Coastal Credit Union, here to celebrate our next Scholar Athlete of the Month. We are here at South Garner High School, where we're going to celebrate the next Scholar Athlete, Patience Ifeanyi.
Patience has been an awesome addition to our women's basketball team. Patience has been playing since her freshman year. So to be a year-round athlete and to have a 3.9 GPA, that takes a lot of dedication and hard work. I just never forget why I'm doing the stuff that I'm doing, why I'm a student athlete, and why I play basketball.
And she's a leader, very much a leader on this team, and she plays a very important role in all our lives.
She'll tell you the truth of what you do wrong, but she'll make it sound nice. She won't try to make it sound mean.
My teammates, they've shown me stuff that I didn't even know about myself, and they push me to be great every day. I mean, obviously I do the same for them. And my coach, she's been everything to me. My mom calls her my godmother, but I don't know about that yet. We'll work on that. But she's been everything to me. She's made me a better person, and she's just grown my game to a whole nother level.
Congratulations, Patience.
Thank you.
For 20 years, 99.9 The Fan and Coastal Credit Union have been recognizing scholar athletes at Triangle area schools. If you'd like to nominate a high school athlete, head to WRALSportsFan.com, keyword award.
ESPNplus.com/PPB. The 2024 NFL Draft on ESPN Radio.
Are you ready?
Live from the heart of downtown Detroit, Michigan.
The Detroit Lions select.
It all begins with round 1, Thursday, April 25th.
The NFL Draft is now officially open.
The countdown rolls on. The 2024 NFL Draft on ESPN Radio, ESPN, and on ABC.
The draft is coming up. We are now officially in draft month, Zazzle, only a matter of weeks away from the 2024 NFL Draft. Amber and Ian presented by Progressive Insurance. Jonathan Zaslow filling in for Ian tonight. At Zaslow Show is how you find him. At Amber W Sports is how you find me. So, of course, it's also mock season as we head towards the drafts. And we got another mock from Field Yates today.
Okay.
And Field has 5 quarterbacks going in the first round. This is what's happening in mocks, right? It's the game of how many quarterbacks do you have going in the first, where everyone seems to be pretty comfortable with 4 at least. But then it's, are you going to put the 5th and 6th guy in the first round?
Are you going to be one of those crazy guys?
The second round. Yeah, so that's the game that we're playing with this draft, a very quarterback-heavy draft. He's got Caleb going to the Bears, obviously, number 1. Jaden going to the Commanders at number 2. Drake May to the Patriots at 3. J.J. McCarthy to the Vikings, who trade up with the Chargers. He's got J.J. going to the Vikings at 5, a little trade ski. Bo Nix to the Broncos at 12. And then he's got Michael Penix Jr. going in the second round to the Raiders, who trade up with the Commanders in order to pick him up. A little trade ski. This is when we get to the trade mock draft era.
So he's okay. The Raiders get that pick from the Commanders. Okay, I got confused for a second.
Yes.
All right, the Commanders took Jaden Daniels. All right, very good. Sorry.
Right. So there you go. So that's how Field has it working out. And frankly, I'm one of these people that doesn't necessarily think that we're even going to get 5 in the first round. I know it's crazy. I could see JJ not going in the first round, frankly. I could see 4 going in the first round, and then we get J.J. McCarthy and Bo Nix in the second round. Because I think we do this thing with quarterbacks where we assume they're all going early, and then how many times have we watched the dude in the green room?
No, somebody's got to sit there with the sad face. Yeah. Somebody's got to sit
every
there.
year.
Yeah.
Somebody's sitting there with a sad face. I feel like it's going to be one of these guys, frankly, who's sitting there with a sad face this year.
I love
the idea.
About
going if I was. JJ or Bo.
I love the idea of Field Yates where like he's mocking the trades. You know, he's got the Chargers trading out and the Vikings trading up at number 5, and in the second round the Commanders trading out and the Raiders trading in to take a quarterback. I love the idea that there could be front office members from those teams and like, you know, hey, look over here, look at this mock over here. This is a good idea. Do you think we should give them a call? Should we try and trade up into this spot? I think this sounds good. I think this could work.
You have the front offices of these teams needing to pay attention to Mel's mocks and Field Yates'
I like
mocks
the idea
as opposed
of
to
it.
just considering the trades themselves.
I like to think that Field Yates is inspiring these moves to be made. Yeah. I'd like to believe that.
I think this is just a way of another iteration of a mock because they don't, when they first
it's like I got to change
mocks,
something. They want something from me this week. I got to change something.
Well, like Mel's 1.0 and I think 2.0 he doesn't do trades. And then like he starts doing trades after that rules. Or whatever. So there's different, it's mock season, Zaslow.
Right.
That's the long and the short of it. But at 21, this is the team you and I care about. At 21, Field Yates has the Miami Dolphins, taking the D tackle Byron Murphy II out of Texas. Okay. So a D tackle at 21. Yeah. Fine. Whatever. Good defense.
They got to replace
Christian
defensively. Wilkins. All right.
Right. Yeah, fine. Good pick. Chris Canty, he has other ideas. The host of Unsportsmanlike on his radio show, Unsportsmanlike 6 to 10 here on ESPN Radio. He thinks the Dolphins should go a different direction, a quarterback direction. Take a listen.
Do you feel good about paying Tua $55 million or more per year? I don't. And that's probably why we haven't heard a lot on that front in terms of them working out a contract extension, and he's going into the 5th-year option season. So I would consider it, if I'm general manager Chris Grier, taking a quarterback. It might not happen, but I would say this, you have to take a long, hard look at those quarterbacks that can slide down to the back end of the first round and see whether or not one of those dudes is your guy. Because if it is, then it gives you an opportunity to have a really good player at controllable cost. And let's consider the state of affairs for the Miami Dolphins. Think about all of the players that they lost on the defensive side of the ball because of salary cap casualties. I mean, they weren't able to retain Christian Wilkins. He's gone. Jerome Baker is gone now, playmaker at the linebacker corps. They had to move on from Xavier Howard. So there's a lot of players that have been stalwarts on that team that are no longer going to be in Dolphins uniforms. And a big part why is because, the cost for the quarterback is going up.
Wilkins, Baker, Howard, all things that they need to address in the upcoming draft. What I don't quite understand is the concept of them using a first-round pick on a quarterback when they do have Tua sitting there on a 5th-round or a 5th-year option. And Zaslow, Chris Canty starts off that bite saying, do you feel comfortable paying Tua? Because I don't. Why? Why are people uncomfortable with the concept of paying Tua Tagovailoa?
I'm so glad you said that, okay? First of all, he's not about to be paid and I hope he's about to be paid. Like, where is that Tua contract? I'm looking for it. Has anyone seen it yet?
It's a little weird. I thought we were going to have it by now. We haven't gotten it yet.
If you find this contract, let me know. I'm looking for it. But eventually, whenever he gets it, it's not going to be the highest paid quarterback. It's going to be what the going rate is, for a quarterback who just led the league in passing yards, all right? But if we're talking about the injury stuff, he didn't miss a single snap this year because of injury. Not a single snap. Well, we don't complain about Burrow. Burrow's always hurt, all right? We don't complain about Lamar Jackson. He's always hurt. Well, why are we okay giving those guys the contracts? Tua, yes, quarterbacks get hurt. And Tua just played this in past season without missing a single snap due to injury. Also, Chris is making it sound like the Dolphins just got crushed on the defensive side of the football. It's a little bit overstated. Like the one guy that they're going to miss is Christian Wilkins, all right? They're going to miss him. But the other guys, they are better at linebacker after getting Jordan Brooks and also Anthony Walker. They are better at cornerback. Like, Kendall Fuller is probably better than Xavier Howard is at this point in his career. Xavier Howard is not the same.
Because X had started to decline.
Yes. Started to decline, yes. Losing Xavier Howard is not a big deal. And they also signed Jordan Poyer. All right, boy, the Bills, they're in trouble. The Dolphins' defense is actually going to be better this coming season. But given Tua
Christian
the money...
Wilkins, but you try to address that in the draft, which is what Field Yates has them doing.
Yeah.
right? I mean, that was a huge loss, and that's them not wanting to cough up that monster money that the Raiders end up giving him and whatnot, and fine. Yeah. But when it comes to Tua, where are you going? Where are you going in terms of drafting a quarterback that's going to be an upgrade or something that you're comfortable with here on a cheaper contract over the next 5 years?
Yeah, like this is the deal you make when you draft a quarterback early on after the 4th year. If he's worth anything, and you hope he's worth something, if he's worth anything, you're going to have to pay him. And if you ask the Dolphins when they drafted him, how would you feel if in year number 4, Tua leads the league in passing? Would that be something you would like? It may equal you having to pay him, but would that be something you would like? And they probably would say, you know what? I think we would like that, and we will then pay that quarterback. This is just how it goes. You can't draft a quarterback in the first round.
No, come on. Right. That's the whole thing. In the first round is what we're talking about. If they want to draft a backup in round 4 or the 4th, 5, whatever, we can talk about it. Yeah, but I'm talking about first round. We're trying to get, J.J. McCarthy or Bo Nix or something at 21. Nah. The goalposts keep moving with Tua. They've moved every season. Totally. Coming into last season, it was, he's good. He proved himself. He proved the arm strength. He proved he can throw accurately and all that. But now it's stay healthy. That he stays healthy. And now I don't frankly know what it is, but people are still uncomfortable with Tua. Coming up next, we're not uncomfortable. Plenty more on ESPN Radio.
Hey, it's Greeny, and all of a sudden, the NFL action is fast and furious. Working our way towards the draft. Stefon Diggs, huge trade. We will talk about it all with you Thursday morning with Greeny, starting 10 a.m. Eastern on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Did you know one of the best investments you can make? It's in yourself. At My Computer Career, in just a few months, you could start your new career in the high-demand, recession-resistant field of information technology. Isn't it time you invest in you and start a career in networking, cybersecurity, AI, or upskill to boost your current IT career? So, get the ROI you deserve at My Computer Career. No experience necessary. Start now at mycomputercareer.edu.
Financial aid is available for qualified students, including the GI Bill.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at getethos.com. That's getethos.com.
Bring on the madness.
Final score, 76-64. The Wolfpack beats Duke. You can light up the bell tower red. The Pack is back in the national semifinals for the first time since 1983. NC State beats Duke for the second time in the month of March, this time for a trip to the Final Four. Incredible.
College basketball tournament action on 99.9 The Fan is powered by Carolina Ale House, Fairway Green, and Bailey's Fine Jewelry.
Let's party like it's 1874 at the City of Sanford's 150th birthday bash, happening Saturday, April 6th at Sanford Fairgrounds, kicking off at 10:30 a.m. This is a free event with family-friendly performances and much more. Visit Sanford150.com for all the details.
What are you doing?
I'm training for the new Ultimate Dash Scratch-Offs. I could get a chance to dash through a warehouse full of prizes.
That explains the shopping cart.
Plus, I could win up to $2 million in cash.
And that explains the tuxedo.
I'm chafing.
Feel the rush with new Ultimate Dash Scratch-Offs from the North Carolina Education Lottery. Must be 18 to play. Approximate overall odds of winning are 1 in 3.78. Problem gambling helpline 877-718-5543.
Bobby Joe absolutely hated her job.
Can't hate that job any more than I do.
So, time for one of those fancy tech schools?
No, I could never afford that. I'm going to Sharky's.
Sharky's?
Yeah, no better place to relax. Great food, cold beer, good whiskey, darts, billiards.
So now you love your job?
No, I still hate my job, but I loves me some Sharky's. I highly recommend it.
Yeah, everybody loves Sharky's. Sharky's Place, one of the best neighborhood bars in the world. 5800 Durley Road by the Shell Station.
This hour on the Triangle Sports Leader is brought to you by the Ritchie Law Firm Injury Lawyers.
You can feel the madness.
Go to GotBryan.com. That's GotBryan.com.
WCMC HD1 Holly Springs. Take us with you on radio, web, app, Alexa, and YouTube. 99.9 The Fan, the Triangle Sports leader.
This is Sports Center.
Kevin, we're to the final days of the NBA's regular season. A week and a half to go. Much to be decided when it comes to playoff seeding. You pretty much know the teams who will compete. Celtics trying to wrap up the number one seed. Thunder trying to track down Denver for the top spot in the West. They're meeting in Boston. It is game one of the ESPN television doubleheader. Thunder have a 21-19 lead over Boston. Thunder tied with Minnesota for the second spot in the West, each a half game back of the Denver Nuggets. Minnesota, by the way, will take on the Toronto Raptors coming up this hour. Also this hour, the Milwaukee Bucks will host the Memphis Grizzlies. Milwaukee without Damian Lillard, without Chris Middleton, without Patrick Beverley. Lillard missing his third consecutive game of the groin strain. Milwaukee starts the night, game and a half clear of Cleveland for the number 2 spot in the East. The Cavs and the Suns from the Valley. That is the back half of the ESPN television doubleheader. Phoenix right now sitting 8th in the Western Conference. Spots 5 through 8 in the West are separated by 1 game. Lakers are 9th. They're in Washington tonight, wrapping up a 5-game road trip. They got a 58-51 lead over the Wizards in the second quarter. Anthony Davis already has 19 points. The Hawks and the Pistons. Atlanta's up 23-21. Indiana is 6th in the East. They're in Brooklyn. They're up 10, 23-13. They're in the opening quarter. Stefon Diggs traded from the Buffalo Bills today to the Houston Texans. Bills get back a second-round pick in return. LSU star Angel Reese declares for the WNBA draft. Reese is projected to be a top 10 draft pick.
Hey, it's Greeny, and all of a sudden, the NFL action is fast and furious. Work on our way towards the draft. Stefon Diggs, huge trade. We will talk about it all with you Thursday morning with Greeny, starting 10 a.m. Eastern on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Florida. To Dallas, Texas.
I'm ready.
How about them Cowboys? To you. This is Amber and Ian on ESPN Radio, the ESPN app, and on Sirius XM Channel 80.
Stefon Diggs had the 4 best years of his career in Buffalo, but he's no longer in Buffalo. He won it out, and he got out. Amber and Ian is presented by Progressive Insurance. Protect your home and auto save when you bundle. Get a quote at progressive.com. Zaslow in tonight for Ian Fitzsimmons. At Zaslow Show, that's how you find him. At Amber W Sports is how you find me, Amber Wilson. So Stefon Diggs, he'd made a mess of things there in Buffalo. It began last offseason when we started realizing there was a discontent between Stefon Diggs and Josh Allen. There was the weirdness around Stefon Diggs showing up to training camp, not showing up to training camp. There seemed to be some covering up for Stefon Diggs there. Josh Allen came out. He fell on the sword over Stefon Diggs. He tried to be leader guy and say that he needed to do better and that he'd work things out. Well, it was obvious throughout the season they didn't work things out. Then Stefon Diggs gets on social media yesterday, Zaslow, and he replies to a fan who said that Josh Allen basically doesn't need Stefon Diggs, that Josh Allen's success is independent of Stefon Diggs. And Stefon Diggs replied, "You sure?"
Right.
And less than 24 hours later, he's a Houston Texan.
Well, we're going to learn. We're going to find out if his success is predicated on Stefon Diggs. Now, the evidence we have in front of us, you could easily make the case that it is. Josh Allen, the numbers wise.
It also is during the developing years of Josh Allen, though, too. So,
yeah,
it could be both.
Yep, that's true. So, either way, we're going to find out. But I think the overriding point here is Stefon Diggs now has a label as a difficult player to get along with, because it's twice now that he is wanted out of what a lot of people would call pretty good situations. I mean, the Buffalo Bills are a championship contending team, you would say. The Minnesota Vikings, they were really good also. And now it's not good enough for him. And, I get it. Can Josh Allen be frustrating sometimes to play with? I suppose. But when you look at Stefon Diggs' numbers, shouldn't really be frustrating for him. He got paid. He signed a very big deal in 2022. So his time, or, his initial time with, I guess he signed it maybe 2 years after he arrived in Buffalo. So his play there in Buffalo was good enough to earn a big-time contract. He should be thrilled with that. And the second part is, he was playing on a championship contending team. So I don't know what it is about Josh Allen that makes Stefon Diggs not want to play there anymore. But I also then look at it from the other side with Buffalo. And that's frustrating because they are not. I don't know how you could say they won 10 games this past year. They won the division. They won a playoff game, and then they lost again to Kansas City. But now they're taking a step back. And if I'm a Bills fan, I'm like, man, we're not as good as we were last year. And there are teams in the AFC who are getting better, Amber. There are teams that are going, obviously Houston now. Cincinnati's getting Joe Burrow back. And we just lost our best offensive weapon. And not 100% sure that our team actually trusts Josh Allen, because if you were paying attention late in the season and in the playoffs too, it looked like they didn't really trust Josh Allen.
It did look like that. Obviously, there's issues with this Bills team in terms of actually winning when it matters most. Also, some of those problems are the Kansas City Chiefs.
They're losing to Mahomes every time,
about that.
Yeah.
Mahomes is in their way. I mean, maybe the worst thing that's happened to Josh Allen's career is Patrick Mahomes, right? And he's not the only player that's attributable to. Because Josh Allen's a hell of a quarterback in the regular season. And so that happens when you end up having a generational talent like Patrick Mahomes, who takes the league by storm. And so sometimes it's just that dude also exists at the same time that your greatness exists. Yeah. But typically we think of the Buffalo Bills as pretty darn great. And they have shown that by winning the division here. And they've been pretty dominant in the AFC East, much to the dismay of me and you as Dolphins fans. Brandon Beane, he is the Bills general manager. He recognizes, though, that today, after trading away Stefon Diggs, they are not better than yesterday.
You would love to say, hey, there's going to be a really good number one receiver or number two, whatever it is, faulty in the draft or veteran come available that you're like, you can fit within your cap. So I think we'll continue to look at that. I think we could still add one of each or a couple. We're not done. And we may add at other positions in different ways. So we'll continue to look. And again, I would just say be patient. Let us work through this. We believe when it's time to play football, we'll have a team that can challenge the same way we've been challenged in the last few years.
For a long time, people were theorizing that the issue was the way that the offense was being called or the way that Ken Dorsey was doing things back when he was the OC there with Josh Allen, and the way that Stefon Diggs was getting his touches, even though he had over 100 receptions every single season that he spent with Buffalo. There was still this idea that he wasn't being utilized as much as he should have been inside that offense. So for years, people were doing that, or for at least a couple years. Once we kind of started realizing that there was this discontent that existed, those rumors also existed. Then I think it was like a year ago, Robert Griffin III pointed out, this has got to be personal between these two. It started to become obvious that there was more to it, right? Ken Dorsey leaves, there's been changes that have been made there in Buffalo. And at no point did it seem like it got better between Josh Allen and Stefon Diggs. And to your point, the winning never also helped the getting better between Josh Allen and Stefon Diggs. And so whatever issue is between those two, and it seems like
he's got his money.
Right, he's gotten paid. He's had, like I said, statistically, the best 4 years of his career have been in Buffalo with that guy.
How many receptions
right.
did he get?
What do we want if we're Stefon Diggs? And you're in a hell of a team, right? You were also on a hell of a team in Minnesota, though.
He must hate
and
Josh
apparently,
Allen. You're right. He must hate him.
He's got to hate Josh Allen.
He must hate him.
And so, and there's all sorts of crazy rumors, and is a girl involved, and all sorts of stuff on the internet. But I think, it all comes down to theorizing that it's personal in nature between these two. And if you're Buffalo, Zaslow, I think your back was against a wall. I don't think it was a coincidence that this comes within 24 hours of him yet again taking it to social.
Do you think they saw the post on social media and they immediately make a phone call to, he was like, listen, we got to get rid of Stefon Diggs. Have you checked Twitter?
They were probably already shopping him. But yeah, I think that, they could have already been shopping him, having these conversations kind of around, like this is the thought in their heads. And then he does that. And it's like, all right, get this guy out of my life. Like, even though he's amazing and he's our number one receiver and he's Josh Allen's number one target, like, we can't continue with this. So we've got to right now take the initial hit and hopefully on the backside figure it out. But replacing that production is a problem for Buffalo.
Big problem. So you got to figure now, Amber, right? Because we already have the sense that they don't get along. Now, I think you make a good case. He must hate Josh Allen. There has to be a reason for it.
Weird.
And now I'm sure there's plenty of people like you and me who think that Stefon Diggs looks bad right now. So Stefon Diggs, I mean, it would appear that, he's got rabbit ears. If he's seeing things on social media like that last night, questioning who's the one at the crux of the Bills' success, Josh Allen or Stefon Diggs, he clearly has rabbit ears. So at this point, when he hears people saying, wow, you got a reputation problem now. You're not good in the Minnesota locker room, you're not good in the Buffalo locker room, and you want it out of both places. Stefon Diggs is now probably, you would assume, going to spill the beans on what the issue was, or at least a little bit of what the issue was, right?
Did we ever really hear why he was so angry in Minnesota at the end, too? Like, why the hell did he want out of that situation?
I don't know.
When the Vikings were so good. I mean, we never really got the answer
But
there.
one time is, okay, maybe something happened in Minnesota, it doesn't get along with somebody, wants out, new change of scene, whatever. Now it's happened twice. So now it becomes a trend that you want out, so you may be the problem. I feel like Stefon Diggs may wind up giving us a little bit of a hint on what the issue was.
I don't know. I don't think that's coming. And if it's super personal, I definitely don't think that's coming. But whatever it is, and maybe it's not. Like, maybe this is just Stefon Diggs. Like, maybe after a couple years somewhere, he's just going to kind of grow sour because that's just who he is for whatever reason. He just gets tired of being places. He doesn't like X, Y, and Z about the employment situation and his work environment, and he just gets tired of it. And so maybe we're going to see it in Houston as well. But that means the Texans have a 2-year window
Maybe he
to get the most they can out of Stefon Diggs.
Maybe he just didn't want to live on the wall in Game of Thrones anymore. He wanted out of Buffalo. It's like, come on. It's way too cold.
Wanting out of Buffalo. Now, I say this as somebody who went to Buffalo for a game last year, and I thought Buffalo was lovely. I thought Buffalo was a great place. But wanting out of Buffalo, the actual city itself, with the weather there, I mean, he's probably not the first person in the world that has had that thought, right? Again, I say that with trepidation. I thought Buffalo was a lovely place.
She didn't know that. Sort of she didn't know that's where buffalo wings came from.
I mean, did you see?
I didn't put 2 and 2 together initially. That's where buffalo wings came from.
Yeah,
yes, that was
idea.
a running theme on
shocked.
Joe and Amber.
What?
That's also why that show went defunct. Coming up next here on ESPN Radio. Zaslow filling in for Ian tonight. He's mad about something that LeBron James said.
Oh, my God, this guy.
I mean, from over a decade ago, but Zaslow is very upset about LeBron James reminiscing. We'll get into that on ESPN Radio.
What's up? It's Q Myers from Game Night here on ESPN Radio. Coming up on the show tonight, what the Texans are building in Houston after acquiring star wide receiver Stefon Diggs, and why this upcoming WNBA draft might just be one for the ages. It's Game Night with me, Q Myers, and Matt Fontana, starting at 10 p.m. Eastern on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Evan Cohen here from Unsportsmanlike on ESPN Radio for True Green. Are you ready to elevate your lawn game without breaking the bank? True Green has been the trusted choice for over 2 million homeowners for over 50 years. Visit TrueGreen.com and discover the easiest and affordable way to achieve a pro-level lawn guaranteed. Plus, enjoy True Green's verified price matching, ensuring you get the best lawn for the best price. Visit TrueGreen.com and transform your lawn effortlessly. That's TrueGreen.com. Your dream lawn is just around the corner.
With Progressive Snapshot, you could save on auto insurance rates by driving safely, which is great because you're rarely rewarded for just being you. Ever get rewarded for being left-handed? No. You get to use weird scissors. Your reward for being a Capricorn? Cold birthdays that conflict with the holidays. And your reward for quickly responding to every work email? More emails. But with Snapshot, even left-handed Capricorns with proper email etiquette could get rewarded for good driving. So download the Progressive app today. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Snapshot not available in all states or from all agents.
It's a mystery where Old Spice finds its amazing scents like Himalayan sea salt, but I'm thrilled they have because no other body wash exfoliates and moisturizes 24/7 like Old Spice Gentleman's Himalayan Sea Salt Body Wash. Now, if only there was a mountain range separating the Indian subcontinent from the Tibetan plateau where I could hide my Old Spice and keep my family from stealing it, my impossibly smooth skin will finally be safe.
Genie log, day 15,824. The Powerball jackpot is over $1 billion now. I'll be stuck in this little lamp forever with nothing but all this stupid gold and rare gems. A gold-plated motorcycle? Sure does a lot of good when you live in a 10x10 magic lamp. Come find me. I'm at latitude 36.06.
Grant your own wishes. The Powerball jackpot is over $1 billion. Must be 18 to play. Approximate jackpot odds are 1 in 293 million. Problem gambling helpline 877-718-5543.
It's the first day of the first grade, and she found a new best friend. It's a laid-back Sunday afternoon you wish would never end.
The homemade taste of Bluebell and good friends gathered round. The good old days are being made right now.
St. Louis brought the world gooey butter cake. Now Bluebell brings us gooey butter cake ice cream. A cake batter ice cream with a luscious cream cheese swirl and gooey butter cake pieces. It's the gateway to the best in pints and half gallons.
The good old days are being made right now.
The good old days are being made right now.
Look for Bluebell ice cream at your favorite grocer. If you can't find it, be sure to ask for it.
7 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on ESPN.
The heat is on. It was certainly on during the LeBron James era of the Miami Heat, but not so much in 2011 when he first got there. Let's rehash that, Zaslow. Nothing says a slow day in sports like, no, I'm just kidding. LeBron.
Well, so yeah, give us some context here. Yeah.
Yeah, LeBron actually spoke this into existence. This isn't us like, Zaslow and Amber on a show together tonight, so we should probably talk about the LeBron version of the Big Three.
That's basically what happens.
No,
is you guys are on the show together, and I'm
happened.
like, all right, what Miami stuff can we do? So let's talk about Tua. Let's talk about the Heat and
I didn't force LeBron
back
to
a decade
podcast.
plus ago.
I'm not the one who forced him to sit down with JJ Redick every week and do a podcast. I didn't do that. Amber didn't do that.
So he does do that. He is on a podcast with JJ Redick, Mind the Game podcast.
That's right.
And the Lakers forward was reminiscing about his years with the Heat.
You
now, he
notice,
was
by the
very
way-
complimentary
By the way,
of our Miami Heat.
If I can add real quick, you notice, by the way, the show started this. Okay, so this Mind the Game podcast, it's LeBron and it's JJ Redick. And from what I understand, it's like a super smart basketball podcast. You know, they're going to dissect
X's and
teams.
O's.
Yeah. And that's what you got in the first one. And now we're just like a couple of episodes later, and yeah, they're talking
It's
about
LeBron story time.
Yes, which is what it should have been from the get-go, all right? I get it. There's likely a niche audience for super smart X's and O's talk, but I'm not part of that audience. You know, like, I want to hear stories. I want to hear awesome behind-the-scenes stuff. And I hope that maybe someone whispered in their ear, like, hey, you know what would actually be, like, really good and people would really enjoy? If you did a little more of this stuff over here, you know? So it was only 2 episodes later that we started to get some juicy stuff, you know? Okay, proceed.
All right, so we got some juicy stuff from LeBron, and of course he's recounting his career, and he's going back to those Heat days, and he's very complimentary of our Miami Heat in many ways, and complimentary of Spo and the organization and whatnot.
He was.
But he said something about that first year of the Big Three.
I got to tell you, I almost have to
2011
take my
that drove-
headsets off when you're going to play this year because, oh my God, did it make me mad earlier. Okay, go ahead.
It drove Zaslow insane. I already had to listen to Zaslow go off about this on Zaslow's own podcast, the Zaslow Show 2.0.
It's a choice.
If you want to find his podcast, available wherever podcasts are available. But I'm going to give him an opportunity to do it here as well on Amber and Ian. Here is LeBron James on Mind the Game podcast on the Heat's roster when he first joined the Miami Heat.
Obviously, my first year in Miami, yeah, we had a big three. And everyone said it's a super team this, super team that. But we had to build our team around all minimum guys, which was still okay, but we didn't fill out the complimentary guys enough. Yeah, we had Rio, we had Udonis, but we didn't have enough as far as enough complimentary guys to actually make it all work. And we still made it to the finals.
Not 2, not 3, not 4, not 5, not 6, not 7.
Amber, I want to put
I like
my
how he's
head
like, we
through
didn't
the
have
wall.
enough, but oh, by the way, we did still make it to the finals, like at the end there. But let's blame the role players.
No, it's a good job that James played that clip, all right? Because can you imagine? I mean, the nerve on this guy. Can you imagine you get out in front of an arena of 20,000 people and you start talking about winning not 4, not 5, not 6 championships, and then 13 years later, we're talking about you didn't have enough complimentary players? I mean, LeBron calls himself the king. He has the tattoo chosen on his shoulder blades. And we're talking about you didn't have enough complimentary players? Amber, this wasn't some poverty roster, all right, that they put together the first year there. Besides that, you had Dwayne Wade and Chris Bosh. Here's the thing, and it's not a small thing. With this complimentary, or not enough complimentary players, I should say. Amber, they were up 2-1 in the NBA Finals. They were up 2-1 in the finals with a 9-point lead in Game 4 in the fourth quarter. They were up 2-1, even though their complimentary players were not enough. You know what wasn't enough? LeBron's play in the finals.
LeBron James.
That's what wasn't enough. Yeah. LeBron's performance in the finals 100%. Where he wouldn't take a shot against J.J. Barea. LeBron's performance was what was not enough. The complimentary players, you call yourself the king and we're talking about complimentary players? You were up 2-1 in the finals. Oh, my God. Yeah, the nerve. That takes a lot of guts to say that. A lot of guts.
I'm offended for Joel Anthony and Juwan Howard and who else was on that team?
Mike Miller?
I'm offended for Mario Chalmers. Mario Chalmers wasn't enough? I'm offended.
Oh my God.
James Jones.
They were up
James
2-1.
He's got like 100 rings, and he's a GM. I'm offended. He was there.
That is some sweet revisionist history from LeBron there. You got to be kidding me. Oh my goodness.
It really was, and it plays into the whole thing of like, well, there was some growing pains and they were reasonable because we didn't have the roster, and so we needed that first season before they could bring us in the help that they needed to bring us. So it's okay that we didn't win the championship in 2011. Like those expectations for us to win it immediately were too high, is basically what he's saying.
Oh my! He came out and said we're not going to win not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4, not 5 championships, and we're talking about
right. So they would have to have won one the first year.
Oh, my goodness.
How was he going to win 5 if they didn't even win one the first year and he was only there for 4?
I mean,
how would that have worked?
Amber, like LeBron, and you don't want, look, I don't want to praise him too much because LeBron's very uncomfortable with praise. So I don't want to praise him too much here. But if he's considered maybe the greatest player ever is talking about he didn't have enough complimentary pieces when they were up 2-1 in the NBA Finals.
Mike Miller wasn't enough.
What world am I living in? Am I taking crazy pills? What are we talking about?
UD wasn't enough. Not enough help.
Oh, my God.
Only Dwayne Wade. Only Chris Bosh. Only LeBron James.
Amber, that's a bad look. I'm sorry. That is a bad look.
Our very own Norris Cole here at ESPN Radio. He was the missing piece.
Yeah, Norris. Yeah, Norris joined them the very next year. They won a championship the next 2 seasons. That is true.
The next 2 in a row, 2 rings in a row from Norris Cole.
That's true.
He'd probably agree with LeBron actually that the roster before him wasn't enough.
That's true. Although shout out though to LeBron and JJ Redick on Mind the Game for like this is the kind of stuff you want to hear. X's and O's. Amber, come on, like, I'm gonna fall asleep. You gotta give me some juicy stories.
JJ does the thing where JJ's like, people really understood the game of basketball. And it's like, all right, yeah, I get it, but we don't. We didn't play it. So for the rest of all of us, like quite literally all of us watching who didn't play the game at the high levels that you did, you're going to need to break it down in a way that we can understand it. Because absolutely, there is more to the game than any of us realize. But the reality is, there's more to the game than any of us ever will realize. And if you are going to entertain with your content and with your takes, it's not going to be elevating it to a level that none of us get it or none of us understand it.
It's just not interesting enough. And if you got LeBron James, all right, who, like, these guys go on each other's podcasts all the time. LeBron doesn't do any of that stuff. So if you got LeBron James on a podcast, you better get some stories out of him. You got to give me some behind the scenes. You got to. Yeah, you got it.
Decades in the league, LeBron. Greatest player of his generation, LeBron. LeBron, who's out here after a 40-point night saying, I'm closer to the end than people think. That guy at 39 years old, I want his stories from him. I want his experiences from him. And that's also one of a kind and something that we're not going to get anywhere else and something that we can't relate to, but something that we understand a lot more than the high-level X's and O's.
Greatest player in NBA history. We weren't happy with the 7th and 8th guy off the bench. 2011.
Not 2, not 3, not 4.
People get crazy. We'll launch into an MJ debate. Everyone's going to get nuts. Well, then that's the new thing. The new thing's going to be, well, MJ wasn't out here complaining about role players.
I don't know if I expressed myself properly, a few minutes ago, but I was very upset about this earlier today. Very.
Yeah, no, I
feel like I've calmed down a little bit.
Again, if you want to hear that same tirade, you can check it out.
I'm trying to keep
on
it professional
the Zaslow Show 2.0.
I don't want to embarrass myself.
We appreciate you for trying. Your attempt's a bit futile there in your efforts. Coming up next year on Amber and Ian, Jonathan Zaslow is filling in for Ian tonight. There's somebody else who covered that Heat team very closely in the South Florida area that maybe can chime in on LeBron's opinion of that 2010-2011 Miami Heat team. Plus, of course, there's plenty of other storylines across today's NBA. We'll get into those on ESPN Radio.
Hey, it's your resident Super Bowl champ, Chris Kennedy, coming up Thursday. While some teams are trying to trade up, I'll tell you the NFL pretenders that actually need to trade down. It's Unsportsmanlike, 6 a.m. Eastern, right here on ESPN Radio, ESPN2, and ESPNU.
Every 40 seconds, a child is reported missing. That's 2,000 children every single day. It's a heart-wrenching reality that we can no longer ignore. Find the Children is a non-profit organization dedicated to helping find missing kids. You can be a part of their mission by donating your unwanted vehicle, running or not. Call 1-800-294-0222. We guarantee that you will receive the maximum tax deduction. We provide fast, free pickup with 24-hour response. Call 1-800-294-0222. Find the Children provides crucial resources to help find missing children and educational materials to teach kids how to recognize and avoid predators. Our recovery programs have a proven track record of reuniting kids with their families. It's time to act. Donate your unwanted or unused car. Help us build a world where every child is safe. Pick up the phone and call 1-800-294-0222. Together, we can bring these kids home safely. This advertisement was paid for in partnership with Cars R Us and Find the Children.
Hey, I'm Tim Donnelly from 99.9 The Fan.
And I'm Brian Murphy from WRAL News. Sports betting is finally legal in North Carolina. Getting to this point, in this state, wasn't easy.
How it happened is a backstory worth telling, and that's what we're going to do in a new season of our podcast, A Brief History of Triangle Sports. The podcast is out now.
Follow A Brief History of Triangle Sports on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts, or on YouTube.
Imagine waking up this time next week and being 100% debt-free. No credit cards, no car loan, no personal loan. Hey, it's Dennis Cox. Loan Pronto's Equity Express line of credit can make it happen. Homeowners are turning their home equity into cash almost instantly. With Loan Pronto's AI-based system, you can get approval in about 10 minutes. With almost no documentation, no appraisal, and no hassle, you can get hundreds of thousands of dollars out of your home. Use that money to pay off all your other loans. The average homeowner saves over $850 a month doing this. Listen, your home value is way up. You can use that to wipe out all those credit cards, get some money for a home improvement. Literally hundreds of thousands are at your fingertips, and approval is just minutes away. Call 919-381-1760, 919-381-1760, loanpronto.com, 919-381-1760, NMLS 1661781, subject to lender approval, equal housing lender.
Get the one and done you want for your dog's monthly protection. NexGard Plus, a Foxalon Moxidectin and Pyrantel chewable tablets. Protects against fleas, ticks, heartworm disease, roundworms, and hookworms. All in one delicious, beef-flavored soft chew. Use with caution in dogs with a history of seizures or neurologic disorders. Dogs should be tested for existing heartworm infection prior to starting a preventive. Ask your vet about NexGard Plus Chews.
On YouTube or listen wherever you get your podcast. This is Sports Center.
I'm Kevin Winter. Week and a half left to go in the NBA's regular season. Lots to be decided when it comes to playoff seeding. The only thing we know is Boston is the 1 seed in the East, and if they win tonight, they'll be the 1 seed in the NBA. Celtics hosting the Thunder. It is game 1 of the ESPN television doubleheader. Kristaps Porzingis, 17 points for the Celtics. They have a 54-42 lead over OKC. 2.5 to play in the second quarter. The Thunder are without Shai Gilgeous-Alexander tonight. Celtics and Thunder on ESPN television. Thunder, by the way, are tied with the Timberwolves for second in the West. Both are sitting a half game back of Denver. As for Minnesota, they're hosting Toronto. They're tied at 16 in the opening quarter. Meanwhile, the back half of the ESPN television doubleheader, the Cavs and the Suns. Cleveland right now, game and a half back of Milwaukee. Phoenix is in the 8th position in the West. Spots 5 through 8 are all separated by just 1 game. It's going to be a sprint to the finish. Cavs back, trailing the Bucks by a game and a half. Milwaukee tonight hosting the Memphis Grizzlies, tied at 19. No Damian Lillard, no Chris Middleton, no Patrick Beverley for the Bucks. Meanwhile, the Lakers wrapping up a 5-game road trip, leading in Washington 76-62. Lakers have won 7 of their last 8 games. They're sitting in the 9th position in the Western Conference. Game and a half back of Phoenix, game and a half up out of Golden State. Rangers and Devils at MSG tonight. They open with a 10-man line brawl. And because 4 of the fights happened after the main event, 8 players were ejected 2 seconds into the game, tossed out of the game. Stefon Diggs traded from the Bills to the Texans.
Hey, it's Michelle Smallman. Coming up Thursday, I'll give you my early impressions of the Major League Baseball season so far. It's Unsportsmanlike, 6 a.m. Eastern, right here on ESPN Radio, ESPN2, and ESPNU.
Well, we know where Joel Embiid has been. He has been rehabbing, but he is officially back with the Philadelphia 76ers. Amber and Ian, it's presented by Progressive Insurance. Jonathan Zaslow filling in for Ian tonight. You can find him at Zaslow Show. You can find me, Amber Wilson, at Amber W Sports. So Joel, he's back. He looked gassed, but he looked pretty good. Israel Gutierrez, ESPN NBA reporter, kind enough to give us some time. And Israel, thanks for joining us. I want to start with the debut, or the return, I should say, of Joel Embiid last night. The Sixers beat the Thunder 109-105. Embiid, he looked gassed. I mean, they were careful with him, but overall, a pretty good performance from him. Zaslow and I both think that this is actually beneficial to the 76ers, the way that this particular injury worked this time for Embiid, where now he's heading into a postseason with fresh legs. What do you think?
I think I've just been smiling this whole time when you've been asking this question, because you and Zaz and me on the radio again, it makes me feel very
what
happy.
a time. What a time to be alive.
I'm sorry for those who don't care about South Florida, but it makes me feel like home. So it's good to hear both of your voices at the same time. Joel Embiid. Look, I think it's funny, the way the response that he gave in terms of just how badly he wanted to be out there and how much he cares and how much he wants to play basketball just reminded me that, you know, as somebody who's already been through all these frustrating situations in the postseason, or postseason after postseason, that he just wants to have as many chances as possible because he knows there's not going to be that many. And in terms of, you know, this particular injury, it seems like the decision wasn't necessarily made now. The decision was made when the surgery was had, how they were going to approach the rehab and when he was going to come back. And so, you know, in theory, that was right now, and he seems good enough to go. And I think, you know, with a couple rather weeks to get under his belt, to get his conditioning back. I think he should be, anybody who's going to face that Philly team should be scared to death because a pressure-free Joel Embiid with not as many miles on him this season and basically the green light at all times in this Nick Nurse offense where he doesn't have to worry necessarily about anybody else. Max is going to get his, but Embiid doesn't have to worry about that. Like, I'd be scared about facing that team for sure. So I think it's going to make for more intriguing Eastern Conference playoffs because, personally, I feel like the champs coming out of the East and having that team as a 7 or 8 seed would scare the heck out of anybody.
Yeah, that's where I want to go now with you, Israel, is right now Philly is sitting in that 8th spot. They're a couple back of number 7 Miami, so it's pretty likely that Philly will finish in that 8th spot. And if they end up 8th after the play-in, and Boston, who's been number 1 the entire season, and their reward in the first round is a potentially fresh Joel Embiid, that sounds like a disaster to me for Boston, Israel.
Potentially. So me personally, I think that Philly with Joel Embiid will win the 7-8 game and be the 7th seed. And that,
you've been wrong before.
Well, so I do think that the Boston situation would be scary, especially since you consider they're their prime rival, long time. And so, yeah, I don't, but I still think Boston would win that. If you tell me that Philly is facing Milwaukee in the first round, then I think they've got a decent chance of advancing. And that would be quite the slap in the face or sort of the sobering effect for Milwaukee and their fans and maybe even Giannis and Damian Lillard, because you go out in the first round after that big of a move. I'm sorry, let me rephrase. Go out in the first round again after that big of a move, then I think all hell will break loose.
And Doc's old team
Milwaukee.
too, Israel. Don't forget about Doc Rivers.
Right. Then I feel like if that were to happen, it would be some version, however it could happen, of starting over, cleaning the deck in Milwaukee, because they could just say they were unlucky in a scramble season where they tried to piece something together, but more likely than not, that would end up in some drama.
Israel Gutierrez joining us. So, Izzy, let's stay with the Milwaukee Bucks because it's a weird Bucks team. Obviously, we know what happened there with the coaching change and all of that, and those guys trying to get the chemistry coming together. But also, their record on the road is not at all what it should be for a team that we have those expectations for, and for a team that's sitting there in the 2nd spot in that conference. What do you make of the Milwaukee Bucks? Because it sounds like you don't really believe in them that much if you're thinking the 76ers could take them down pretty easily with a healthy Joel.
It's hard to argue with what we've seen. I think even going into the season, most people predicted defensively they wouldn't be very good. And, what do we know or did we know about Adrian Griffin as a head coach? I think now we know more about Doc. We know that they can be a slightly better defensive team, but nothing has really come together for long enough to where when things start to get pressurized in the postseason, that you think this team's going to stick together. Like they're going to find some sort of unity or some sort of gear that they'd found for an extended period of time. No, they don't have the evidence. And so it's more likely that they would fracture in those moments or just not really look like they're together. And so I don't know if that has more to do with the personnel, the coaching decisions from the beginning, or if it's just a matter of, poor timing, because obviously the Adrian Griffin hire happened before the Damian Lillard trade, et cetera. And so maybe you convince everybody that you could, really figure this out and almost be favorites going into next year. But again, it's going to be really hard to convince anybody of that if you go out in the first round this year. And, it's not a sure thing that they would face Philly, but even if they were to face a team like Indiana or Miami as a 7th seed in that first round, they can't be feeling very confident.
Israel, last night, Victor Wembanyama and the Spurs, they lost at the Nuggets, all right, but Wembanyama, 23 points, 15, good player, 8 assists, 9 blocks. And he struggled from the floor. He actually had a terrible floor game shooting-wise, but Israel, how ridiculous is Wembanyama? And not just, good luck answering that very open-ended question, but just how much better he is right now compared to even just a few months ago. It's pretty incredible.
No, I'm ready to answer this question because I don't know how. I only play one video game. It's NBA 2K. I don't play it all the time, but recently got a build of a big sort of stretch five who also plays defense, and it's so much fun. It's like the best build to play with, and holy cow, Wembanyama might be better than that. Like he is a quadruple double, like waiting to happen, not once or twice, Zaz. But, like, he's going to have 10 of those in a season.
Oh my
Maybe as early as next year because he's insane and there's almost nothing you can do about things. Like Aaron Gordon was defending him one time and committed a foul, and it was an obvious foul, just a regular drive to the basket. But Aaron Gordon was, like, holding his hands up like, did I foul him? And if I did, what the hell am I supposed to do there? Because he's all arms and legs. And so technically it's a foul, but, you know, normally when you're playing defense against this person, that seems to be good enough. And, yeah, I just think – and we talk about the improvement from the beginning of the year till now. At the beginning of the year, that I thought they should at some point – not should – at some point they would have to shut him down because he would be, you know, fatigued, have some sort of minor injury, and his head would have been spinning from all – because he looked lost out there sometimes. Instead, he should win Defensive Player of the Year.
Wow.
Like, his very first season in the league should win DPOY. Like, I think people are going to give it to Rudy Gobert out of respect and because he's on a better team. But ask anybody who plays against Christian Brown passed up a wide-open layup to kick it out for a three. Now, they made the three, but it was because Wemby was just in the vicinity, like not even in position to block it, but in the vicinity. And, yeah, there's just nobody like him right now. And so, except for his brother, who's 15 and 6'9", and probably going to be the next Wembanyama.
There's another
literally.
one?
So it's crazy. Like, it's Monstars. It's already happening.
What do they got going on over there? There's another one. Izzy joining us here. How long until we call him one of the best players in the league, legitimately? Because it feels like we already know that that's coming.
Well, I feel like you're probably talking about next year, like immediately, because, and it's not just because he's capable of it and you're seeing it, but he's got the almost like the perfect attitude for this. He's got the perfect sort of superstar attitude, and he wants all of this. Like when I got chills when I read the quote where he said, if Rudy Gobert wins DPOY this year, he's like, yeah, next year it's not his turn anymore. And I was just like, wow, this guy, like he's already knows what it means to be the man in the NBA. And I think whether you call it a fear or some people's hope, the only thing that people thought would keep him from being spectacular was potential injury. They couldn't think his body would hold up. But if we think his body's going to hold up, there's so far I've seen no evidence that says he is not going to be. Like, we were all wondering what the transition from LeBron's going to be. Oh, is the league going to be in trouble? Hell no, the league's not going to be in trouble. Pardon my French. It's not going to be in trouble because we go immediately to, even if he's not a winning team, on a winning team, he's a spectacle to watch, and you want to tune into every game. So it's crazy how quickly this evolution's happening with him.
Yeah, it's wild that we can already see it and already know that that's the trajectory of it. All right, before we get you out of here, Israel, LeBron James said something that just incensed Zaslow, which that in and of itself is not breaking news, but you were very close and around, of course, that big three LeBron James Miami Heat team. So I had to play this for you because I want to get your thoughts on this. Does it incense you the way that it did Jonathan Zaslow? Here was LeBron James on the Mind the Game podcast talking about the Heat's roster back in 2010, 2011.
Obviously, my first year in Miami, yeah, we had a big three. And everyone said it's a super team this, super team that. But we had to build our team around all minimum guys, which was still okay, but we didn't fill out the complimentary guys enough. Yeah, we had Rio, we had Udonis, but we didn't have enough as far as enough complimentary guys to actually make it all work. And we still made it to the finals.
Israel, they were up 2-1 in the finals.
All right. It can be true what he said because, look, Carlos Arroyo starting at point guard for the year. the corpse of Mike Bibby getting a standing ovation and starting in the playoffs at point guard for this
it's a
team.
big improvement.
Joel Anthony, bless his soul, playing in the middle. Like, yes, they were up on the map, but credit to Rick Carlisle and that team for being able to defend. Like, he outcoached Spo. It's the last time I think Spo has been outcoached, but he outcoached Spo. And so, yes, I do think that if he would have had Mike Bibby level players at the point guard position, maybe they hold on to that 2-1 lead. But I totally
How about just shoot
understand
over
what you're saying.
JJ Barea? Was that too much to ask? How about just shoot over Barea?
No, it's not. I mean, you're LeBron James. Like, when Brendan Haywood can look back and say, wow, we dominated LeBron James, and this is exactly how. Like, yeah, it's kind of frustrating because you see how great LeBron is, but he's also right. So, I'm not gonna beat him up about it.
I like rehashing this 13 years later and you guys disagreeing. Somewhere James Jones
With you
is offended.
guys specifically.
With us specifically. Well, of course, we had to do it with you. Israel Gutierrez, ESPN NBA reporter. Thanks, Izzy.
We'll have you on next time. We'll talk about when the Heat acquired Shaq, all right?
Okay.
Dwayne Wade's first championship. We'll get to that next time. Izzy joins us. Coming up next year on Amber and Ian with Zaslow filling in for Ian. We'll divert away from the 305 topic for just a moment. The over-under NFL win totals. Where do we stand as we head into 2024? That's next on ESPN Radio.
What's up? It's Q Myers from Game Night here on ESPN Radio. Coming up on the show tonight, what the Texans are building in Houston after acquiring star wide receiver Stefon Diggs, and why this upcoming WNBA draft might just be one for the ages. It's Game Night with me, Q Myers, and Matt Fontana, starting at 10 p.m. Eastern on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Savings. Now that's speaking the Lowe's language. And with My Lowe's Rewards, your savings just keep coming. Save money with member-only offers and earn points when you shop. More points equal more rewards just for you. Because Lowe's knows you earned it, literally. Learn more about our new loyalty program at Lowes.com/MyLowe'sRewards. Program subject to terms and conditions. Points are awarded on eligible purchases. See Lowes.com/terms for full details. Subject to change.
It's bow time. Something new just dropped at Bojangles. Take the bold taste of a crispy golden chicken supreme that's been seasoned to perfection, then add dill pickles, Carolina Gold barbecue sauce, and a toasted bun that's great on the go. What do? You get a Bo's Bird Dog. In fact, you can grab 2 of them for $5. So when you're on the go, headed to practice, or need a snack, grab a Bo's Bird Dog. Hurry in before they're gone. Available for a limited time. It's bow time.
There's no time like bow time, but sometimes it's go time. No time to stop. Introducing Bojangles' new Bird Dog, a seasoned to perfection Bojangles Chicken Supreme, dill pickles, Carolina Gold barbecue sauce, all on a toasted bun. Great on the go. Try 2 Bird Dogs for just $5 or a 2 Bird Dog combo for just $8. Hurry, Bo's Bird Dogs are available for limited time only. When you're hungry for flavor and value, it's bow time.
The moment we've been waiting for has arrived. Download the Caesars Sportsbook app today using code NEWNCBG. Then place your first bet of $5 or more. Win or lose, you'll receive $150 in bonus bets. Open to new users in North Carolina who are 21 or older. Terms and conditions apply. See Caesars.com/promos or the promos tab in the app for full terms. Gambling problem? Call 1-877-718-5543 or visit morethanagamenc.gov. Tribal Casino Gaming Enterprise is a licensed operator by the North Carolina State Lottery Commission.
Did you know one of the best investments you can make? It's in yourself. At My Computer Career, in just a few months, you could start your new career in the high-demand, recession-resistant field of information technology. Isn't it time you invest in you and start a career in networking, cybersecurity, AI, or upskill to boost your current IT career? So, get the ROI you deserve at My Computer Career. No experience necessary. Start now at mycomputercareer.edu.
Financial aid is available for qualified students, including the GI Bill.
Genie log, day 15,824. The Powerball jackpot is over $1 billion now. I'll be stuck in this little lamp forever with nothing but all this stupid gold and rare gems. A gold-plated motorcycle? Sure does a lot of good when you live in a 10x10 magic lamp. Come find me. I'm at latitude 36.06.
Grant your own wishes. The Powerball jackpot is over $1 billion. Must be 18 to play. Approximate jackpot odds are 1 in 293 million. Problem gambling helpline 877-718-5543.
3 Eastern on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
we got something to talk about. The odds makers gave us something to talk about, and that is NFL win totals. Jonathan Zaslow.
Yeah.
We're always happy when those come out because quite literally, they give us something to talk about.
And I got to pay the mortgage. How else am I going to pay this mortgage?
Well, come on. Well, let's not bet the mortgage, so to speak. Amber and Ian presented by Progressive Insurance. Zaslow filling in tonight for Ian Fitzsimmons at Zaslow Show. It's how you find him. At Amber W Sports is how you find me. All right. NFL win totals, 2024 season. Are we going to take the over? Are we going to take the under? James Steele, take it away.
All right. So we've been talking about them pretty much all night. The Buffalo Bills, their over-under win total is at 10.5. Zaz over.
Is this
under.
all, by the way, according to ESPN Bet? Should
It
we
is
be crediting them?
ESPN
Probably
Bet.
so.
Correct. Yes, this is all ESPN Bet win totals. The Buffalo Bills win total is 10.5. So Zaz over under 10.5 wins for the Bills.
I'm going under. I mean, they won 11 games last year. I don't believe they're going to be as good as they were last year. That would mean they would win fewer games, which would mean they win 10 or fewer. So I'm going under. Come on.
Yeah. I'm going under as well. Now, it's interesting this hasn't moved since the Stefon Diggs trade, that they still have the Bills winning 10.5. When the Miami Dolphins win 17, that means the Bills lose at least twice to them. I'm going under. I'm going under on 10.5. I don't know how they're going to. I think that it was the right move by the Bills, don't get me wrong, with the departure of Stefon Diggs, because I think that situation became untenable. But I don't know how you replace that production immediately. I think it's impossible. It stands to reason that they're going to take a little bit of a dip here. So I think it's reasonable today, after the Stefon Diggs news, to take the under.
It's so weird that this Steph Diggs trade has made me very happy today for some reason.
That's not weird as a Kansas City Chiefs fan. That's the opposite of weird.
The odds.
Although joke's going to be on you if somehow Josh Allen looks better, because you hate Josh Allen. And if Josh Allen somehow looks better, like he proves to us that he is some amazing quarterback and it wasn't Stefon Diggs.
Well, this is how you find out, right?
Those words there, kid.
This is how you find out. Like, Mahomes lost Tyreek Hill, and he arguably had the best season of his career the next year. So.
In fairness, most quarterbacks cannot do it without weapons.
I know.
So we'll see.
Listen, there's always the comparisons there. The win total didn't move, but they went from plus 1,200 to win the Super Bowl to plus 1,300 after the Diggs trade.
I'm not betting them.
Yeah, I wouldn't. They're not good anyway. They weren't good last year. The Houston Texans, another team we've been talking about, obviously, because that's where Steph Diggs went. Their win total is set at 9.5. Amber, over under 9.5 wins for the Houston Texans.
Oh, man. That one's hard. 9.5, because I feel like that's frankly just about right here for the Houston Texans. Do I feel comfortable going over? Am I going to be prisoner of the moment, go over, girl? I guess so.
You're over, girl?
Stefon, I guess I'm going to be prisoner of the moment, girl. Over, girl. I guess I'll take the over. 9.5, it's a big number, though. I feel like, frankly, that's about where it should be. Obviously, this Texans team, we all now have expectations for this team. Hopefully, C.J. Stroud doesn't hit some sort of sophomore slump here, but boy, does that man have weapons at his disposal to utilize as.
Yeah, it's not that big a number. They won 10 games this past year. I think they'll be at least as good as they were last year. I think they're going to be better. I think C.J. Stroud's going to be better. Now, and they don't play in the toughest division. I mean, come on, that AFC South, have you looked at those teams? I don't love Jacksonville. So, I think over 9.5 is a pretty good play right there. I like it. I'm over guy.
You're over guy. We're both prisoner of the moment over guy.
They went from plus 2,200 to win the Super Bowl to plus 1,800 after the Steph Diggs trade. I mean, I guess since you're both here, we'll do the Dolphins. Their win total is at 9.5.
Oh, okay.
Zaz, over under 9.5 wins for the Dolphins, who weren't very good either.
Yeah, I go over. I mean, they won 11 games last year, all right? Do I think that they should be around what they were last year? Yeah, even if they were one game worse, they're still going over 9.5. I think the stuff on the defensive end, the guys they've lost, a little bit overstated. The offense is still going to be really good. So, yeah, I'm going over. I think the division's going to be terrible now, actually. So, yeah, I'm going over.
Right. People are expecting the Dolphins to take this massive step back. And we don't know what's happening with Tua's contract, but I think a massive step back's overstating him. And we already talked earlier in the show about how some of those pieces that they had to move on from on defense, they just weren't the same caliber of player anymore as they once was. And Christian Wilkins the exception to that rule,
Like
but they'll
Xavier
try to shore
Howard's
that
a
up
big
in the
name.
draft.
Xavier Howard's a big name. You know what team he's playing for next season? Because I don't know either. I don't know either. No one does.
Well, I mean, a few years ago, he was arguably the best corner in the league, right?
Not a few years ago anymore.
That's the thing, and that's what ends up happening. So here we are with the Miami Dolphins. Now, are there other problems there with the Dolphins? I'm not saying that they're winning a Super Bowl this season, but sure, I'll take over 9.5. Also, frankly, I do think that this little step back here from the Bills is helpful. The Patriots are still going to be a mess, and the New York Jets still don't have an O-line.
All right, I think we can do one more here real quick. The New York Jets, their win total is set at 9.5. Amber, over under 9.5 wins for the Jets.
Are they giving away money? 9.5.
I did just say they don't have an O-line, right? 9.5. I want to take the under because I'm just such a hater.
Of course you want to take the under because you want to win. You want to take the under because you're a hater. You want to take the under because you want to win money. That's why you want to take the under.
It's a great defense, obviously. It's a great defense. Aaron Rodgers.
They have Aaron Rodgers. They're going to win 10 games with Aaron Rodgers. There's no question about it.
Are they? Can he stay upright without an O-line?
Oh, I mean, that's the thing is he's going to, if he's healthy.
Zazzle and I are haters.
That's high, though.
We're taking the under on the New York Jets.
I'm a hater of getting things wrong, so I'm going under with the Jets. I'm a hater of getting
This has been a very unbiased segment from us, by the way. You definitely can't tell we're Dolphins fans. Coming up next, plenty more on Stefon Diggs on ESPN Radio.
Hey, it's your resident Super Bowl champ, Chris Kennedy, coming up Thursday. While some teams are trying to trade up, I'll tell you the NFL pretenders that actually need to trade down. It's Unsportsmanlike, 6 a.m. Eastern, right here on ESPN Radio, ESPN2, and ESPNU.
TaxAct can think of a million things more fun than filing taxes. TaxAct is going to name some now. Sitting in traffic. Folding a fitted bedsheet. Listening to your coworker talk about his fantasy team. Digging a hole. Digging an even larger hole next to that original hole. Unfortunately, TaxAct's filing software can't make taxes fun. But TaxAct can help you get them done. TaxAct. Let's get them over with.
Did you know one of the best investments you can make? It's in yourself. At My Computer Career, in just a few months, you could start your new career in the high-demand, recession-resistant field of information technology. Isn't it time you invest in you and start a career in networking, cybersecurity, AI, or upskill to boost your current IT career? So, get the ROI you deserve at My Computer Career. No experience necessary. Start now at mycomputercareer.edu.
Financial aid is available for qualified students, including the GI Bill.
Hey, it's Adam Gold, and do you have a late-night craving for in-depth analysis on the Carolina Hurricanes and their latest game, their latest win, their pursuit of the Stanley Cup? Well, I can quench your thirst. I can feed that appetite on the Canes Corner podcast, the morning after edition, which drops the morning after every Hurricanes game. Get it wherever you get your podcast. Brought to you by the Aluminum Company of North Carolina.
Sanja loves to bathe, but her feet, they were throbbing. Then one day, I found a solution. Arch supports from the Good Feet store. Have foot pain? Good Feet could help.
You too can live the life you love with Arch supports from the Good Feet store.
Were you forced to get a nosebleed mortgage rate in the past year? Loan Pronto is here to rescue you. Hey, it's Dennis Cox. Listen, if your mortgage rate is over 7, you're going to be in heaven with Loan Pronto's zero-cost refi. You can cut your house payment by hundreds of dollars with zero closing costs. Rates have come down, so you can say goodbye to that bad loan you got stuck with. Loan Pronto's now got APRs with fixed rates in the 5s. One couple just did this and saved over $550 a month with no appraisal and closed in 10 days. So, Don't live with that stupid rate a day longer. You can lock in at a lower rate now with no cost and very little paperwork. Loan Pronto, your easy button for lower rates and no closing cost loans. Call now and see how much lower you can get your house payment. Refi now and you can even skip your next 2 house payments altogether. 919-381-1760. 919-381-1760. LoanPronto.com. 919-381-1760. NMLS 1661781. Subject to lender approval. Equal housing lender.
This hour on the Triangle Sports Leader is brought to you by the Ritchie Law Firm Injury Lawyers.
You can feel the madness.
Go to GotBrian.com. That's GotBrian.com.
Presented by Progressive.
WCMC HD1 Holly Springs. Take us with you on radio, web, app, Alexa, and YouTube. 99.9 The Fan, the Triangle Sports Leader.
This is Sports Center.
I'm Kevin Winter. 9 games on the NBA schedule on this Wednesday night. We have a week and a half to go in the regular season. 2 games on ESPN television, our usual Wednesday doubleheader. Celtics and the Thunder in Boston, Game 1. Kristaps Porzingis, 19 points. Boston at one point led this game by as much as 16. However, the Thunder have rallied. It is a 65-58 Boston lead. No Shai Gilgeous-Alexander for OKC. Thunder tied with Minnesota for second in the West. Half game back of the Denver Nuggets, who are idle tonight. Boston, with a win tonight, will wrap up the number 1 seed in the upcoming playoffs. As for Game 2 of our doubleheaders, the Cavs and the Suns coming up top of the hour from the Valley. Phoenix 8th in the Western Conference. Cleveland game and a half back in Milwaukee for the second spot. Bucks are at home tonight taking on Memphis. No Damian Lillard for a third consecutive game, dealing with a groin injury. No Chris Middleton, no Patrick Beverley, and the Bucks are trailing Memphis 51-49 as they've hit the half. Lakers tonight wrap up a 5-game road trip. They're in Washington with a 103-96 lead over the Wizards. Lakers 9th in the Western Conference, sitting game and a half back of Phoenix, game and a half up on Golden State. 27 already for Anthony Davis. Hawks with an 86-64 lead over Detroit. They're in the third quarter. Pacers trailing now in Brooklyn, 70-63. 8 players ejected, tossed out of the game at the start for the Rangers and Devils tonight. Line brawl to start the game. The 4 other fights were deemed after the first fight, which is why they all got game misconducts. Stefon Diggs traded from the Buffalo Bills to the Houston Texans this afternoon for a second-round pick.
Hey, it's your resident Super Bowl champ, Chris Kennedy, coming up Thursday. While some teams are trying to trade up, I'll tell you the NFL pretenders that actually need to trade down. It's unsportsmanlike, 6 a.m. Eastern, right here on ESPN Radio, ESPN2, and ESPNU.